This happened back when I was in college. Spring break had just ended, and I was driving from my parents' house back to my college dorm. The drive itself was about 3 hours. There were a few small towns on the way, but other than that, it was pretty much just endless fields. I started my drive late, around 10:30 p.m. I was still making my way out of the town my parents lived in when I saw a hitchhiker walking on the side of the road. He was a tall, skinny guy carrying a duffel bag. As I got closer, he stuck out his thumb. I honestly felt really bad for the guy, and seeing as he was walking in the same direction I was going, I rolled down my window and asked if he wanted a ride. He named a nearby town and asked if I was going in that direction. I was, so I told him yes and unlocked the door. He got in the front seat, and I realized right away that he was a lot older than I thought, like, at least in his 40s. He kept to himself for a good part of the ride, which I actually didn't mind. I had the radio on, so it wasn't just awkward silence or anything. It wasn't until around 20 minutes into the drive with the guy that I started to think I made a mistake. The guy started clutching his stomach while groaning and complaining that he didn't feel well. He pretty much just hunched himself in the passenger seat, swaying back and forth. I told him to feel free to open up his window for some fresh air, but he never ended up doing it. To say I felt uncomfortable would be an understatement. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand if the dude wasn't feeling well, but here I am driving while just next to me is this guy groaning and swaying back and forth. There weren't really any towns or rest areas nearby. I didn't want to just tell the guy to get out and completely strand him in the middle of nowhere, so I kind of just sat there, trying to focus on the radio. This went on for another 15 minutes when the guy said, "Dude, I really don't feel good. Can you take the third next exit?" This caught me off guard. Not the part about wanting to stop, I was more so expecting him to say that at some point, but the part about the exit. The guy specifically said, "the third next exit." I remember those being his exact words. In the moment, I obviously thought it was weird. If I myself were sick, I would be much quicker to want to just pull onto the side of the road or at least take the very next exit. I asked the guy if he just wanted me to pull to the side of the road real quick, but he sternly told me no. This should have been a clear red flag, but I ultimately reasoned that the specific exit he wanted me to take must have had a rest area I was unaware of, so I agreed. A few minutes later, I took the exit, but absolutely nowhere in sight was any kind of rest area. I started pulling to the side of the road when the guy said, "No, keep going. We should go down a bit further." Again, this should have been a red flag I picked up on, but I did what he said. Eventually, he told me to stop. He got out and, within seconds, disappeared into the darkness. I waited for the guy to come back for a few minutes when I saw 5 hooded figures walking towards my vehicle, only revealed by the light of my headlights. They were clearly carrying weapons and now charging towards my vehicle. I threw the car in drive and started darting in the other direction, but they actually started shooting at me. From what I recall, 5 gunshots were fired, 2 of which hit the back of my car. Even still, I was able to get out of there. I didn't stop the rest of the way back. I did call the police and report it, but I never got any follow-up. When I made it back to my dorm, I found the bullet holes in the back of my car. I think it's worth noting that one of them was only a couple of inches from my tire, which makes me think whoever was shooting was aiming for the tires, but I'll never be able to know for sure. I don't fully know the motives of that hitchhiker that night, but at least to me, it's obvious he intentionally lured me into that specific spot, which, might I remind you, was nowhere near any type of civilization. I have since never picked up another hitchhiker. A couple of years ago, when I was in college, I went to a New Year's Eve party. For a little bit of background, I'm a female and lived on campus but went home for winter break. My parents' house was only about an hour away from campus, and I had a few friends who went back to school early. There was going to be a New Year's Eve party at one of my best friend's houses on campus, so I went back there for it. First, I went back to my college apartment and then arrived at my friend's on New Year's Eve at about 5 p.m. I was one of the first people there, and we just kind of hung out until the other people came over. For a long time, it was a lot of fun, and a lot of my college friends were there, but like many college parties that I went to, things soon became a little bit out of control. A lot more people started to show up at like 10 p.m. or so. The college that I went to is a very large university. I'm not sure how many people attended, but probably well over 25,000 or 30,000. The house soon had a lot of people that I didn't even recognize in it. I was still having a good time, though, until this one guy came up to me. He was a man who looked to be in his 29-year-old and had a tall, somewhat muscular build. Now, he wasn't jacked or anything, but he also wasn't fat, he was just big. He came right up to me, seeming drunk, and started asking me questions about myself. We talked, but not long into the conversation, he asked if I wanted to leave with him. I said no. He kept asking, and I soon walked away. It was very crowded, and the guy followed me all around just about wherever I went. By that point, it was probably midnight, and I decided to just leave. I walked through the crowd of people and found my friends. I told one of them about the guy who was following me, and then I said I would be leaving. I tried to point him out in the crowd, but at that point, I couldn't find him. Then I said bye to my friend, and I left. When I first got outside, I thought that the guy had finally given up. I didn't see him, and I was walking back to my apartment, which was only a few blocks away. But when I started to walk down the street, I heard somebody leaving the house and turned around to see the guy. He yelled at me, asking me where I was going. I told him that I was going home, and he started to walk towards me. Now I was concerned that he was going to follow me all the way back to my apartment. I tried to just ignore him and walk away and hoped that he would stop, but he didn't. I heard him walking down the street after me, trying to catch up. I walked as fast as I could without running. When I made it to where I had to turn, he was still behind me. He was a long way back, so I tried to lose him. I cut through a random person's yard and then went through their backyard. Once I got through there, I cut into the next block over and then walked the other way down the street. This ended up working, and when I got off of that street, I no longer saw him. I was able to make it back to my apartment, and I even checked outside when I got back to make sure that he didn't somehow follow me. Everything was fine, and I went to bed shortly after. The next day, I went back to my parents' house because classes didn't start for college for about 2 more weeks. After driving back home, I arrived sometime in the early afternoon. It was then that I saw I was added on Snapchat by someone. It was a guy named Basil. I didn't automatically assume that it was the same guy from the night before. My college was so big, and I knew a lot of people and didn't have all their snaps. To be honest, I got added by people on almost a daily basis, plus I didn't even recall this guy telling me his name the night before. But after the guy added me on Snapchat, he said hi to me, and I asked him who he was. He responded, saying we met last night, remember? That's when I realized it was the same person. Still, I asked him to clarify. He said he was at the party and then described himself. When he did, I blocked him. I wanted nothing to do with this guy because, after all, he had tried to follow me home. After that, he did not contact me, but the story doesn't end there. That night, I was at my parents' house in my bedroom. I noticed out of my window a car parked on the side of the road out front. It was kind of weird because our neighborhood was quiet and everybody's houses had long driveways with plenty of space to park. Plus, the car was parked like 20 feet from our driveway. It was a very typical looking sedan. but I couldn't see if anybody was inside or not because it was too far away. I decided to get up and walk over to the window to get a little bit better view. When I did, literally right when I got to the window, I saw the driver's door open. A man got out, and at first, I had no clue who it was. But then the guy came into our driveway and walked along the side of it. When he got a little bit closer, I realized it was the same guy. This really blew my mind. At first, I was not even near campus. I was at my parents' house an hour away. Why was he here? I watched him walk all the way up the driveway, but he didn't go into the front yard. Instead, he went around the side of the house and out of my view. It seemed as though he was going into the back. I hurried out of my room and found my parents. I told them about the guy, and then I called the police. We carefully went to a window in the back of the house and looked out to try to see the guy. It was really dark back there with many opportunities for places for him to hide. We didn't see him, but we knew that he was back there somewhere. For the next few minutes, he remained hidden. Then the police arrived. They came to the front door, and we let them know that the guy was probably hiding in the backyard. Our property was searched, and the man was located. He tried to run away, but was caught before making it off of our property. It turned out that the guy didn't even go to my college. He had found my location through the brief time that he had me on Snapchat because my location was on. This is an experience that is still almost unbelievable to me to this day. I feel lucky that I noticed the car and saw the man get out. If I didn't, I would not have known that it was his car or that he was hiding in the backyard. What he planned to do, I'm not sure, but I'm glad that we called the police. I somewhat recently got my first real job as a teacher at a public elementary school in a nearby neighborhood. It was the first school year I was teaching, and at this point, it was only September, so needless to say, I was still learning the ropes. It was honestly pretty stressful. I teach a first grade class of around 20 kids, so you can imagine how chaotic it would get at times, especially with my lack of experience. I remember one day I was in the middle of assigning the kids a worksheet for spelling simple words when the principal's voice came over the school's loudspeaker and ordered a lockdown. Now, being a new teacher, I wasn't yet informed of when the school had practiced lockdown drills around the year, therefore, I had no idea if this was a drill or not. But I knew either way I had to follow protocol. I turned off the room's lights, locked the doors and windows, and had the kids sit against the walls out of sight. I'd say maybe 5 minutes passed in complete silence when I could faintly start to hear doors being banged on down the hall. I could feel my heart start to race as the sounds got louder, as whoever was banging on the doors got closer. At this point, I still had no idea whether it was just the principal checking all the classroom locks or an actual intruder in the school. But my thoughts were interrupted by one of my students bursting out crying. It was too loud, there's no doubt whoever was outside would have been able to hear it. I could tell the banging outside stopped in response to the noise, shortly after followed by a single pair of footsteps walking up to the door. It was silent for a few seconds, but the silence was quickly broken by a male's voice yelling out, "Hey guys, I think there's kids in this one," and that confirmed this lockdown was real. More footsteps could be heard running up to the door, and that's when genuine attempts to break down the door were made by multiple people. At that point, not a single kid in the class wasn't crying or screaming in fear. I didn't know what to do. I was never trained for this kind of situation. And that's when 2 gunshots could be heard, but they didn't come from the intruders. Police were now inside the building. Right after the shots were fired, the intruders could be heard running down the hall. 30 minutes later, we were given the all clear. It turns out the intruders were 3 local high school students. They were eventually caught, but when asked why they did it, they would say close to nothing, although one of the kids claimed it was a bet. But personally, I don't believe that for a second. No bet is worth going to court over and even possibly losing your freedom. I firmly believe they had much worse intentions. Although most likely traumatized, luckily, no one was physically hurt. The shots that were fired by the police were claimed to have been warning shots and were aimed directly into the ground. It's been 2 years since this all happened, and I still teach first grade at the same school and even in the same classroom. To this day, those bullet holes can still be seen in the school's hallway. Before being taken on as a full-time teacher at a high school a little outside of Austin, Texas, I was a substitute. I would sub in for a multitude of classes with my main subject area being math classes. Being a sub, I would most days have a lot more off periods, of course, since I would work more on an as-needed basis. This was on a day that started like any other. I had 4 classes I would be subbing for that day. They were all the math classes that a specific teacher would teach, including geometry and algebra. I would usually enjoy subbing for science classes as the teachers would usually just have me show the class an educational documentary and then hand out a question sheet, which would be handed in at the end of the class to be graded. With math, though, you'd actually have to teach the material as a sub. I arrived at school and picked up the keys from the front office to the 2 classrooms I'd be subbing in that day. Both classes were in the math hallway, which was downstairs to the far left of the school. The periods I was teaching that day were something like 2, 3, 7, and 9. I had already taught the first 2 classes, so I had about an hour and a half before the 7th period class I'd be teaching. During most of this time, I stayed in the classroom of the last class I just subbed for since it was empty for the next 2 periods. I was doing a mix of work-related and non-work-related things on my laptop. Period 6, there would be another class here, so I'd migrate to the teacher's lounge by the back of the school. After the second bell rang and period 6 began, I was walking the empty halls to the teacher's lounge. I'd been in the lounge multiple times, and honestly, it would usually be subs sitting in there, if anyone. The teacher's lounge is pretty much in the back corner of the school by a separate back entrance that's only unlocked from the outside by teachers' ID cards. I set my belongings down on a table in the empty teacher's lounge, and this was when I heard knocks at the back exit door. I went out to the hall and to the doors, where I saw a clean-cut looking man with gray short hair and a button-down shirt tucked into khakis with a black jacket over all of it. He looked like a teacher, saw me through the glass, and smiled and asked me to open the door. I asked if he were a teacher here. He said yes, my name's Mr. Abrams, I don't have my ID on me today. I opened the door for him, and he thanked me and quickly walked past me. I noticed that now he had his hand in his right pocket. He had some serious movement in his step. He seemed to know where he was going. Actually, he was going in the direction of the math hallway. I suddenly felt like I may have made a mistake letting him in without ID. I rushed to my laptop and pulled up the staff directory, which was accessible to all employees of the school. I looked up Mr. Abrams. There was not a single teacher at any of the schools, elementary to high school, with the last name Abrams. I had no choice but to call the front office and let them know that I think someone pretending to be a teacher had entered the building. This was taken seriously as the school issued a lockdown immediately, sending every classroom an automatic distress call to lock all doors and turn off all lights immediately. I heard a commotion from out in the math hallway. I walked out into the hall a little closer, and I could hear bangs or kicks on a door and a man screaming at the top of his lungs, "Maria, open up, I know you're in there." Maria was the first name of the teacher I was subbing for that day, and I couldn't tell for sure, but I believe the door he was kicking on was one of the classrooms I subbed in that day. Police had surrounded the school in literally minutes and had entered from multiple entrances and detained the man. I didn't witness it happen. It was down in the intersecting hallway, and I wasn't allowed past the police. The teacher I subbed for, who I changed the name for her privacy, had called out of work that week, originally alleging she was very sick. The man who came to the school banging on the door was apparently her ex-husband. And as far as rumor has it, Maria did something horrible to him. Not much of a rumor, because clearly, that would be the case if he came to the school with a gun. Everyone's guess is he came to kill her and then himself. No one knew where Maria went to hide from her ex or what the full story was, but she didn't return to work for months. I pray to God all the time, thanking him that no one was hurt or killed because I was the one to let him in, and I would have forever sat on my conscience. Let me give you some context before the story begins. When I was 18 years old, I lived a pretty normal life. I had just finished high school the year before the story takes place. I had always been one for horror, anything, whether it was movies, games, jump scares, you name it, and I loved it. I never seemed to be afraid of anything, and I loved that it allowed me to go and do things that made me appear tougher to girls who I was interested in at the time or who were interested in me. I thought of it almost like a superpower. My friend had always talked about this REM-induced real-life nightmare called sleep paralysis. I, however, had never experienced such a thing. My friend Ellie suffered from extreme lucid dreaming. She explained to me several times about how certain stimulators or outside factors could play into her dreams and mold them into what could potentially be a heavenly experience full of fun and wonder, or could just as easily turn into a bone-chilling nightmare straight out of hell. Being the light sleeper I am, I saw no chance of it occurring, so I kind of just let it go right over my head. One night, Ellie texted me and asked me to come over as she had just suffered another so-called evil experience due to her sleep condition. When I arrived, I found her asleep again, seemingly peacefully. I took a seat on her stool that she had for her makeup dresser right by the window and started playing a game on my phone. 30 minutes or so went by, and I figured she was peacefully asleep and it would probably be okay for me to leave as long as I let her know that I stopped by as she requested. But suddenly, Ellie awoke and started screaming. This was a different kind of scream, though, a type of scream I had never heard before, especially from her. It was almost mumbled. I don't know how else to describe it. Her eyes bulged open, and I ran over to her side. I asked her if she was having a bad dream. She started shaking. I grabbed a hold of her to try to calm her down, but the tremors grew. I asked her what was going on, but no response. I figured this was just another one of her so-called sleep paralysis episodes. I did my best to comfort her. After about 40 or so seconds went by, she regained full control of her body. I made sure she was okay and then left to go back to my house, as it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Right as I got home, I received a very panicked text reading, "The hallucinations won't stop." I asked her to clarify what she meant, but no response. After about 20 minutes went by, I took it upon myself to head back over to her place. When I arrived, I noticed the illumination of red and blue covering her front porch and the surrounding road signs. I ran up to her house, desperately trying to find out what happened. As I approached the house, I noticed Ellie was speaking with one of the officers on the scene. When I went up to talk to her, Ellie and the officer walked me over to a more secluded area. What I found out still sends chills up my spine to this day. Apparently, when I had gone over to Ellie's that night, she wasn't asleep at all, she was pretending to be. Evidently, right behind me was a tall, skinny homeless man hiding in her closet. The police had also found a very large kitchen knife on him as well. The theory to this day is Ellie thought she was having an episode when, in reality, this very real man was quietly creeping towards her in her bedroom. Supposedly, when I had entered her house, it was enough to spook the man into hiding, and my presence was enough to keep him hidden. This gave Ellie the time to call 911 and report the situation, which in turn resulted in the police arriving almost immediately after I had left. Thankfully, the man was taken into custody rather quickly. To this day, I don't know what to think about that night, other than that I could have very easily saved her life simply by keeping her company during what I thought was a very stressful situation. This, in turn, could have resulted in some very scary and heinous acts that would have taken place if I had been there any later. I hope I never experienced such a thing. That would be what finally trips my fear factor without a doubt. In 2014, a man named Blair and his wife Farah were spending a weekend together on Vancouver Island, which they had done many times before. The couple has a lot of experience on the island and just camping in general. Vancouver Island provides an optimal camping setting because of its mix of scenic beaches and dense forest. The couple had many successful camping trips on the island until something truly terrifying happened to them on their final outing on the island. Blair and Farah were far from any roads or civilization, enjoying the solitude. They set up camp on a beach, a good distance from anywhere, and kept a fire going. To get to the trail leaving the beach was 1 kilometer along the beach and 2 kilometers to the road through the forest. The couple had met another camper named Claude from New Zealand, who they ran into earlier that day on the beach. Claude was planning on sleeping in his van, which he parked back up on the road. The couple invited him down to the beach for a fire, and the three shared a bottle of wine, talking amongst themselves around the fire. This is where things started to get a little creepy. The sun was starting to go down by this point, and the trio kept hearing what sounded like female voices from behind them in the bushes dividing the beach from the forest. It wasn't too dark out yet, though, so it was still possible that they were just other hikers or campers nearby, or even a group who anchored offshore and the sound was just bouncing in a weird way. All three of them could agree that they were hearing female voices. On that note, it was getting late and a little dark, so Claude said goodbye and set out to hike back to his car before it was too dark. Blair and Farah stayed by their campsite and stoked the fire because Farah was starting to get creeped out by the voices, which continued on into the darkness. It sounded like two female voices speaking, but whatever that was being said was unintelligible. It sounded to the couple like the voices were not far beyond the tree line now. They stayed up very late tending to the fire, and only when the voices had finally stopped did they decide to put out the fire and go to sleep in the tent. Before doing so, the two had scanned the cove with a flashlight several times looking for boats that could have been the source of the talking, but there was nothing in sight. It was around 3 a.m. when they laid down, finally ready to catch some sleep, but about 15 minutes after they laid down, Blair and Farah heard footsteps in the area around their campsite, over by where the fire was. They came from the direction of the bushes toward the inland behind them, a direction that was not traversable by people. The couple lay there hoping it was just a bear or any animal, because the only bears on the island are black bears, which usually are very timid around people. The footsteps went from the fire, then over to the tent, then back into the woods. 5 minutes later, the footsteps came back again to the fire, and now, clear as day, there were two female voices talking gibberish very loudly. Their communication did not resemble any languages known to Blair or Farah, and they seemed to be talking over each other, having what could barely be considered a conversation at full volume in the dead of night, very far away from civilization, without using lights to navigate through the dense brush relatively quietly in a direction that seemed impossible to traverse on foot. The two voices moved from the fire pit area over to the tent, still talking at a loud volume. They stood over the tent talking for a few seconds, then went completely dead silent. They went back into the woods to never be seen or heard again. Blair and Farah lay there completely frozen and afraid for a long time. They woke up around 11 a.m. the next day because of how late they fell asleep. They packed up first thing and never returned. The couple probably made the best decision to remain quiet in the tent, not drawing attention to themselves from whoever or whatever was outside. I've owned and lived in the same house for 8 years. It's a normal family-sized home, which was relevant when I had roommates. But when they moved out and it just became me living here, I had nothing to do with the extra space. It was technically a 4-bedroom house, but I only used 2 of the bedrooms. One is my main bedroom and one is the game room. The other 2 rooms were on the far end of the upstairs hallway. One had a few storage boxes in it, and the other was completely empty. After getting out of work at 9 o'clock, I picked up Wendy's on the way home and pretty much went right to the game room. I was off tomorrow, so what better to do than game all night? I put my headphones on and loaded up COD, but before I had time to even load into a match, I thought I heard something that sounded like a knock at the front door. I took my headset off and listened, but not hearing anything and figuring they would have knocked again if there was someone there, I went back to my game. Probably a whole 2 hours went by, and then I heard it again. It sounded like either a knock or a door closing or something like that, but with my headphones on and with my room door closed, it was way too quiet for me to tell. I got up and opened the door, looking out into the hallway and waiting for that sound to come again. After a minute, though, I went downstairs and looked out the front door. Nobody was outside my house, and everything seemed normal. Having been hearing these sounds, though, I obviously made sure the door was locked before going back upstairs. To be a bit more cautious, I left my room door open this time, so if it happened again, maybe I'd hear it better. I put my headset back on and continued gaming. I played through a whole round, so like 20-ish minutes. As the game ended and I leaned back in my chair, a figure rushed past the open doorway, just off to the side of my view. I immediately threw my headphones off and jumped from my chair, horrified and unsure what to do. I just stared at the doorway. I didn't get the courage to finally move for several minutes. When I looked into the hallway, though, and eventually the rest of the house, nobody was there, but the front door was unlocked again. When police came and investigated, it was clear that the person had been hiding and very likely living in the empty room. I hadn't been in there for weeks or maybe even months, so all this time they could have been just on the other side of the wall from me, and I had no idea. It's really scary to think about, especially if I'd happened to confront him. There's no saying what he would have done. When I was a teenager, my close group of friends were, I guess, what you'd call delinquents. We liked causing trouble, breaking rules, and messing around in places we didn't belong. I grew up in a suburb in northern New Jersey, so I guess you could say we were just spoiled kids with nothing better to do. Looking back, the way we passed the time was a little silly, but there's nothing I can do about that now. Anyway, one of the things we really liked to do was to go exploring in the late hours of the night. Usually, we explored abandoned buildings, but not always. We actually got banned from our middle school after jumping through an open window, but that's a story for another time. This particular night, we were planning on executing a riskier task. There were 5 of us, me, Clinton, Elias, Liam, and Saint. Liam had just picked up a gig as an attendant at a bowling alley a few towns over from us. I'm sure you could see where this is going. He had been entrusted the key to close up the place the night before. Saint was a master of persuasion, and he somehow convinced Liam to let us explore the bowling alley at like 3 a.m. I'm telling you, Saint could convince someone to give them their kidney. That's how persistent he was. I haven't heard from him in a while. I think he might actually be in jail right now. Anyway, the 5 of us agreed to get a little drunk before going. We all had a substantial amount to drink, except for Elias, who refused to go anywhere unless he was the one driving. His dad had a really nice BMW, and Elias liked being able to end our nights when he got tired. After getting a little buzzed, James drove the 5 of us to the location. I was the heavy drinker of the squad. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's just who I was at that point in my life. Because of this, I usually took things a little less seriously than I should have, especially when it came to dangerous or risky situations. Liam unlocked the door and the 5 of us made our way inside. Clinton was usually the most cautious, and he kept trying to tell us to be careful in his hilariously high-pitched voice. Liam told us we couldn't actually do any bowling right now, which we were all a little upset about. I had the genius idea of doing some makeshift sliding on the lanes as if they were slipping slides. Since we were drunk, this was actually pretty fun. The 5 of us soon tired ourselves out and decided we wanted to do some exploring. We asked Liam if there were any back rooms we could check out, and he told us there were. We made our way into the employee-only area and Liam led us to some kind of storage room. We started poking around and flipping things over, just being stupid and careless. We figured Liam was going to get fired anyway, so we weren't too concerned with messing things up. As we started getting bored, we heard a deafening bump from below us. The 5 of us froze, staring at each other. Elias, the only sober one in the group, asked if the place had a basement. Liam looked just as shocked as we were and told us that he had no prior knowledge of a potential basement. Saint grinned, eager to continue exploring. Clinton seemed really nervous, telling us that we were probably going to end up getting Liam fired. We were whispering now, arguing whether we wanted to go look for this hypothetical basement. Just then, Elias lifted the edge of a rug nestled in the corner, revealing a hatch. We were shocked. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted with the realization that the situation was now serious. Even if we had found the way into the basement, the sound we heard was still unexplained. I don't think any of us really wanted to go down there, but Elias made the first move in his classic level-headed style. He flung the latch open and stared down at the old rusted ladder leading into the darkness. "Screw this," whispered Clinton, motioning for us to leave. Elias ignored him and went for the stairs. He pulled out his phone and shone the flashlight into the blackness. Without another word, he descended into the abyss. I could tell Liam, Saint, and Clinton were a little scared, understandably. I still had a lot of liquid confidence, so I decided I'd go next. Saint followed behind me, and Liam brought up the rear. Clinton refused to come down with us. The 4 of us pulled out our phone flashlights and began exploring the basement that had been hidden for some reason. It was filled with dust and cardboard boxes stacked up to the ceiling. There was nothing else down there, or at least that's what we originally thought. A niche noticer, and we walked over to it. Elias put his hand on the handle, but a split second before he was going to open it, we heard a distinctive bunk come from the other side, which sounded identical to the one we heard earlier. We looked around at each other with horrified looks on our faces. I could tell we were all thinking the same thing, an animal, maybe. No, shot, it was too loud to be an animal. I was pretty freaked out at this point, and turned away to leave. Like an idiot, Elias cracked the door open, revealing another storage room. That's not all that was in there, though. In the corner of the room, there was a human figure sitting on the ground with its legs crossed, facing away from us. We were frozen in place, utterly terrified. After a full minute of stagnant, the person in the corner of the room banged their head against the wall, explaining the sounds we had been hearing. I began tiptoeing to the ladder, careful not to make any noise. The rest of my friends turned around and began doing the same, clearly filled with terror. Just then, Liam tripped on a piece of junk on the floor and cursed. The person in the room yelled, and we ran. Elias and I were up the ladder in a split second, with Saint close behind. Clinton was leaned over, concerned with what he was hearing. Saint made it up, and the three of us ran out of the room. We heard Liam scream, "Get off me!" But Saint and Elias were too terrified to turn back. I ran back into the room and saw Clinton chucking a metal pipe down the hatch, which was followed by a demonic scream. Liam scrambled on the ladder, and Clinton grabbed his wrist, yanking him up. Liam ran toward me while Clinton slammed the hatch shut. The five of us sprinted out of the bowling alley, and Liam hastily locked the door with trembling hands. Elias drove us back with a blank look on his face. We listened as Liam described what happened after the rest of us made it up the ladder. Apparently, whoever had been in the basement jumped on Liam's back. Clawing at him, Clinton came to his rescue and nailed Liam's attacker in the head with that pipe, causing the lunatic to fall backward. Liam said he only saw the guy's face for a split second. It was the horrifying face of a dirty old homeless-looking guy with a bird's nest of hair on his head. Liam ended up quitting the next day without giving his boss an explanation. As it was definitely illegal what we had done, to this day, we have no idea how that guy could have gotten down there. Maybe there was an alternate entrance we had overlooked. Either way, the basement had been intentionally hidden, which tells me that Liam's boss might have known something about the whole thing. This experience ruined my taste for bowling, which I have not done since. I hope you enjoyed my fun fact. What do you think causes people to snap? Is it stress, jealousy, rage, maybe cabin fever? I don't really have an answer, but you need to listen to this. A few years ago, my boyfriend at the time bought us 2 tickets for a getaway cruise vacation. He had just been promoted in his job, and he decided to splurge and get us first class. It was honestly one of the most luxurious experiences that I've ever had. It sounds corny, but I felt like Rose on the Titanic the way the staff treated us. We were having a great time. We'd see live performances during the day and go dancing in one of the private clubs they had for their exclusive members during the nights. One night, I believe it was the night before the ship was to head back to port in New York, my boyfriend and I decided to go to bed early. We were in our cabin suite. My boyfriend was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and I was lying on the bed scrolling through Instagram when there was a loud knock on our door. I called out to my boyfriend and asked if he ordered room service. He yelled back that he didn't, and I got up from the bed and went to the door. I was about to open it but decided to look through the peephole instead. I believe this small action was what saved our lives. As I looked through the peephole, I saw a disheveled-looking man standing in front of our door. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were wide, and there were red stains smeared all over him. I didn't quite know what to think as I stared at him. 20 seconds must have passed when he started banging on our door again, but this time much harder. The door handle started to jiggle as he tried to get in, and I yelled for my boyfriend to get over here now. The man was now screaming that he needed to come in and show us something. My boyfriend pushed past me and looked through the peephole. He yelled to get away from our door right now. The man did not listen. He continued to bang on our door, screaming to let him in. He was banging so hard that the edges of the door started to splinter. Terrified that he was going to break in and do God knows what to us, my boyfriend called for security from the cabin phone. We stayed pressed up against the door to prevent him from getting in. When we finally heard other voices outside, we heard security yelling at him to stop what he was doing. I thought there was going to be some big fight and the man would retaliate, but it sounded like he just listened to the security. We could hear him being detained, and we figured it was now safe to open our door. After about half an hour of explaining to security what happened, we soon found out the grisly details of what this man was doing. Only 2 cabin doors down from us was where that man and his wife were staying. They were going to ask her some questions about her husband, but found out she had been stabbed over 40 times in the chest and neck. The man had used an ice pick that was in their cabin freezer. After he mutilated his wife, for some reason, he wandered over to our cabin and was asking to come in. He had the ice pick in his hand when he was knocking, and I'm positive he would have killed me and my boyfriend if I had not looked through the peephole first. The weird thing about this whole story is I remember seeing that man in the breakfast lounge with his wife. They seemed like a normal, happy couple enjoying a cruise vacation. My boyfriend later explained to me that he probably caught cabin fever and just snapped. This experience actually left such a traumatic imprint on me that I was unable to continue my relationship with my boyfriend. Sad, I know, but that's how badly it messed me up. I've since gotten better, but believe me when I say I will never step foot on a cruise ship again. My name is Ellen. I was at my friend's house, Fayer, and my sister Kilmi was there too. We got on the topic of exploring abandoned places, and Shaw mentioned that she had found an abandoned shack not too far away from her house. We really loved anything creepy or scary, so we decided to go find it. It was in the woods, and Shaw remembered where it was, so we got there pretty quickly. It had a bunch of bush around it and lots of plants growing on it. It had obviously not been inhabited in a while. There was also a smashed car outside by it. I'm not talking like just a window smashed in, I'm talking like a car fell off a bridge type smashed. We found the front door to the shack and pulled really hard on it to open it. As soon as the door opened, a bag came flying out straight at Kilmi. We found it funny, and I guess we were laughing because it made us extra nervous to go in. But like idiots, we still went in. It was one open room. There was a loft and a single curtain separating the bathroom. It was absolutely filthy in there. There was so much trash on the floor, not just garbage but dirty old clothes. There was also a pregnancy test on the floor, and it was used. Pretty gross, right? In the bathroom area, there was a bathtub that was absolutely filthy, with brown and black stains all over it, and there was a broken toilet. We climbed the ladder up to the loft part, and I'm honestly surprised it didn't break when we used it. There was a bunch of garbage upstairs too, but there was a queen-sized mattress right in the middle of the room with no sheets or blankets, as well as a bunch of kids' drawings that were scattered all over the floor. There was also a calendar that had 2012 on it, so who knows how long that shack has been around for. There was also a notebook with pages ripped in it, and it had a name written on it. I'm so upset that I don't remember the name. But this is the most concerning part. Laying right on the mattress was a gun, and we live in Canada where guns aren't legal. Also, the trigger was actually broken off the gun. After that, we decided to just leave and get the hell out of there. Who knows what else we would find if we kept looking. I still have so many questions about what happened there. Why was it in the middle of the woods? Why were there children's drawings everywhere and a pregnancy test? Why was there a gun? But also, do I really want to know? About 7 years ago, on my way home from my parents' house, I experienced something truly terrifying. I was 22, young, naive, and well, dumb. I had just moved into my first apartment, becoming the first in my family to leave our sleepy old train town. I visited home every Sunday to see my family, do laundry, and enjoy Sunday dinner. I lived about 45 minutes up the highway, so I generally headed home by 6 p.m. On this particular night, there was a relentless summer thunderstorm that had been pouring down rain all day. Just as I was packing up to leave after dinner, my cousins dropped in, so I ended up sticking around for a few more hours to visit. I left my mom's around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. This was the first time after moving out that I encountered something that truly scared me. I never told anyone about this, possibly out of pride. Everyone always gave me trouble about living alone as a single female in a new area. Anyway, here it goes. I left my parents' house around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. I'm driving down the service road that leads out of town and eventually turns into the on-ramp to the highway. As you leave town, the service road turns into one lane right in front of a quarry train loading station. I'm not really clear on what that place is, but it always gave me the creeps. If you're unfortunate enough to pass through when a train is crossing the road to load, you'll be stuck there for a while. Once the road passes the tracks, it turns back into 2 lanes and goes up a steep hill. As I'm approaching the quarry, I can make out the orange lights on a red cab 18-wheeler sitting in the quarry parking lot. Mind you, it's pouring rain, visibility is low, so I can't make out the trucker until I'm pretty close to him. As soon as I can see it's a trucker, he pulls out into the road. I had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting the trailer on the back of the truck. I skid around on the road until I regained control of the car. Now I'm stuck behind this dummy who just pulled out without paying attention. I keep my distance because I'm flustered. For the record, my headlights were on, so if he had been paying attention, he should have seen me. Honestly, with the heavy rain and low visibility, who knows? So, I'm behind this guy as we cross the tracks and begin to climb the steep hill. Despite it turning into 2 lanes on the hill, he's driving right up the middle of the 2 lanes. Figuring he didn't realize it was 2 lanes, I just putter along behind him, keeping my distance. As soon as he reaches the peak of the hill and the road levels out, he moves over to the right lane. Yes, finally. So, I move over and begin to pass him. As soon as I get past the front of the truck, he swerves behind me quite abruptly and begins flashing his high beams at me. Usually, when someone flashes their lights behind you in our area, it means turn on your lights, but mine were already on. I checked as soon as he started flashing at me. Weirded out, I put my blinker on and safely changed lanes to get out of his way. He follows my lane change and begins laying on his horn. The honking startled me, and I began to get a lot more flustered. What the hell did this guy want? I moved out of his way and my headlights were on. Why didn't I just speed up and zip away, you may be asking. Well, I grew up in this area. It had been raining heavily all day, and I knew that the service road floods a little in heavy rain, both on the shoulders and in random spots in the middle of the lanes. It's a small Midwestern town, our roads are shitty. I had already skidded and nearly wrecked once, and I wasn't about to floor it on this bumpy, flooded service road and risk wrecking again. There is nothing between that quarry and the highway, just about 4 or 5 miles of wooded area. If I wrecked, it would have been just him and me. This went on for the next 4 or 5 miles to the highway. He began tailgating me in addition to the high beams and honking. Once the tailgating began, I was in tears. I didn't know what this guy wanted from me. I was just trying to stay out of his way and get home safely. That's all I wanted. I changed lanes 2 more times, making 3 total. He followed me from lane to lane. As we approached the highway, I floored it. He couldn't accelerate quickly enough to keep up, and I lost him finally. As soon as I realized I'd lost him and was safe on the highway, I just lost it. I was a hysterical wreck. There is only one exit after getting on the highway to stop in the small town the highway runs through. After that, it's all wooded for a good 30 minutes. Here's a more structured and coherent version of your text with appropriate pauses. I thought about getting off at that exit to calm down and pull myself together, but I just wanted to go home, so I sped right past it. I should have stopped. Once the city was no longer visible in my rearview mirror, I felt much calmer. I managed to scramble my cell out of my purse and put it in my lap just in case. The rain led up to a drizzle the further I went, but I was still pretty on edge. There weren't many other cars on the highway, and most of them were truckers. I'm cruising along in the center lane when the truck next to me in the passing lane begins blaring the horn and moves into my lane, forcing me over to the third lane. He continued moving over, nearly forcing me off the highway. I sped up and changed lanes right in front of him so that I'm back in the center lane. I slowed down until I was in line with the front cab. I double-clicked the home button on my phone, camera shortcut, and rolled down my window, starting to take pictures of the cabbie. I think the flashes made him realize what I was doing, and he began slowing down until he was behind me again. I got a lot of pictures. I sped up and lost sight of him behind me. I was satisfied I managed to get pictures, but I was so angry at this point. I pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway and waited for him. I just wanted to get behind him so I could get a picture of the license plate and report this. Sadly, he was on to me for sure. I noticed headlights behind me a long way back, but behind me nonetheless, on the shoulder of the highway. I waited, keeping an eye on the truckers passing me by, just to be sure I didn't miss him. I noticed a shadow pass through the headlights of the truck, which spooked me quite a bit. Did he get out of the cab? I didn't stick around to find out. I just took off and got home as quickly as possible. The pictures were a total failure. It was still drizzling. The flash combined with the drizzle just resulted in washing out the pictures. I could see the red cab, but no matter what filters I used, there was no making out exactly what the cab said. Red cab trucker, you're the reason I have a dash cam in my car. And I were 19. At the risk of sounding pretentious, the two of us come from well-off North Jersey families and get to enjoy our summers down the Jersey Shore. My house is in Belmar, New Jersey, and his is in Lavallette. It was a random summer night during the week, and Alex was driving the two of us from my house in Belmar down to Lavallette, about an hour's drive. To be completely honest, I preferred hanging out at Alex's house not only because it was a little nicer but because the general vibe of Lavallette is more geared towards kids our age. If we weren't scouring the area for a party, we could enjoy some drinks on one of the many private beaches we technically weren't supposed to be on. I could go on and on about things to do down the shore, but for the sake of brevity, I'll try my best to get to the point. As we were driving down, we agreed that we opt for a quieter night. No partying, links, or anything that we might normally do. The two of us agreed to snag a few beers, roll a joint, and chill on one of the private beaches under the stars. Honestly, it sounded great. The two of us had been going pretty hard with some of our other friends. A break from partying was much needed. To anyone unfamiliar with the layout of Lavallette, there's a beach side and a bay side. Most of the beaches feature a really high dune and a steep drop-off as you approach the ocean. If you were to stand at the ocean's edge and look back, you'd see a pretty sizable hill of sand. After drinking a few drinks at Alex's place, We snagged some bikes from his garage and made our way toward the beach of our choice. For whatever reason, Alex insisted on journeying further than I'd ever been, which I didn't quite understand since all the beaches were basically the same. I really didn't mind a longer bike ride, though, so I just went with it. Eventually, Alex decided on a desolate-looking beach at the end of the road with no cars parked on it. Every house on the street had its lights off. I actually preferred this. This was back when weed was illegal in New Jersey, and we weren't too keen on getting caught. Plus, we did have some drinks with us despite the fact that we were only 19. We hid our bikes under some shrubs, then made our way toward the beach. The two of us lit our joint and smoked under the stars, the only sound being the light waves of the ocean and the accompanying wind. The beach stretched on endlessly in both directions, and the sand felt cool underneath our feet. The two of us got progressively drunker while we filled the air with laughter and conversation. Eventually, we just laid back in the sand, watching a sky full of stars in hopes of witnessing a shooting star. That's when we heard it. I heard it first. It was almost undetectable. The sound was like a metallic buzzing, sort of like the sound you'd hear in a massive gymnasium with large overhead lights. I really can't describe the sound any better. It was a faint metallic buzz that couldn't possibly be anything caused by the beach. I sat up and stared at Alex, and I could tell the moment he started to hear it too. The two of us whipped our heads in every direction, looking into the darkness for the source of the drone. Strangely, it was difficult to pin down exactly where the sound was coming from. It was just too faint to tell. We were beginning to get freaked out, but were too terrified to move. We assumed that whatever was making that noise would go away and we wouldn't have to worry about it. There was literally no way we could be seen from our spot on that beach. It was way too dark, and the sound of the ocean definitely drowned out any sounds we had been making. I know it doesn't exactly sound scary, but I'd be lying if I said my heart wasn't pounding out of my chest. The drone continued on, and after another few minutes, Alex gestured for me to follow him. I nodded my head in agreement. Leaving was definitely the best option. Just like a scene from a movie, the exact second the two of us stood up, the droning went from a 1 to a 5. It took every ounce of self-control I had to resist the urge to yell in fear. It wasn't a gradual shift. The sound literally increased in a split second, and it was definitely coming from our right. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, and a wave of fear washed over me, tensing my body from head to toe. We stared into the darkness and still didn't see anything. But now the drone sounded so close to us that we instinctively started running toward the sand dune. I didn't even know what we were running from. All I knew was that something was seriously wrong and there was someone or something after us. As we were about halfway to the dune, I felt Alex place a firm hand on my shoulder, abruptly stopping me from continuing to run. At first, I was confused, but then I saw what his gaze was fixated on. I glanced up toward the dune and saw it. There was a dark figure standing motionlessly at the peak of the dune. Its arms were freakishly long, almost reaching its knees. It was ridiculously tall, and I was shocked at how it managed to stand so still. It was truly terrifying. Alex shouted at me, breaking my gaze from the figure, and we continued running, this time parallel to the beach. We ran to the next dune entrance and sprinted up the slope. As we made our way to the peak, we looked back at where we had just come from. I can still remember the terrifying sight that followed. Not only was the dark figure still on the dune, but there were maybe 3 or 4 more standing motionless on the slope. Each one looked like they were facing us. We didn't have time to go back for our bikes, instead opting to run the entire way home. The next morning, we retraced our steps but couldn't, for the lives of us, find those bikes. Maybe they had been stolen, or maybe whoever or whatever was stalking us the night before had something to do with it. Either way, I've never experienced anything scarier on a beach and still have trouble explaining most of these events. The weirdest thing for me is that I was never able to determine what the buzzing drone was, and to this day, have not heard anything even remotely close to it. Beaches have always terrified me. Well, not always. My fear is a direct result of what I'm about to tell you. As a kid, I used to love the shore. I remember spending many summers in eager anticipation of the weekend when my family and I would hang out at our beach house, or if I was lucky, they'd let me spend it at my friend Charles's beach house, which was even more fun. I was 16, and this was one of those special summer weekends. I signed up for Uber Eats back when it was really gaining traction in 2021. I'd just gotten laid off from my previous job, and it seemed nearly impossible to find any other job quickly, so this was a bit of a risk that I hoped would work out. A couple of months in, I was enjoying it enough, and it was paying me enough for me to keep with it. This happened just around a year after I started. I'd fallen into the habit of waking up late and staying up late, so I hadn't started working until around dinner time. By 11 p.m., I still hadn't made enough to be good for the night, so I continued on, taking pretty much any order that popped up. It was at 1 a.m. when an order came through that was interesting. It was a grocery order from a 24-hour 7-Eleven gas station. I still accepted it, but it was just odd to me that someone would need groceries from a gas station in the middle of the night. I drove up and parked at the mostly empty gas station and went into the convenience store. The only person inside was a kind old man working at the register. I picked up the bag from him and also got myself a cup of coffee for the road, then headed back to my car. I got in and situated myself before backing out and getting on the road for the final stretch of the drive. Only a moment after getting onto the main street, though, I noticed a car's headlights right behind me. Mind you, this was very late, and almost no cars were out, so I was sure I would have seen them before they were so close. After some thinking, I thought they must have been at the gas station, maybe parked on the side of the building and pulled out as soon as I did. I drove along this same road for a while, reaching the edge of town, when I suddenly felt something wrong with my car. It was way bumpier than usual, and a loud kind of scraping sound was coming from the right side. After a minute from noticing this, it became a lot worse, so bad that I had to pull off to the side before the car would break down in the road. I parked on the shoulder with woods on either side of me, but in the mirror, I saw the headlights of that same car slowing down and pulling in right behind me. Unsure what was going on, I decided to get out quickly and see what the problem was. I didn't know if the car behind me was going to try and help me out or if they had something else in mind, but I knew I couldn't go anywhere until I figured this out. I ran around to the other side of my car and quickly noticed the problem. My right tire was completely flattened, which was crazy. I hadn't run over anything, and usually, flat tires happen gradually, not so suddenly like this. I took a closer look, seeing a gash right on the side of the tire that didn't look natural at all. Then I heard a door open from the car behind me. A man stepped out and waved at me. "I'm okay, thank you," I called out, trying to get them to leave before even approaching, especially after realizing this was all really sketchy. But the man kept walking toward me. Once he got maybe 10 feet away, I could see him more clearly. He was older, with long gray and black hair and a bushy, untamed beard. He wore basic clothes, jeans and a hoodie, but they were covered in stains and grime. He came up next to my car and asked if he could help me out, showing the large smile. I said again that I was okay, but he only laughed, looking at my tire and back at me. A few seconds of awkward silence passed as the man held his smile before I lied and said I had a friend on his way to pick me up. Now, having rejected his help 3 times, the man's smile gradually fell into a straight face. He turned his body toward the car and very unnaturally looked around. This is when I got the immediate rush through my body to get away from this man, and I only had one option to do so. I bolted off the road into the tree line, hearing the man follow me into the pitch-black woods. It only lasted for a few seconds before I lost him. After that, I didn't go very far at all, still able to see the headlights on the road, and I could make out the man's figure moving around by the cars. A few minutes later, he got in his car and left. By now, I'd had enough time to pretty much figure out that this was all a setup from the Uber Eats order, having been followed from the gas station where he likely slashed my tire. However, I didn't think it would be so easy to catch him. His full name and everything on the app turned out to be real. I guess he didn't think that we would tie it all back to the Uber Eats order. That being said, the punishment wasn't very harsh because he didn't harm me. He only stole some things from my car, though I'm sure that if I had stayed there on the road, I might not even be here to share this story. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both in our early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at Golden Years Provincial Park. We enjoyed camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different to make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Years, which was close to the water of Wet Lake. We packed poorly, bringing a giant tent, a bunch of fruits and veggies to eat healthily, but we stored them in a cooler that was too small. We also brought a cutting board and knife to prepare snacks while driving. We started in California and switched off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, finally making it to Vancouver. We spent a day or 2 in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Wet Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water and hiked around, where we saw a beautiful waterfall. There was a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was mostly empty, except for the other couple who went to bed early that night, making it quiet. I woke up to crackling sounds outside the tent while my partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it at first because it was pitch black, and it was probably an animal. However, the crackling continued, getting closer to the tent. I sat up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the brightness, almost blinding myself. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze, trying to assess the situation. They weren't moving but were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I whispered that someone was outside the tent. Then I heard quiet footsteps walking away from our campsite. My partner started to mumble, "What?" repeatedly, still in a sleepy haze. I noticed a car or truck parked right outside our camping area, and to my horror, it started up and drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they rounded the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I was shaking, and my partner couldn't grasp what was happening. I wanted to leave, but Golden Years locked the gate until 6 o'clock or 7 a.m., and it was only 1 a.m., so we were stuck for now. We decided to move to the Ford Fiesta and slept in the tightly packed car. My partner fell asleep immediately, thinking I was being paranoid, but I wondered if it could have been a park ranger. However, it seemed too strange for a park ranger's behavior. I sat there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car was locked, and I wanted to sleep but couldn't. I was in the passenger seat, while my partner was in the driver's seat asleep. And it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I heard a car slowly driving up the road with its lights off. As it rounded the corner, I realized it had to be the same truck. My fear escalated, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I felt like I was going to throw up. With no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, I grabbed the knife. I tried to make myself look angry, big, and intimidating. Sitting straight up in the passenger seat with the kitchen knife held at eye level, I stared deadpan at the truck in the pitch blackness, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stopped and turned off, and a light shone directly into my face from inside the truck. Terrified, I stared back from my bright red Ford Fiesta, clutching the large kitchen knife without blinking. The truck then started up, turned on its lights, and blinded me, before pulling out and turning around to go back to where it came from. My heart was pounding as I woke up my partner and insisted that we needed to get out of there. We packed up by hastily throwing things into the car and sat awake until 6 a.m. We drove home without stopping, continuously rehashing and trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Ultimately, we decided that we both needed some sleep. My island on June 28, 1947, Captain Tony, who worked as a harbor patrolman officer in Ireland, was on patrol with his 2 rookies, his son, and his dog. However, this was no ordinary day at sea. When Tony gazed up into the sky from his patrol boat, he saw 6 aircraft floating around 1,500 feet above his watercraft. The objects were reported by Tony and his crew to be made of a reflective material and were shaped like flat donuts, about 100 feet in diameter. The center holes located on each craft were noted to be about 25 feet in diameter, and more circular objects were located along the sides of the aircraft, which Tony and his crew determined to be observation windows. Soon, Tony and his fellow crewmen noticed that 5 of the UFOs circled over the 6th, and the 6th itself was lowering towards the patrol boat. This caused immense panic among the crew because they all thought that the aircraft was going to collide with their patrol boat. Not wanting to be sent to a watery grave, the crew hightailed it toward the shore. Upon reaching the shore, Tony retrieved his binoculars to spot the bizarre aircraft from the shore. He also grabbed his camera to take photos as evidence of the strange aircraft. While taking the pictures, the lower craft stayed in a still position while the 5 others circled around it for about 5 minutes. Then, the lower aircraft suddenly dropped down but stopped abruptly at about 500 feet above the water. One of the 5 ships circling around the lower ship came down to meet it. The 2 crafts stayed in this position for several minutes until Tony thought he heard a thump. Instantaneously, more thumps followed, and Tony, using his binoculars, saw that the middle aircraft was dropping what Tony suspected to be newspapers from the inside of its center hole as it swiftly approached his watercraft. When the aircraft got close enough, it was discovered that the objects weren't newspapers but instead white, lightweight metals and black, lava-like rocks. Tony even stated that when the lava-like rocks landed in the sea, it caused the water to steam. With these dangerous pieces of debris falling ever closer to their boat, the crew sought cover below deck. However, not before one of the materials struck Tony's dog, killing it in the process, and another one wounded his son in the arm. Tony even tried to radio for assistance, but the transmitter wasn't functioning. Even though his radio was out of action and no help was on the way, most of the debris splashed into the water. Soon after the raining of metals and rocks, the airships rose up high into the sky and zoomed westward together. The crew then exited the lower deck and examined the boat for any damage. Luckily for the crew, the boat was hardly damaged, and they set sail back to their dock, lowering the dog over the side and into the water in the form of a burial at sea. Upon docking, Tony took his son to the hospital so that his wounds could be treated and afterwards explained the incident to his boss, Mark, who didn't believe Tony. When the photos Tony took of his patrol were printed and examined, the strange airships Tony had informed him of and showed him in the now developed photos were compared and believed to be film noise and damage caused by radiation. Not wanting to shy away from proving the incident's authenticity, Tony returned to island to collect rock samples in hopes of finding the ones dropped from the middle aircraft that he had encountered during the incident. Tony reported that while he did this, he spotted one of the aircraft hovering above him as if it were spying on him. He eventually gathered the rocks and was preparing to show them to his boss the next day. But when that day came, he was visited by a small, pale man in a black suit. The man suggested that the pair of them should get breakfast together, to which Tony agreed. So, he followed the stranger to a restaurant. While they ate breakfast together, the strange man asked no questions but instead gave a descriptive account about what Tony had witnessed the previous day and eventually warned Tony that bad things would happen not only to him but to his entire family. Men then acknowledged that Tony had been telling the truth. So, the pair of them sent a package to publisher Ray Palmer in Chicago, who later founded Fate magazine. The contents inside the package were the metal fragments and statements about the strange incidents and findings on the 21st and 22nd of June, a noteworthy incident that we continue to discuss and debate amongst ourselves to this day. Yet not even a month later would another incident occur that is possibly the most well-known and talked about alien encounter in history, Roswell. On July 8, 1947, in the small town of Roswell, New Mexico, there were reports of a flying disc that crashed into the desert not far from the Walker Air Base. This made front headlines around the world. The reports noted that bodies of aliens had been retrieved from the crash site and were hauled to the infamous Area 51 Air Base in the Nevada desert, where autopsies were performed and carried out. Shortly afterwards, a press release by high military authorities stated that rumors of a flying saucer had become something of a reality and that an intelligence officer at the Roswell Army Airfield was fortunate enough to gain and hold possession of one of the saucers. This statement sent newspaper reports of the incident around the world insane, and news headlines of this Roswell flying saucer were everywhere. However, just 24 hours later, that high military authority changed their story, stating that they had made a mistake and that the flying saucer was actually, in fact, a weather balloon. Unbelievably, the public appeared to have accepted this explanation, and very little was said about the Roswell incident for many years afterwards. It wasn't until the late 1970s when some military personnel involved began to speak out about what happened all those years ago, and ufologists, as well as conspiracy theorists, went into overdrive, thus developing the Roswell case into the incident as we know it today. One of the first military personnel to speak out about the Roswell UFO incident was Major Jesse Marcel. He was one of the two military personnel sent to investigate the crash site. The other one who was with Major Jesse Marcel was Sheridan Cavett, who had always claimed that he wasn't even there. Major Jesse Marcel described how large amounts of metallic debris were scattered all over the area, so the craft had obviously hit the ground at a high speed. He stated that it was clearly not a weather balloon, aircraft, or missile because he recovered fragments from the crash and described seeing hieroglyphic types of writing painted on it. The metal was also reported by him to be light, thin as paper, but incredibly strong and hard, which was unlike anything he had ever seen in his career and life before. He also helped answer the question as to where the fragments were taken by simply saying not only did they have the one he analyzed but others as well, which are being kept well preserved in a military installation somewhere. Marcel's story doesn't end there, however, because later in life he told his expanding family about his investigation at Roswell. According to his grandson, my grandfather Marcel would privately share details of his experiences with the entire family. And when I was a kid, basically around the dinner table, he told us how he was the head of intelligence and lead investigator of the 509 bombing group. He would talk about it with people, continuously asking a multitude of questions about the Roswell UFO incident. The National Security Agency published a report in 1994, a staggering 47 years after the initial incident, which stated that the alien bodies supposedly recovered from the crash site were, in fact, just life-size test dummies. Many saw this as the government just trying to dig itself out and cover up the situation, which only continued to fuel conspiracy theories. Lots more witnesses came forward and spoke out about the Roswell UFO incident, including a photographer who claims that he was asked if he could photograph the crash site. He explained how he was asked to take photos inside a dark-tinted area where he observed 4 identical bodies with humongous heads and shadowy skin. After taking the pictures, he was debriefed and ordered to forget everything he noticed at the crash site. But then a witness more credible than everybody else combined spoke out just before he passed away in 2005. His name was Lieutenant Walter Haut, the man who published and released the original weather balloon report back in 1947. Before his passing, he wrote and left a sworn affidavit in which he claimed that the weather balloon story was a cover-up for the UFO that had been successfully recovered from the crash site. He also confirmed that he had seen dead alien bodies in this still widely debated Roswell UFO incident. With these 2 incidents raising so much speculations and questions, one might ask if we will ever know what went on. However, as the years fly by and as the people who were involved or witnessed these incidents pass away, we are really only drifting further away from the inevitable answer. So until the government sheds light on this mystery or the next incident does that for us, we can only continuously marvel at the fact that these 2 instances combined have been not only the gateway to extraterrestrial debates as we know them today, but also might just be the biggest government cover-ups in history regarding human contact with alien and otherworldly beings. Though these 2 events are the most widely renowned encounters with extraterrestrials, thousands of encounters have been reported throughout the world to the present day. I never told anyone this story because I never thought they would believe me. I was home alone one evening and had gone to sleep for the night. I lived with my significant other and 2 indoor cats, but she was out of state traveling for business.
3 years ago, I contracted bacterial meningitis. I live in South Florida. I don't believe there was an outbreak going on or anything, so I'm not sure how I caught it or who I could have caught it from. I started developing really bad symptoms: painful headaches, confusion, sleepiness, nausea, and lack of appetite. But when the hallucinations started, that's when I knew I had something really serious. Laying sick in bed while my husband was at work, I heard a child's voice call "Mom" from downstairs. We don't have any kids. I dragged myself out of bed to look down the stairway and called my husband's name. Of course, he didn't answer because he was at work. The headache I had from standing was too much, so I went back to bed. For a second time, I heard a voice call from downstairs. It said, "Hello." I picked up the phone and called my husband, freaking out to him that I was hearing a scary child's voice from inside the house and that I thought I was hallucinating. He heard how distressed I was over the phone, so he left work early to bring me to the hospital. While waiting for him to get home, I changed out of my pajamas, and while doing so, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. As I was mid-throwing up, I heard another voice from outside the bathroom. I couldn't hear what it said, nor could I tell if it sounded the same as the other voice I heard. I was losing my mind. I wasn't diagnosed until I arrived at the hospital, and apparently, if untreated, what I had could be very serious, even fatal. The doctor told me the hallucinations part was rather unusual but not unheard of. I was given antibiotics through a needle shortly after I arrived at the hospital with my husband. The doctor told me that I was fortunate to have come to the hospital so quickly, as if I had waited much longer, this could have had lasting effects or possibly been fatal. My husband stayed with me for a few hours in the room. I was told I was going to have to stay there for a few days to a week, given the severity of my symptoms. Around 10 o'clock, my husband left to go home, as he had work the next day. The nurse told me to call her if I should have any issues. Though I still felt like absolute death, I nodded off pretty quickly. I started having this dream where my ex-husband was in the room over my bed, looking down at me and talking, He was saying horrible things about my current husband. He patted my head and said he was glad I was okay and that he came as soon as he saw my husband leave. He went into this rant about how he despises my current husband and wants to kill him. He kept rubbing my forehead, then left the room. I often have bad dreams about my ex-husband because of how toxic and abusive our marriage was and why it ended, which I'd rather not include. I woke up in this drowsy, lightheaded state and looked around the room. There was a chair pulled up in front of my hospital bed, but no one was sitting in it. It wasn't like that when my husband left. It was still the middle of the night, so I went back to sleep. I woke up the next morning to the nurse in the room. I told her about the weirdly vivid dream I had, and she told me that wasn't a dream, that my cousin came to visit me last night. I told her I don't have any cousins that live in the state. She looked more serious now and said, "Well, someone who said they're your cousin Tom visited you late last night." Tom was the name of my ex-husband. After explaining better, the nurse got a doctor, and the doctor told me the antibiotics may have caused delirium, which hindered my ability to recognize sleep from wakefulness. Hence, why I was so vividly hearing what Tom was saying. I called my husband to tell him what happened, and of course, he was livid and concerned. He came back again that night after work. That day, I texted Tom asking what the hell he was thinking visiting me, and how did he know I was in the hospital. My text delivered, but he ignored it. I sent a follow-up, telling him I heard all of his threats towards my husband and that I'd be getting the police involved. Minutes later, he responded, saying, "I never made any threats towards your husband. I was simply there when I heard what happened to make sure you were okay. You must have heard things in your sleep." I responded, "Stay out of my life or I'll get the police involved again." He didn't respond after this. I never told my husband about the threats I heard in my drowsy, half-asleep state because I didn't know if they were real or not. With a mix of the antibiotics and my already weird audible hallucinations the day before, I don't think it's impossible that what I heard wasn't actually what was said. But I could be wrong. I left the hospital the next week.
When I was 25, I had to move out of state for work. I still work with the company, but I've been able to move back to my hometown and work at the local office here. But at the time, I needed somewhere to live that wouldn't be bank-breaking. I made a posting on basically all the websites for a roommate, Instagram, Craigslist, Twitter, and even on my neighborhood subreddit. I had a guy named Chad reach out to me on Instagram stating he had a room available in his place. I looked at his pictures to see if he looked like a somewhat normal guy, and he did. I was open to the idea of having a male roommate as long as they seemed normal, even though my parents were very against it. Chad and I FaceTimed, during which he gave me a virtual tour of the place. Apparently, he owned the place outright. It was a modest house in the middle of town, only a 15-minute drive from where my office would be. He also seemed pretty nice. I didn't get any bad vibes at all. His price was fair, and his rules were pretty fair too. He said it was available to move in right away, which was perfect. So it was settled. A week later, I had all my things packed and drove down. I met Chad right out front of the house where he greeted me and handed me a key. The first thing I noticed about him was that he was really short, eye level with me. He helped me bring some of the bigger and heavier bags inside. He showed me my room, which was already furnished. He said one of his friends had been living there and recently moved out. I replaced all the pillows and bed sheets with my own, of course. The rest of that day was spent settling in. Chad, I could see, was trying to get to know me and presumably make me feel at home. I didn't get any overly friendly vibes yet. The next day was Sunday. Chad offered to drive me around town to show me around. I wasn't eager to, but I said sure just to get off on a good start with him. He drove us around town, showing me where the good shopping centers and restaurants were. But then he offered to get us lunch. I really wasn't hungry, and he was suggesting a sit-down lunch, almost like a date. I didn't want him to get any kind of wrong idea. I just needed a room. I said I wasn't hungry, and then he right away suggested we go grab drinks somewhere instead. I politely shot it down too, saying I don't drink on work nights. He was being a bit pushy, saying, "Come on, just a couple drinks." I still maintained my politeness and said another time. He gave up and went really quiet all of a sudden, like he was upset. I'll admit, I was slightly uncomfortable, but nothing I couldn't handle yet. That week was my first week at work, so my attention was focused mostly on adjusting to the work week. It wasn't until a few days into the week that I got home, did my laundry, and noticed my hamper full of clothes seemed moved, like the clothes weren't how I remembered they were left. And it wasn't until I was loading the washing machine that I noticed a pair of my underwear was missing. I checked my room top to bottom like 5 times. It was gone. I had a disturbing thought. What if Chad? No, I refused to believe that just yet, and there was no chance in hell I would confront him and ask him that. Still, I was now starting to wish there was a lock on the bedroom door. That weekend, I bought a lockable doorknob from Ace Hardware, and while Chad wasn't home, I swapped out the current doorknob with the new one. Now I could leave the place in peace. I figured I'd tell Chad the next time I saw him. He didn't come home that night, though. He must have been working. His schedule seemed pretty random. That night, I awoke to banging on my bedroom door. It was Chad. He was saying my name, and he didn't sound happy. I checked the time, and it was like 1:30 in the morning. I decided I would pretend I was asleep. I was honestly kind of scared to open the door. I had a feeling it had to do with the doorknob, and I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of texts from Chad saying, "We need to talk. Be home after work." I simply responded, "Is this about the doorknob?" And he responded back, "Yes." I apologized to him and said I was planning on telling him. He replied back, "It comes off today." I was getting incredibly nasty and weird vibes from his tone. My next response I thought out a little longer and basically said how I hoped he could sympathize and understand that I'm a girl and I just feel safer being able to have privacy in my room. He responded a little nicer this time, but he still basically said no to my request and that the old doorknob needs to go back on. I was confused and upset, but I had to respect his rules. I did also install it without telling him, so I felt like he had a right to be kind of mad. But how did he know I changed it? It's not like I had the old doorknob sitting out in the open. The idea that he tried coming into my room that night kind of scared me. I changed the doorknob back the next day and returned to Ace. This is where things went really downhill, though. There was a knock at the door one day when Chad wasn't home. It was a girl around my age. She asked me if I was living here with Chad, and I said yes. She warned me to get out of there immediately, that Chad has multiple restraining orders against him from different girls and he's known to be a very dangerous, creepy stalker. I was at a loss for words. I asked her how she knew I was here. She said she knew that he was trying to rent his room and that it's not surprising he opted to have a girl move in. She said she saw me moving in and wanted to wait till he wasn't home to come warn me. I thanked her so much. I truly was terrified now. I had already paid Chad for the entire month, and I didn't know what to do. She said she would help me in any way she could. I took her number, and she left. I started packing my things and looking for other places I could move to. I found something across town, a studio apartment sublet for a little more money. I contacted the poster of the ad, and she told me I could move in as soon as possible. Perfect. Now I just needed to tell Chad and get my money back. I started packing some of my stuff into my car, and I texted him that I'd have to be moving out tomorrow as something with my family came up and I needed to go home. He didn't answer. He got back to the house about an hour later and asked me about my text. I came up with my best fake story possible, and he said yeah, he'll give me the money back tomorrow after he goes to the bank. I was super relieved. About an hour later, he knocked on my door and then said, "Did by some chance some girl say something to you?" I simply said, "No, what do you mean?" And he said, "Never mind. It just seems like you're running away out of here for another reason." I insisted that it was purely because of the family reasons. He said okay and left. Sadly, the story didn't end there. I woke up that night and screamed at the top of my lungs when I saw a black figure sitting on the end of the bed. It was Chad. He turned and put his hand on my mouth and went, "Shoo." I said, "Please don't hurt me," and he responded, "Why would I hurt you? I knew someone said something to you. Don't believe what these girls say." I said, "You're scaring me, and this part is still just as insane to me as it was in that moment." He started to caress my leg and he said, "I don't mean to scare you," right after I said he was scaring me. I got out of the bed and ran for the door, and he screamed at me to stop. I ran outside with my phone in hand and called the police. I hid in the bush until they showed up and I explained the entire situation to them. They made Chad come outside and give his side of the story. Basically, I told them I just want to get all my stuff out of the room and I'm leaving. So the cops stayed there as I collected the remainder of my stuff and brought it all to my car. I also insisted on Chad then owing me the money back while the police were there, and he did so. Actually, the whole time the police were there he tried his best to act like some normal dude. I could tell one of the officers then pulled me to the side to tell me that this guy had been arrested before for other incidents with women, but Chad denied ever coming in my room or touching me or anything, so it was all he said, she said. I left the house and went straight to a hotel for the night. The next day I moved into the studio apartment. Luckily, the girl who posted it was able to facilitate my quick move-in. I have never, and will never, live with another man who's not my boyfriend or husband ever again, or just anyone I don't know for that matter. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. Ever since I was a kid, I loved carnivals. The lights, the games, the unpredictable joy of it all. I know lots of people find them weird and childish, but not me. Growing up in a small town in Indiana, it's not like there was a whole bunch to do. So whenever the carnivals would roll through town, you best believe I was spending as much time there as I possibly could. It's been over 20 years, and I still enjoy the atmosphere of a local carnival. Despite what I'm about to tell you, I think my love for carnivals is something I'll never lose. I was like 9 or 10 when this happened, and I was a kind of nerdy kid growing up. In the days leading up to the spring carnival, I found myself in the library reading up on whatever I found interesting at the time. For whatever reason, I wound up in the history section. I remember the books being literally caked in layers of dust. That's how long it had been since they were even touched. I was flipping through a book on the history of our town when a small, faded slip of paper fell out from between the pages. Confused, I leaned down to pick it up. To my pleasant surprise, it was a ticket for our local spring carnival, dated over 15 years ago. The odds of something like that happening had to be extremely low. I was ecstatic. This ticket would make a great addition to my miscellaneous collection back home. What was even cooler, though, was the fact that the date on the ticket was just 2 days away, when the carnival would certainly be in town. As I predicted, the carnival cruised into town the next morning, so I figured, why not use the old ticket just for laughs, to see what the booth attendant would say. I wanted to get it punched anyway. The next evening, I headed to the carnival with the ticket safely tucked away in my pocket. As I approached the entrance, the carnival seemed just as lively as ever, the air filled with the scent of cotton candy and popcorn. I pulled out the ticket at the gate, handing it over to the guy at the booth. His face changed the moment he saw it. He went pale, his eyes widening slightly before he masked his reaction with a forced smile. It was honestly a little creepy. Enjoy your evening," he stammered, handing me back the ticket without punching it. I was so weirded out by his reaction that I forgot to ask him to punch it. I shrugged it off, though, thinking maybe he was just new and confused about the old design of the ticket. I wandered around, played some games, and enjoyed a funnel cake. The night was perfect, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I felt eyes on me, observing. Maybe it was just paranoia. I tried to ignore it at first, but I kept noticing the carnival employees giving me weird looks. After a while, I got fed up and decided to ask one of the older game operators about it. I found a kindly-looking elderly man running the ring toss booth. I showed him the ticket, and unlike the booth guy, he didn't even try to hide his shock. He glanced around nervously before leaning closer. "Young man, where did you get this?" he asked. After telling him where I found it, I started feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Maybe I should have just kept the ticket at home. "You found something you weren't meant to find," the old man started, his voice dropping to a whisper. "This ticket is part of a story that the folks around here don't talk about much. About 15 years ago, something terrible happened during the carnival right here in this town." He paused as if weighing whether to continue. "There was a young worker, name of Win, nice kid, everybody liked him. He was responsible for one of the rides. I can't remember which. One night, he just disappeared, vanished without a trace. The police found his wallet, but there was nothing in it except a ticket that looked an awful lot like this one," he said, gesturing towards my hands. The atmosphere around us seemed to drop a few degrees. He continued, "They searched everywhere, even drained the local pond, but no sign of him. After that, strange things started happening every time the carnival stopped here, accidents, things going missing, odd sightings. People said it was when trying to come back, or something worse, that took him. I could feel a chill running down my spine, but a part of me was skeptical. "And you believe that?" I asked. The old man shrugged. "I've seen enough to keep an open mind. But the point is, the ticket you found might stir things up. It's best you get rid of it. Leave it here." He then motioned for me to give it to him, but I was reluctant. I looked down at it, reading it over again as if there was some kind of secret I was missing. How could a ticket be the cause of all that? I questioned, still not fully buying it. The look in his eye got darker, his tone switched almost as if he were angry. "Give it here," he told me, almost in a growl. I considered it but concluded that some stupid story wasn't worth giving up such a cool souvenir. I told him no, and he actually sprung up with a quickness that startled me. He reached for the ticket, his fingers grazing my hand. I jerked back instinctively, clutching the ticket tighter. The old man's expression morphed into something desperate, almost predatory. "You don't understand," he hissed, his eyes darting around as if expecting something or someone to emerge from the shadows. I backed away towards the tense exit, my heart pounding. "I think I should go," I stammered, turning to lose myself in the crowd. Behind me, I could hear his calls, a mix of pleading and warning. I didn't care what he was saying though. I let the bustling crowd around me drown his voice out. My mind was racing, not even about the ticket, but more so his aggressive reaction. The joy of the carnival had been spoiled. I left earlier than planned, the ticket burning a hole in my pocket. Over the next few days, my luck seemed to turn sharply. I missed catching the school bus, scraped my knee pretty bad in a bike accident, and worst of all, my best friend accused me of stealing his favorite baseball card, something I would never do. Things got worse than that, though. I remember coming home one night to my mother in tears after losing her job. My brother broke his leg skateboarding the next week, and our beloved family pet, Bean, also passed away a few days after that. It was like a dark cloud had settled over me since that night at the carnival. I couldn't help but remember the old man's warning about the ticket stirring things up. It seemed ridiculous, but then again, so was the string of bad luck that followed me. My dad laughed when I told him about my theory. He told me that there was no such thing as ghosts and that I shouldn't be so superstitious. One rainy afternoon after school, after a particularly tough day where I had forgotten my lunch and had to go hungry, I pulled the ticket out. I stared at it, this small piece of paper that had brought nothing but trouble. Feeling a mix of anger and fear, I decided I had had enough. I grabbed my raincoat and boots and trudged out to the creek that ran behind our house. My heart felt like it was pounding out of my chest as the rain soaked through my hair. Standing at the creek's edge, I took one last look at the ticket before tearing it into tiny pieces and watching them get swept up by the current. It's just a piece of paper, I thought. Things started to look up after that. My friend found his baseball card and apologized to me, and we became friends again. I didn't miss the bus a single time that school year. My mom got a better job in the next couple of days. Whether it was all a coincidence or that ticket really was cursed, I couldn't say, but one thing was for sure, I learned to be more careful about what I picked up and brought home. I don't believe in the supernatural, even after all this stuff happened to me. My parents liked telling me that I imagined everything because I was so young. It's still hard to fully explain it, but I've long since accepted it as one of those weird coincidences that you just can't explain. When my dad was around 50, he got an African gray. He always loved parrots his whole life, so I was happy for him to get one after his retirement. He named the bird Mango. My dad taught Mango a whole vocabulary of words, and he actually trained him to understand the meaning behind certain words like hello, what's up, food, thank you, good, and a few others. My dad passed away at 70, and with that came the time to figure out, among my siblings and me, what would happen to Mango. My brother and sister didn't want the responsibility of taking Mango into their homes. Plus, Their spouses were against it too. But I couldn't bear the idea of giving him away to a new home. Mango was, and is, one of my last connections to my dad. In a sense, that was his best friend. So I decided I would take him into my home. I put his cage in the den of my house. My house doesn't have a basement, so the den is considered the lowest level of the house. Mango is a moderately noisy bird. He could be a chatterbox some hours of the day, usually earlier on, but later in the day and at night, he quiets down. When he's too noisy, I'll throw a blanket over his cage, and that normally quiets him down. I watch TV in the den at night to keep him company, then around 10, I'll migrate to my room to let him go to sleep. That's pretty much the backstory behind Mango. I've been taking care of him for 2 years now, so I know exactly how he behaves and when he's acting out of the ordinary. Speaking of out of the ordinary, there was one night in December, around 10:30 p.m., that Mango started making sounds while I was trying to sleep. I sleep with the door open since I live alone and need to be able to hear anything if something's going on in the house. Hearing him making his squawking noises past dark, especially this late at night, was unusual beyond doubt, and something was irritating him. I went down to the den to see what was bothering him. He was wide awake on the lower perch of the two in the cage. He looked at me and was saying things like, "Hello," and "What's up," and his name, all the while he was nodding his head up and down, moving his whole body in the process as if he were dancing. I tried to feed him, but he didn't eat, so I covered him with the blanket, hoping he would stop. I was in the kitchen when I stopped inside because he was still making the noises, and I had a feeling he wasn't going to stop. Having work the next day, I couldn't afford to lose sleep because of him. I really didn't know what to do. I'm still, to this day, not exactly a bird expert. I went back downstairs and uncovered him. He was still doing his little dance, popping his head and body, and making his distress sounds. It didn't click with me until I thought I heard something in the pantry closet a few feet away from his cage. I walked over to it and hovered my hand over the light switch to the pantry, which was outside of the door. The door has one of those big glass panels that many pantry doors have. So when I flicked the light switch, I saw the outline of a body on the inside. My flight or fight response kicked in, and I chose fight. I opened the door, screaming, trying to get my adrenaline rushing, and I grabbed the man in the pantry closet out and threw him to the floor. He tried to fight back, but I easily overpowered him and had him in what I could best describe as a choke hold. He was a man in his 50s, looking homeless, with the smell to match it. I yelled at him, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" He tried grabbing my face, possibly to gouge my eyes or something, but I continued to wring his neck and punch him. During all this, Mango was going berserk in his cage. When the man on the floor seemed weak enough, I literally sprinted for the nearest phone and came right back, keeping him on the ground while I called 911. The man was taken to jail, but he had no ID on him. Nothing. He was homeless and had nothing to his name. As such, he was considered what some people call judgment-proof, meaning even if I tried to sue him, I wouldn't get anything from him. He had raided my pantry closet that night and had opened jars of peanut butter, boxes of cookies, and crackers and all sorts of other boxed and canned foods. If it weren't for my dad's parrot, I don't know what else that man would have taken or done in my house. I'm grateful for Mango, and I like to think part of my dad is watching over me in that bird. This happened in the early summer of 2020, right when COVID was at its peak. I'm sure most of you can relate to staying at home during quarantine and not being able to go out. With the constant boredom of staying locked away inside of my house, I decided to take a day for a fishing trip. I live in South Florida, a place where it's notorious to go fishing. My state was still on lockdown, but I didn't care. I drove about an hour's drive away to Key West and went under a bridge to where I was sure I would get a decent catch. The waves were a little rough, but it didn't matter. Fast forward to about 30 minutes later, I'm still fishing, waiting for a bite. I look to my left and see what appeared to be a blue tarp setup behind one of the pillars of the bridge. I thought nothing of it, but for whatever reason, I looked back and saw a man standing there looking at me. To be honest, he kind of startled me as I jumped a little bit and nodded my head as a hello. However, he didn't seem to acknowledge my greeting as he kept staring at me with this blank expression I couldn't even describe. By the looks of it, he looked homeless, worn, torn clothes and had a full-on white beard, kind of like what you would picture as your typical old fisherman. What made me unsettled, however, was that his right hand was always behind his back. I pretended to concentrate on fishing, but I could still feel his gaze looking at me. Suddenly, he then jumps into the water and is swimming directly toward me. Even with the rough waves and the current from under the bridge, he was extremely fast. I was out from under that bridge in less than 15 seconds and got in my car with my foot glued to the gas pedal. I also left my stuff behind as, obviously, my life was more worth saving than that. I drove about a few miles where I stopped at a gas station for a snack and then proceeded to go home. What that man was going to do to me or what he wanted, I don't know. I assumed he was probably a dangerous homeless person who didn't like people near where he lived. The next day, I drove back to the bridge and tried to get my stuff, only to find it gone. Not only that, but the blue tarp and the man were also gone. Nothing was left except for an old hunting knife left on one of the platforms where the pillars were held up. After seeing it, I knew that's probably what he was hiding behind his back. Throughout my life, I would go through phases of different hobbies. I'd pick something that interests me, obsess over it for a year or so, and then find something new to keep myself entertained. During the summer of 2022, I was big into fishing. About an hour's drive away is a shore house my family has owned for decades that's on the water with a lagoon and a small Boston whaler. My friends and I would take frequent trips there to fish and just chill. It was the following October, after summer, when my two friends, Asher and Victor, decided to hit the shore house for a weekend to try to catch some striper, as they're abundant during the fall months. Asher was an avid fisherman, which was a big reason why I got into the whole fishing craze in the first place. Unfortunately, during this time, our boat was out of the water due to maintenance, so we'd have to fish off the beach and piers. This was no problem, though, as Asher had all the necessary rods and gear to do so. We got together on a Friday afternoon and I drove us all down. When we got there, we fished during the day off of different piers along the inlet. Night rolled by, and only one of us had caught a fish, which was Asher, of course. It was just a small bass though, nothing too exciting. Bummed about our luck, we decided to stay up late to fish off the beach during the night. Asher said he knew a good beach spot about 20 minutes away, which took us down a desolate road with woods on both sides. It opened up into a small gravel parking area, or at least what seemed like one. Asher said since we'd have to walk a little ways to the spot, we should take everything we need now so we wouldn't have to go back to the car to get anything. We planned on staying up to catch the sunrise, so we packed accordingly. We walked about 5 minutes down this path, which opened up into a massive beach. We set up camp, which consisted of beach chairs, a speaker, and 2 coolers, one filled with ice for fish and one filled with snacks, water, and beers. Asher brought these massive fishing rods that were ideal for beach fishing and also rod holders that you would hammer into the sand. He also had these little bells that connect to the tip of the rod to notify you of any movement. We all cast our rods, cracked a couple of beers, and played the waiting game. Within 2 hours, each of us had caught decent-sized fish, which definitely lightened our spirits. We were having a great time, music blasting, knowing that no one was around on this deserted beach. Mid-conversation, Victor stopped talking, lowered the music, and jolted his head to the left. He asked if we heard that, to which we replied, "Heard what?" It looked like he was concentrating on something for a second and then said, "I heard someone yell something." We obviously thought he was hearing things or just joking with us, but he insisted he heard someone yell out something that sounded like a "yo" or a "hey." Either way, it seemed unlikely given that we were on some hidden beach at like 1 a.m., so he quickly forgot about it and our conversation resumed. It definitely made us more aware, though. A couple of minutes later, right after I cast in a fresh hook, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. There was something on the beach in the distance, but I couldn't see what exactly. The others noticed it too. As it got closer, we realized what it was, a person walking towards us. We grew silent and turned off the music. He came up to us. It was a middle-aged white man, maybe 40 or 50. He was wearing a dark blue jacket with a hat and hood up. The way he walked up to us was really sketchy, and he had this intimidating look on his face. We said, "What's up?" kind of awkwardly. He just eyed us down for like 10 seconds and then said in a low voice, "What are you boys up to?" It was pretty apparent what we were up to. Asher said, "We're fishing," and he let out some grunt of acknowledgement and nodded his head. He didn't say a word after that and just stood there, looking at us, then at the rods, and then at the water. We shot each other looks, thinking he was going to try and rob us. There was no way he could have taken on the three of us, though. The bell on one of our rods broke the silence, notifying us that we had potentially hooked a fish. I said, "We got one," kind of directed at everyone, but mostly at that weird guy in hopes that I would get some response out of him like a normal person. I walked over to the rods and reeled in a small striper. When I went back to unhook the fish, that man had turned around and left. We watched as his dark silhouette faded away into the night. We made sure that we had all of our belongings, then sat and just talked about how odd that encounter was. He left without harming us, though, so we concluded that he was just some weird man who was now, thankfully, out of our business. We kept the music off just to be cautious and cracked a few more beers as our conversation transitioned to different topics. At one point, while staring into the horizon, I thought I heard something in the distance. It took me a second to realize what it was, but when I did, my heart dropped. It was a car alarm. I knew it was mine. It was the only car in that lot, and there were no houses out there for probably miles. We started panicking and decided to run back to the car, leaving all of our stuff behind. It took us a couple of minutes to get there, and when we did, I was completely distraught. My tires had been slashed, and my driver's side window had been shattered. I got on my phone with the police immediately and told them my location and situation. The operator asked if I knew who may have done it, and we said some sketchy guy came up to us as we were fishing. She asked if I knew where he went, and I said no. Just as I said this, we heard rustling in the woods around us. My heart rose into my throat. I felt trapped. We frantically ran like 200 yards down the road and hid in the trees. I told the operator this, and she said to stay hidden and keep quiet. Within 10 minutes, we saw 2 cop cars speed up with their lights on. We ran back to the car and saw 3 officers searching the area. Multiple things had been stolen, including my wallet, some cash that was in the glove box, and the remainder of Asher's fishing gear. They found a large knife lying on the ground nearby, which they took for fingerprints and evidence. I told them the whole story, with my adrenaline still pumping. They said we were smart to run away and hide, as it's very likely this man meant us harm. Those words made me appreciate my life so much more. The officers made us feel safe and were nice enough to help us pack up the equipment and carry it back. They took down our information and gave us a ride back to the house. We stayed up all night reflecting on what had just happened. That morning, Victor got us a ride up north, and I picked up my car from the shop a few days later. To this day, this is by far the most frightening experience I've ever had. What was supposed to be a normal fishing trip became a terrifying ordeal that cost me hundreds of dollars worth of damages. I never got a call back from the police, meaning that guy is probably still out there. Needless to say, I gave up fishing as a hobby and haven't touched it since. Working the night shift at Walmart as a night stock person on the weekends was my second job when I was finishing up college. I needed to pay off my loans, so I had to make money however possible. I didn't deal with customers or anything. I would just sign for night deliveries, do warehouse work, and stock shelves in the store during after hours. The typical shift would usually be either 11 to 7 or a 12 to 7. On July 9th, 2015, a Thursday night, I still haven't locked into my brain. I was midway through my shift in the electronics department when I saw in the corner of my eye someone walk past the aisle I was working in. This wouldn't usually catch my attention if it weren't for the fact that there were only two other workers in the building with me that night, Aaron and Baco. They were both wearing the same staff shirts I was wearing. I would know because we all clocked in at the same time. The person I saw in the corner of my eye was wearing all black, so I naturally walked to the end of the aisle and did a little peep around the shelf. No one was there. I yelled both Aaron and Baco's names, but when they didn't answer, it made it even stranger. Regardless, I went back to work. I was holding in a pee for a while, and I told myself I'd go when I finished work in that aisle. Seconds later, there was a huge crash a few aisles down. It actually startled me. I ran over to see what it was, and a bicycle was somehow knocked off its hook. The hook was still fine and in place. It seemed like someone would have had to put effort into knocking this down. I hung it back up and started walking around the aisles, suspicious as hell. I got to the last aisle towards the back of the store, which was the paper and cleaning aisle. Then, there was this freaky-ass sound that I could best describe as a laugh. It sounded like it came from literally the next aisle over. So, once again, I did a short run back to that aisle and felt my heart drop when I saw a man dressed in all black, waiting by the end of the aisle with his back facing me, but his head turned so that all I saw was only half his face. Then, he suddenly ran, not towards me, but down some other aisle. I heard his footsteps running around. I was faced with a choice of chasing after him or going to find my two coworkers, and I chose the latter. All the while, I heard these freakish laughing sounds and footsteps that I honestly felt like were circling me. I found Aaron in the women's department and told him to be on the lookout for someone who wasn't meant to be in the building, dressed in all black. We didn't have walkie-talkies, so I asked him to tell Baco if he ran into him. I excused myself because I couldn't hold it any longer. I had to go to the bathroom. I ran to the employees-only bathroom, which was in the warehouse section. I put a nest of toilet paper on the seat in one of the stalls and sat down, and yes, I'm the kind of person to sit when I pee. The door to the bathroom opened and closed naturally with 3 to 4 people in the building. I said, "Who is that?" and with no answer. I assumed the worst. I heard that horrific laughing again and someone stepped into view from between the crack in the door. Looking right in. They stepped closer until the crack was completely covered, and all I saw of their face was an eye. Then, the whispering began, unintelligible whispering, but the echo from the bathroom just made it more unsettling. I just remembered I had Aaron's phone number saved on my phone, so I got it out and called him at once. I was very loud with what I was saying, telling Aaron to get to the bathroom at once and help me. I stayed on the line with him and watched as the man on the other side of the stall left one more time, then ran out of the bathroom. I told Aaron to hurry, and 20 to 30 seconds later, Aaron entered the bathroom. He said he didn't see anyone on his way there. We didn't have any security guys working when the store was closed, so we couldn't even go look at the cameras. I stayed by Aaron the rest of the night, helping in whatever sections he was working in, because safety in numbers. I texted my boss that night, and when I woke up at 3 p.m. the next day, I read his response. He said all the camera screens returned static footage from the night before. Nobody went and turned them off as far as he knew. I got chills reading his texts. He believed my story and assumed it was related to the cameras, but with no video proof of the breaking and entering or trespassing, I don't think there was anything he could do. It was all above my pay grade, though. That was the only night shift I've ever had where something truly unexplainable happened. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. I was not really popular or anything, I just did it for fun. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch. Sometimes they would play with me in the games as well. Every now and then a few other random people would watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't trying to become famous or anything. One night, I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Luck, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point, I saw there was another viewer, and soon the new viewer started talking in the chat and leaving comments. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, and I realized it was a new person. I said hi to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded, saying hi, but a short time later, their comments turned bad. It started with basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage kid just messing around on a Twitch account. I remember asking on the stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking that it was really funny, though. The comments then got threatening. The user said something like they were going to find me and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way because my stream was always pretty fun and lighthearted. The first comment the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it. This shocked me because my name was not my username or anything, and this person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me, and that's what Luck thought as well. I remember Luck asking who it was, going through a list of friends that he thought it could be. The person denied it all. After going back and forth for a bit, the person eventually left, and I ended the stream a short time later. But the very next night, the person was back. I went back on what I usually did and was playing Fortnite again. Luck also joined, and it was just the two of us like the night prior. Well, maybe 30 minutes into the stream, the mystery person returned. They started commenting again, picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were going to my house. I was kind of like, okay, buddy, let's see it, and still not taking it seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but then out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my house. Then I heard this loud knocking coming from the front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was at home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Luck about it, who seemed shocked. This definitely had to be a friend, I said. I was getting up and went over to go look. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could see somebody through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step who was wearing all black and a ski mask. He did not resemble any of my friends, but I guess it could have been one of them. I just had a bad feeling about it, though, like this was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but loudly knocked again on the front door. I was not going to answer it. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Me and Luck talked about who it could be, and I told him that I thought it was someone totally random. Luck was telling me that I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check, but the guy was gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, there was a big dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my car, which is a Pontiac Aztec. Now I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told all my friends about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again a while after it happened, but the guy never joined another stream or at least never said anything. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. This is a story that took place back when I was a kid. I was probably somewhere between the ages of 8 and 9. At that age, I loved Christmas mainly because of all the things that I would get. I lived with my parents, brother, and sister in a 2-story home in a typical neighborhood. Each year, we would do lots of decorating inside and outside of the house. Our Christmas tree would go in the corner of our living room, and all the presents would go underneath it. On Christmas Eve that year, we went to my grandparents' house and then we were going to my uncle's on Christmas. That night on Christmas Eve, after we all went to bed, I had a difficult time falling asleep. I usually did when I was a kid because I was always so excited for Christmas. I finally was able to doze off for a bit but woke up sometime later when it was still night. I remember just turning over to try to go back to sleep, but then I thought I heard a noise. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. My bedroom was the closest to the stairs, and even I could barely hear it. I looked at the clock, and it was 1 a.m. I didn't know why anybody would be up at this hour. Being that young and a curious kid, I decided to go and look. I left my bedroom and then walked a few feet to the railing of the stairs that overlooked the living room. I looked down, and everything seemed normal. All of the lights were off, but the lights from the Christmas tree and the few other decorations were on, so I could see a little bit. I looked down at the tree for a little while longer. It was very large, and we always got the biggest tree that we could find. But then I saw somebody come out from behind the tree. It wasn't my dad or brother, but a random guy that I didn't know. As soon as I realized that it was a random guy, I turned and ran. I went to the end of the hallway where my parents' bedroom was. I woke them up and told them that there was some guy in the house. I remember that my dad got up to look. He came back a short time later and said that he saw somebody leaving the house through the window. The police were called, and when they got out to our house, they searched all over our property. They didn't find the guy, but they did find that our window was broken. None of us had heard it break, so the guy must have quietly done it somehow. It was a living room window that was broken, and I think that I saw him not long after he got in the house because nothing was even stolen. I think that he either saw me or heard me, and that scared him off. I'm just really glad that he didn't try to come upstairs or anything. It still really freaked me out knowing that somebody broke in. It took me a long time to be able to fall back asleep, but eventually, I was able to. That was by far my craziest Christmas experience. Nothing like that has happened since, much less on Christmas. I still don't know who the guy was or why he chose our house. I also don't know if the police ever found him. At the age of 17, I was working as a pizza delivery boy for a local pizza place. I had been doing it for months by this point and had completed countless deliveries already. My first car was an old cheap Toyota, which was perfect for bopping around town. It was a Friday or Saturday night, and I was working the closing shift, which ended at 12 a.m. The pizzeria stayed open later on weekends. This happened towards the end of the night, past 11 for sure. My boss, who I'll just call Mario, would always give me the details for the houses I'd be delivering to and their orders. We had an order for 1 pie to a woman named Kim, ironically. It was an unusually long drive, about 15 minutes. Most orders came locally, around 5 minutes away on average. I expected a better tip for this reason. I brought the pizza to my car and off I went, listening to my usual playlist on the way. I pulled down the block of the address and parked in front of the house. It was a small-sized house, as were most of the houses in the area. It seemed to be a lower-income area. The lights were on in one of the rooms on the first floor. I was approaching the door when suddenly a woman called out from a window of the house next door, saying, "Excuse me, that pizza is for us. We gave the wrong address." So, I walked next door to the front door and saw that the doorbell was broken. I opened the storm door and knocked really loud on the main door. There wasn't an answer for a good 30 seconds, so I knocked again and heard a woman's voice on the other side yell, "1 second." However, they still took forever to open the door. Another minute passed before the door finally opened, and a woman, probably in her mid-40s, answered the door. She immediately smiled at me and gave a flirtatious head-to-toe stare at me, as if she were checking me out. She said in a loud voice, "Charlie, come look how handsome the delivery boy is." Another woman, about the same age, came over to the door and did the same thing. Right away, I felt my cheeks getting red as I was a bit shy around older women like that. The woman who opened the door, who I assumed was Kim, asked me what time I got off work. That was when I started getting really nervous because I wasn't good at flirting with women at that age. I said, "This is probably my last delivery." One of the women asked if I wanted to come in and have some wine with them. I knew my friends would all rip on me forever if I blew this opportunity, so I said, "Yeah, sure." They asked how old I was, and I said 21. They both laughed, and one of them said they didn't care if I was under 21. They told me to sit on the couch, so I did. They both sat on either side of me. This whole encounter felt too good to be true. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I had a feeling these two women were already very drunk. From there, the women were both being very flirty with me, commenting on my dimples and saying how cute my shyness was, and all this stuff. I was drinking some wine, pretending like it didn't taste disgusting to me because I didn't drink wine at that age at all. The woman, Chelsea, started saying they wanted to show me something in the basement. I laughed and said, "What is it?" They both laughed and said it's a secret, but I'll like what it is. They wanted me to go down first. Honestly, I had my own fantasy about what was going to happen in the basement. Unfortunately, it was nowhere near that. I walked over to the doorway of the basement and looked down into the darkness below. I looked back at them and noticed they weren't laughing anymore. They had these blank faces until they noticed me look back at them, and they started to laugh and smile again. I said in a firm voice, "What's down there?" They said almost in unison, "It's a surprise." I started to walk slowly down into the basement, asking where the light switch was. One of them said, "Leave the lights off." Now, this part I'm not 100% certain of, but I was looking down into the basement and I thought I saw something move, something like a person's arm or hand. I turned around and saw the two women weirdly creeping towards the door sneakily. I stepped out of the basement and shut the door. I told them I needed the money for the pizza as I nervously walked around them closer to the front door. This was when I spotted a towering huge man standing in the doorway of an adjacent room, probably the kitchen. His 5 words have stayed with me all these years later: "Let's just make this easy." I turned for the door and said, "The pizza's free." I ran to open it and slammed it behind me, only to hear it open seconds later. I got in my car, locking the door first thing, and that man was already outside my passenger side window looking in. He tried opening the door and then knocked on the glass. I put it in drive and got out of there, not looking back. I got back to work and told my boss what happened and why I came back empty-handed. He and the rest of the staff were in shock. I called the non-emergency number to report what happened just in case anything else should be reported at that address again. The police would know that something awful is going on in that house. Whatever trap I was about to walk into. Thank God I didn't find out what it was. This took place a while ago when I was 14. It happened on Halloween. One of my friends and I had plans to go trick-or-treating that night. Now, I realize 14 is a bit old to still be trick-or-treating, but my friend and I figured we still had 1 year left in us. We lived in a really nice neighborhood. However, this meant that there was about an acre of front yard for each house, so it took about 3 minutes to walk between each door. But this was made up for in the number of full-sized candy bars we were given. The neighborhood basically got its reputation as one filled with a ton of rich older people who would all give out full-size candy bars. Because of this, it wasn't unusual to have a lot of other people come from nearby neighborhoods to trick-or-treat. Anyway, my friend and I had been trick-or-treating for around an hour when we came across this one house. It had an old white van parked in the driveway, and the house itself was a lot older than most of the other houses in the neighborhood. But we could tell the house had lights on inside and even some small Halloween decorations hung up outside, so we figured the people inside of it were likely to be handing out candy. Once we got to the front door, we rang the doorbell. After a few seconds, a middle-aged man dressed in a Scream costume opened the door. At first, my friend and I were both excited. Typically, if the house owner was dedicated enough to dress up in costume, we could be sure we were in for some tastier candy. We both said, "Trick or treat," and the guy handed us our candy without saying anything. I don't even remember what candy we were given, but what I do remember is what happened next. We said thank you and started walking off, but the guy told us to wait. He said he had more for us, but that we had to come inside and wait while he went to go get it. It was odd, but we were 14 and figured free candy was free candy. We walked inside and were met with a full wall of Polaroid pictures of different children in Halloween costumes. The man then came around the corner with a camera and explained how he always liked to take photos of the kids every Halloween because he loved seeing their different costumes. My friend and I looked at each other and back at the man. I said we shouldn't and that we should get going because our moms were waiting for us in the car. This wasn't true, but I didn't feel comfortable in that situation. It was honestly really creepy. The guy didn't say anything and just looked at us with his Scream mask as we walked back outside. As we were walking down the driveway, I glanced back at the front door. The man was just standing there, still looking at us, completely motionless. We tried to forget the whole situation as we continued trick-or-treating. 30 minutes in, and we'd practically forgotten all about it, but that's when we noticed a lone white van parked on the street in front of us. This instantly made me think back to the van in that guy's driveway just 30 minutes ago. We slowed our pace a bit, both realizing there was a chance that it was the same van, a small chance, but still. Once we walked past it, it shifted out of park and into drive, now slowly inching behind us. We tried to calm down, reasoning that it was most likely just some parents driving their kids from house to house. This was more common than you would think, as like I mentioned earlier, the houses were a good 3-minute walk from each other. When we got to the next house, we noticed the van parked somewhere behind us. We waited a bit, and that's when we realized there were no kids getting out of that van. It had to have been the same guy from earlier. Dude, what do we do? We were only 10 minutes away from my house at this point, so I responded saying we should make a run for it. My friend agreed, and right as we booked it, the van did the same. We were now 100% positive this guy was following us. I looked behind us and the van was literally right there. We weren't gonna outrun this thing. There was no chance if we stayed next to the road. And we both knew this. So, we jumped a fence and cut through a field that ultimately led to my house's backyard. When we got there, we ran inside and locked all the doors. We had lost the guy. I still occasionally think about this encounter from time to time. This is by far the most disturbing thing I have ever experienced, and it would mark the last time I would ever go trick-or-treating. I live in Burke County, North Carolina, in Morganton. I'm used to the quiet lifestyle that comes with living in a rural place. You get some weird characters here and there, but it's usually nothing too bad. I own a nice plot of land with my husband. My work schedule fluctuates. Sometimes I work days, sometimes I work nights. This happened on a night that I was on my way home after a night shift, so it had to be like 4 a.m. My phone was almost dead. I was hungry. I was tired, and I just wanted to get some food and head home. I stopped at the gas station to get $10 worth of gas and also a packaged sandwich, which I proceeded to eat inside the gas station cafe. Some sketchy guy was eyeing me for a little until he left the building without buying anything. After eating, I went outside to fill up the gas and then got back in the car. The smell of gas was extra pungent for some reason. These roads are very dark and twisty at night, so I was driving slow, especially since I was tired after a long day of work. Then something unexpected happened. The needle on the gas gauge suddenly dropped to E, and the low gas light came on and beeped. I had no idea what was going on. I'm not a car person and I'd never run out of gas before this. Plus, the needle just suddenly dropped. I thought at first that the computer was glitching, so I pulled over and restarted the car, but the needle was still on E. I tried to continue driving, but the engine died. I started having a panic attack. I called my husband first thing, and thank God he picked up. I asked him how did my car run out of gas after I just filled up, and as I got out of the car, I smelt gasoline. I told him this, and he said it sounds like I have a leak. He told me he'd head right over and he'd call our roadside assistance company. But then I heard a car coming with no headlights, and suddenly it stopped not far behind my car. I suddenly thought to bring up that sketchy guy who was watching me at the gas station and asked my husband if there was a chance he did something to my car. My husband's tone suddenly changed to sounding more concerned and worried. He said yes, there's a chance that he may have cut my fuel line. I didn't know what that meant. All I knew was I needed to run. I took my keys out of the ignition and shut the door and locked it so that the headlights would turn off. My phone was on like 2%, so I told him to text me when he's close. I ran off the road and towards the first house I could find. I ran down the long driveway and up the property to the front door. All the lights in the house were off. I still rang the bell multiple times anyway. Eventually, a light turned on and then the door opened. A man in his 60s opened the door. He looked like he was just woken up. I asked him to let me in to hide and charge my phone. After a bit of explaining, he opened the door fully and let me in. I asked him for an iPhone charger, and he said he'd go look for one, then asked me to take a seat in the living room. I sat down, still in my nurse scrubs, feeling a mix of emotions. The man called out from the kitchen asking me if I wanted some water. I said yes, please. Little did he know, I saw his reflection in a mirror in the living room that gave visibility into the kitchen. I saw him fill a cup with water, then I know for a fact I saw him drop something into the water. He walked out of view of the mirror, but the faucet was still running. It ran for a solid 30 more seconds before he turned it off. He came back into the living room with a glass of water and handed it to me. I thanked him, and he sat down and just looked at me, then asked me to explain the situation again. I replied to him, I just really need a charger so that I could contact my husband. He said all right and went upstairs. I checked my phone, and it was on 1%. I used that remaining battery to send my current location to my husband just in case. I then smelt the glass of water, and although it didn't smell like anything, I knew he put something in it. Now I had to make the decision of whether I should leave or not. On one hand, I needed to charge my phone badly. On the other, I was 99% sure he did something to this water. I heard him walking back down the stairs, and he said he doesn't have any iPhone chargers since he has an Android. After he said this, I got up and walked straight for the door. I'm not an idiot. Once outside, I ran back down the driveway to the road. I felt like throwing up. I couldn't believe two separate potential incidents from two different men happened in one night. I crept along the side of the road behind the trees. I took out my phone and sent my updated location, and right around now was when my battery died. I waited until I saw the familiar headlights of my husband's truck. I went out waving my arms, and thank God it was him. I got inside the truck and let all my emotions out, crying to him about what I just went through. He brought us to my car, and there was no longer a car behind mine. My back window was shattered, though, and it appeared someone had gotten into the back seat, but nothing of high value was left in my car to steal anyway. My car battery was also now dead. When I told my husband about the man who tried to potentially drug me, he was so furious he wanted to go break down his door. But I told him no, let's just wait for the tow truck to come. We waited quite a while before it came. My car was towed to my dealership, where they would take the car in the next day. My husband was right. My car was vandalized, and the fuel line was cut completely. Thank God I was off the next few days because I needed some time to mentally recover from this night. The idea that twice in one night I was almost a victim of some sketchy men, I just couldn't get over. This experience happened to me when I was only 9 years old. Being that it was so long ago, I don't remember every small detail, but I'll do my best to keep everything as accurate as possible. Back then, I lived in a considerably remote area in the U.S. Neighboring houses were a good half-mile apart. Therefore, while my family had met a couple of our neighbors, many of them were complete strangers. This included the resident of the house to the left of ours. I don't remember his name, but it was an elderly man that lived there. He was creepy, to say the least. All of the windows on his house were spray painted so that no one could see inside, and his whole yard was completely overgrown. I know all this because every Monday through Friday, I had to walk past his house to get home from school. Every time I did this, the man would either be standing on his porch watching me or trying to make conversation with me as I walked by. It got to the point where I dreaded walking home from school just because I'd have to walk past him. But this wasn't even the worst of it. Maybe once or twice a month, the guy would make the half-mile walk to our house in the middle of the night. He would then shine a flashlight into the window of my room. I knew it was the same guy too because one of the times, I witnessed him walking down the road towards our house. Looking back, this was 100% extremely alarming behavior, but at the time, I thought the best way of handling it was just to ignore it. Therefore, I didn't tell my parents about it. I also remember reasoning that my bedroom was on the second floor, so it's not like he was able to see much of inside my room anyway. Skip to a summer night in that same year, and I was once again woken up by the light of a flashlight shining in my room. This time, it was followed by a subtle thud sound against the wall. It felt like my heart had stopped. The only thing running through my mind in that moment was how it sounded exactly like a ladder being propped up against the side of the house. Not long later, my suspicions would be confirmed. A knocking sound rang out from the glass of the window. I looked over and was met with the smiling face of the man gesturing me to open the window. But no. I screamed and ran to my parents' bedroom. I desperately explained to them how the neighbor was outside my window. They went in my room, but of course, he was gone by that point. The worst part is they didn't even believe me, chalking it up to me seeing things. Therefore, the police were never called. But even now, as an adult, I know exactly what I saw. I try not to think about the intentions he had towards my 9-year-old self. I never saw him again after that. In fact, not even a week after the occurrence, his house had a for sale sign up next to it, which to me serves as further proof that it was him. I've lived in many different places since then, and not one neighbor comes even slightly close to how creepy that man was. Our next tale takes us to a secluded lake, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the past, where a fraternity known as the Sentinels held their annual pledge retreat, a tradition steeped in secrecy and fear. The pledges, expecting a weekend of bonding and camaraderie, walked into a nightmare that would change their lives forever. Among them was Chad, a promising athlete with dreams of success and a future full of potential. The first night, the pledges were gathered around a bonfire, the flames casting eerie shadows on their anxious faces. They were instructed to partake in a series of dangerous challenges, each more terrifying than the last. They were forced to swim across the icy lake, their breaths visible in the cold night air, and scale treacherous cliffs that loomed ominously in the darkness. With each challenge, the fraternity brothers' laughter grew more menacing, echoing through the night like a sinister chorus. One challenge stood out. The pledges were told to paddle to the center of the lake, a place rumored to be haunted by spirits of the past. As they reached the center, the canoes were jerked violently, and the pledges tumbled into the icy water, their screams piercing the night. Panic surged through Chad as he struggled to stay afloat, the cold water sapping his strength with every passing second. He felt something brush against his leg, sending a surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. A surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Chad cried out for help, but his cries were met with mocking laughter from the shore, the fraternity brothers' faces twisted in cruel amusement. Terror lent Chad a surge of adrenaline, and he swam with all his might, his muscles burning with the effort. Just when he thought he was going to make it, he felt something grab his ankle, a cold, unyielding grip that pulled him down. He was pulled down into the depths of the lake, the water closing over his head like a dark, suffocating shroud. He caught a fleeting glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the surface, eyes that seemed to bore into his soul. The next morning, Chad's lifeless body surfaced, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the horror he had endured. The fraternity brothers claimed it was a tragic accident, their voices filled with sorrow, but the other pledges knew the truth, a truth that haunted them and bound them in a pact of silence. The police were called, and an investigation was launched, the authorities combing the area for any clues. Without concrete evidence, the case went cold, the truth buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. The Sentinels disbanded, their secrets intact, the shadows of their past actions lingering like a dark cloud. Chad's death sent shockwaves through the campus, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. It served as a chilling reminder that darkness lurked beneath the surface of normalcy, a darkness that could strike without warning. The lake became a haunting reminder of the night the Sentinels' reign of terror went too far, a place where the past and present seemed to merge. The fraternity brothers' faces were etched with poorly concealed fear, their eyes betraying the guilt they tried to hide. The pledges knew the truth, but the case went cold, the secrets of that night remaining hidden in the shadows. What you're about to hear is something that will sound like it was straight from a horror movie, but it's absolutely true. Every summer, my friends and I go on a camping trip to a new location. It's a tradition we've had for years. One year, we chose a hiking trail in West Glacier, Montana. My friend Enda is a photographer, so he always likes to bring his camera equipment and get lots of nature shots. Our first day there, the three of us did a lot of hiking and exploring, taking in the sights and allowing Enda to get a lot of shots. That first night there, nothing was out of the ordinary. We had 2 tents. I was alone in mine while the other 2 shared theirs. The next day, we did some fishing at a nearby river and a few other things that aren't really that interesting to talk about, but that second night was where things got weird. The fire had just been put out, and we went to our respective tents. None of us had even fallen asleep yet when we started hearing sounds from out in the woods. It was very clearly a person's voice. It sounded like an older woman's voice. It kept getting louder and more clear every 10 seconds or so. I called over to my friend's tent right next to mine, asking if they heard that, and they called back saying yes, someone was out there. The voice got so close and so clear that we could hear her saying, "Hello." I was shaking in my socks. Maybe you might think we're bad people for not jumping to help an older woman who may have been stranded in the woods, but that just didn't seem right. Being in the middle of the woods at night hearing someone calling out, "Hello," is beyond terrifying. I heard footsteps approach the tent, then stop. The voice once again said, "Hello," but it was right outside the tent this time, and now that it was this close, it didn't sound like a woman anymore. It sounded like a man trying to sound like a woman, raising the pitch in his voice. The person outside my tent suddenly started shaking the tent aggressively, and I freaked out and screamed, "What do you want?" My friend shouted to go away to the person. The shaking then stopped as suddenly as it started, and I heard the footsteps quickly hurry away. I waited a few moments before unzipping my tent and grabbing my sleeping bag to go to my friend's tent. Even those brief 5 seconds outside the tent, I felt like I was going to be grabbed at any moment. I felt safer as I was in the tent with them and not alone anymore. None of us knew what to think, but we all 3 agreed it didn't sound like an actual woman. It sounded like some creepy man pretending to be one to get us to let our guards down. The question was why, though. Was he carrying a weapon? Either way, we didn't think it was safe to get up and leave now. We agreed to leave first thing in the morning, as soon as the sun would begin to rise. We also agreed that someone would need to stay awake at all times to keep watch, so we agreed to take turns sleeping. My friend Gabriel took the first shift while Enda and I tried to sleep, which was hard to do after what just happened, especially when we'd keep thinking we were hearing footsteps surrounding the tent. Eventually, though, after many tense hours, I managed to fall asleep out of pure exhaustion. I never woke up until morning time because, apparently, Enda fell asleep on his shift, and we were all asleep by that point. We were happy the sun was up, so we packed our stuff and headed back to the truck. It was a long ride home, and during the drive, Enda was going through his camera, looking at the shots that he got over the course of the 2 days there. The last 3 pictures, however, were not pictures that he took. There were 2 pictures taken of our campsite while it was still dark out. The 3rd picture was taken inside of our tent with all 3 of us asleep. Nothing was missing or stolen, strangely enough, and none of us were attacked in any way. Yet it remains the most up thing that has ever happened to any of us, some random creep out in the woods stalking our tent and waiting for the right moment to enter our campsite, go through our stuff, sneak into our tent, and take a picture of all 3 of us, probably just to freak us out. And whoever it was, they accomplished their goal for sure. My name is Lucas. My job at the library isn't the most exciting in the world, but it provides a steady income, and I've always loved books. However, recent events have made me rethink my feelings about this place. It all started a few weeks ago when I received a call from our library director, Mr. Tom. He asked me to stay late to help with the inventory of new arrivals. The library was old, with massive wooden shelves and heavy velvet curtains on the windows. It was always a bit gloomy, even during the day. When I arrived in the evening, Mr. Tom was already there. He seemed a bit nervous, but I didn't pay much attention to it. We were sorting books onto the shelves, checking lists, and talking about various small things. It seemed like it would be an ordinary night. Around midnight, Mr. Tom decided to leave, leaving me alone. I continued working when I suddenly heard a faint rustling sound somewhere between the shelves. At first, I thought it was a mouse, but the sound repeated, becoming louder and clearer. I felt a slight chill down my spine but decided to ignore it. As I continued working, I noticed the lights in the library began to flicker. The bulbs would dim and then brighten again, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. I grabbed a flashlight and decided to check if everything was all right with the electricity. Walking through the rows of shelves, I didn't find anything suspicious, but the rustling didn't stop. It seemed to follow me. Returning to my desk, I noticed that one of the books I had just placed on the shelf was again on the floor. It was an old dusty book that seemed like no one had opened it in years. I picked it up and opened the first page. It had the author's name, but the ink had somehow blurred, making the letters indecipherable. Suddenly, I heard a voice, quiet and whispering. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to hide my anxiety. No one answered, but the rustling grew louder and came closer to me. I felt my heart beat faster and decided it was best to check the entire library. Maybe it was just a trick of light and shadows, or maybe someone decided to prank me. Walking between the shelves, I felt the walls closing in around me. The space was becoming narrower and darker. I tried to find the source of the sound, but it seemed omnipresent. A shadow I saw out of the corner of my eye made me freeze in place. I turned around but saw nothing. At that moment, when I returned to my desk, the lights went out again. Only the beam of my flashlight pierced the thick darkness. I felt a cold breath on my neck. Something or someone was here with me. I quickly dialed Mr. Tom's number, but the call wouldn't go through. Panic began to take hold of me. Deciding that the best thing would be to leave the library and come back in the morning, I moved toward the exit, but the doors were locked. I distinctly remembered not locking them. While searching for the key, I heard the whisper again. This time it was clearer and more distinct. "You shouldn't have opened that book," the voice said. I turned and saw a shadow on the wall moving towards me. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The light from the flashlight suddenly went out, leaving me in complete darkness. "Do you know why this library is empty at night?" whispered the voice ever closer. "This place is cursed." I felt something cold and sticky touch my hand. I tried to fight it off, but my movements were paralyzed. The feeling of helplessness and fear overwhelmed me completely. When I finally found the key, I managed to open the door and ran outside. The cold night wind bit my face, but I was glad to be out. I looked back and saw the library standing quietly and darkly, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, I returned but didn't dare tell Mr. Tom about everything that had happened. He just looked at me suspiciously and said he no longer needed my help on night shifts. Since then, I no longer stay at the library at night, but sometimes when I walk past its doors, I feel something where someone watching me from the darkness between the shelves. And I know I will never forget that night when the shadows came to life. Bodleian Library stood as a beacon of knowledge in the small town of Oxford. However, its history was marred by tragedy and mystery. Legend had it that the library was built upon cursed ground where restless spirits roamed the earth seeking vengeance. One fateful night, Luna, a dedicated librarian, found herself alone in the library after hours. As she went about her duties, she heard faint whispers echoing through the empty halls. Brushing it off as her imagination, she continued her work until the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, the books on the shelves began to fly off, pages fluttering in the air as if guided by an unseen force. Terrified, Luna fled to the safety of her office, only to find the doors sealed shut by an unknown presence. Panic gripped her as she realized she was trapped inside the library with something malevolent. Desperate for answers, Luna delved into the library's archives, uncovering the dark history of Bodleian. Centuries ago, the land upon which the library stood had been cursed by a vengeful witch, cursing all who dared to trespass upon it. Determined to break the curse and free herself from the library's grip, Luna embarked on a perilous journey through the hidden chambers and secret passages of Bodleian. Along the way, she encountered the spirits of those who had perished within its walls, their anguished cries echoing in the darkness. At the heart of the library, Luna discovered the source of the curse, a forgotten tome bound in human flesh, its pages teeming with dark magic. With trembling hands, she began to recite the incantations inscribed within, hoping to banish the curse once and for all. As the final words left her lips, a blinding light enveloped the library, and Luna felt a sense of peace wash over her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing outside Bodleian Library, the curse broken and the spirits laid to rest. From that day forth, the library stood as a symbol of resilience and triumph, a testament to the power of courage and determination in the face of darkness. In April 2011, 86-year-old Patrick Carnes was living in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. Known for its casino and tourism industry, Reno is the county seat and largest city of Washoe County with a population of just over 200,000 people. Despite being well into his 80s, the World War II veteran was described by those who knew him as being sharp as a tack and someone who still had a lust for life. Despite his advanced years, and although he'd lost his wife several years earlier, Patrick had adopted a dog named Lucky, who he said kept him accountable and responsible. On April 13, 2011, Patrick and Lucky were driving back to Reno after a visit to family members living in Toledo, Ohio. Patrick was driving his green Subaru Forester when he approached the town of Wells, Nevada, at around 9 at night. As he happened to be approaching a Nevada Highway Patrol officer, he failed to properly switch lanes, resulting in him being pulled over by that very same officer. The cop warned Patrick that what he was doing was dangerous and only agreed to hold back on a ticket when Patrick assured him that he was simply following a truck driver ahead of him. He assured the officer that he wouldn't be driving at night anymore, and the officer's dash cam filmed Lucky wagging his tail in the back, suggesting that there was no tension or confrontation between the two men. The officer later testified that Patrick seemed perfectly composed and sober, giving him no reason to prevent him from driving away. Yet, the following morning, just before 6 a.m., Patrick's car was found completely abandoned near a place called Winnemucca, more than 150 miles away. The vehicle was stuck in a nearby sagebrush and was facing oncoming traffic, but there was still gas in the tank and it was still basically drivable. There were no signs of any kind of conflict or struggle, with only a single set of footprints visible in the dirt leading away from the car. What's more, nothing was missing from the car, and it seemed Patrick had walked away from it with nothing but the clothes on his back. One of these abandoned possessions was a map of rest stops on his route back to Reno. The only thing police had to Patrick's planned route. Winnemucca is nowhere near them, so what was it that caused such a radical diversion? And what happened to Patrick's faithful furry friend, Lucky? 3 days later, a witness reported seeing a dog matching Lucky's description near the Pumpernickel exit out near Winnemucca, but a thorough search of the area turned up no signs of the brown Labrador mix. It's interesting to note that 5 years earlier, another abandoned vehicle was found near the Pumpernickel exit in almost exactly the same spot that Patrick's was found. Judith Casita, a 62-year-old resident of Reno, was last seen driving her 1991 Mazda pickup truck away from her home on Valentine's Day of 2006. Her truck was found just over 2 weeks later on March 5th, abandoned yet still in working order. There is little information available in Judith's case, but it's reported that she had left behind a note stating that she was depressed with her life and her marriage. Although Valentine's Day seems an apt occasion to commit some kind of marriage-related taking of your own life, it seems very coincidental that Judith's car was found in exactly the same spot and in exactly the same condition as Patrick's. While some suggest that the disappearances amount to nothing more than a lost senior and a woman who took her life, others argue that both Judith and Patrick's disappearances are the work of a Nevada serial killer. Although it's not clear why police or journalists might come to such a theory, there are numerous articles outlining missing person cases that originate in the area. One article describes Patrick's case as the latest in a string of missing person cases, citing the disappearances of Rita Christian, who was later found alive, and those of Albert Christian and Grant Mullen. No matter what you choose to believe, Patrick was officially declared deceased by the state of Nevada in late 2014. But it seems the key to solving his disappearance is connected to many others. If we find out what happened to people like Judith, we'll find out what happened to Patrick. Whether or not it's a serial killer or some other more sinister phenomenon, the truth lies in finding their bodies. But the fact that it was only a single set of human footprints, unaccompanied by those of a canine, leads us to believe that something must have been very, very wrong if Patrick chose to abandon his lifelong companion, Lucky. Sure, Patrick was almost 90 years old, and it certainly wouldn't have been difficult for a human being to overpower him. But he was also a combat veteran and an all-around tough SOB. The likelihood of him being kidnapped or killed without a fight seems very, very slim indeed. So what stopped him that night? What scared him so badly that he'd abandon his beloved Labrador? These are the questions that might never be answered, and that might just be for the best, because who knows if we're ready for the truth behind such a vast number of disappearances. As Thanksgiving knocks on the door, a dark memory is rushing back to me. I don't celebrate this tradition anymore because of what happened 2 years back. I am a 19-year-old average height girl currently living in California. My hometown is a small town in Georgia. Being an only child, I have always been a pampered kid. My parents were high school lovebirds who immediately got married after finishing high school. My dad owned quite a lot of land, hence we were more well off than many people living in the town. He inherited his father's house, and from outside, we were the picture-perfect family in everyone's eyes. But what happened inside the house was only known to us. We lived in the outskirts, right beside vast paddy fields. My dad had a Chevy and often drove us to the market whenever we needed things. Even though everyone thought my parents were perfect for each other, they fought like animals every night. I guess with time the young love died, and harsh reality surfaced for them. My dad screamed at my mother, and she abused him in every way possible. Between the two of them, my mom was the most toxic one, I believe. I saw her slapping my dad and pushing him many times, but my dad never raised a hand at her. Our society has this weird mindset that domestic abuse can only happen one way. I love both my parents equally, but whenever my mom hit my dad and screamed at him using obscene language, I hated her. Increasing toxicity led to the usual consequence, divorce. My dad had to bear a lot as my mom went on giving suicidal threats if he divorced her. It was the most disgusting phase of our lives. Our so-called happy family broke apart, and my mom stayed in Georgia while I came to California with my dad. My dad's lawyer proved how she abused him for years, and I too sided with my dad on this. Tears rolled down his eyes when he got my custody. But one thing I noticed that day which no one did, my mom didn't say a single word. She stared at me with a blank face for a few seconds and then quietly walked out of the courtroom. That was probably the last time I saw her until I turned 18 and a horrifying tragedy happened last year. My dad didn't keep any contact with my mom after the divorce, but he never stopped me from being in touch with her. I talked to her over the phone at times, and that was it. Sometimes I missed her, but then I realized those painful nights watching my mom hitting and kicking my dad, and my dad bearing this humiliation and insult for my sake. The awful memories of his past hit him so hard that he was scared to fall in love again. He kept to himself and raised me with the utmost care. It was probably my 7th grade PTA meeting when my dad found a new ray of hope in his life. He fell in love again with my English teacher, Melissa. She was a kind lady, and I liked her. They hit it off quite well, and soon she moved in with us. When my mom found out about this, she was obviously not happy, but this time she didn't create a scene and quietly disconnected the call. It was a week before Thanksgiving. I was sitting in my room, going through some brochures, thinking about where to go for college when my mom called. I picked it up immediately as it had been a month since I had spoken to her. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, my pumpkin. How are you?" "I'm good." Mom?" "Yes, my dear. Are you all right? I know the time has been hard for you, and trust me, none of us want to hurt you. It's just Dad is happy, and maybe we should all be happy for him." "Oh, you are going to be such a lovely lady, I know, pumpkin, and you're right. Can you please put me on speaker and call your dad?" All these years, my parents never spoke after the divorce. My mom never asked for my dad. Hearing her say this, my heartbeat grew faster. I called my dad, and he entered the room along with Melissa. "Hello, Daisy." "Hi, James. Hope you're in good health. What was it you wanted to talk about?" I know I have done you wrong and never apologized for that. Honestly, I was so ashamed that I couldn't. So here I am, asking for one last thing from you and my daughter this Thanksgiving. Will you guys visit me? You can also bring Melissa. I would love to meet her. Just give me one more chance to have a good time with my family. I saw my father's face turn cold, and he looked at me, then at Melissa. He was going to say no when Melissa grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "She's Courtney's mom, James. She too deserves to spend Thanksgiving with her daughter, and it has been 10 years now, just for a few days." My respect for Melissa grew more that day as I witnessed her kind heart. My dad agreed, and my mom said from the other side of the phone, "See you all at Thanksgiving then." We decided to reach there the day before Thanksgiving. Stepping into my hometown, I couldn't help but recall all the childhood memories I made here. The green paddy field still stood there, making our house the only shelter on the outskirts. But due to poor maintenance, I could see the house losing its usual luster. We knocked on the door, and my mom opened it in one go like she was waiting right on the other side. She hugged me tightly and then looked at my dad. "Hi, James. Please come in." We stepped in, and I introduced her to Melissa. Surprisingly, my mom went close to her and hugged her as well. My dad and I were both shocked to see her react so calmly. We all sat down and started to talk. My mom served us homemade lemonade, and after a long time, I felt my family was complete. But this feeling didn't last long as I realized my mom hasn't changed entirely. Though she was constantly bringing up topics involving an incident of their married life and trying to make Melissa feel like an outsider. She went to the kitchen, and my dad started apologizing to Melissa for my mom's mean behavior. I could see them regretting coming here, and I too felt this year's Thanksgiving is not going to be how I expected. I told my dad that we will leave the next morning ASAP. He went to the kitchen, probably to tell my mom not to bring up the past in front of Melissa. I took Melissa to my room to cheer up her mood. Getting our support and attention, Melissa's mood elevated, and we were laughing and talking like before. 10 minutes went by when my mom came in and stopped. She stared at me and Melissa with a cold face and said, "Oh, you are here. I was looking for you everywhere. You know, Melissa, my daughter, is a sweetheart. She and I spent a huge time decorating this room. She often said how no one can replace me in her life. You know what, Daisy? Your daughter is right. No one can replace a mother, but sadly you had such a beautiful family, and you ruined it all." Melissa walked out of the room like a badass, and I saw my mom's face turn red. Somehow, she got a long-needed lesson, and we all sat down for an awkward Thanksgiving dinner. While having the turkey, I found a wishbone. I decided to split it with my dad. My mom said to me, "Be careful what you wish for," and smiled. Honestly, I wished what any daughter would, harmony between my mom and my dad so that I don't have to choose between them. Somehow, we finished the rest of the dinner and went to bed. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard heavy breathing falling on my face. I opened my eyes and saw my mom standing near my bed in the dark. What are you doing here?" I shouted in fear. She gave a very bizarre smile, and her one eye twisted, making her look creepy. Then she said in a calm voice, "I know you wished for our family to be happy again, didn't you, pumpkin?" Before I could reply to her question, my eyes went to her hands, and I saw she was holding something in both her hands, and water was dripping from those things. I jumped through the switchboard on the other side and turned on the light. "What have you done? You don't have to choose anymore, pumpkin. Now you will have me by your side forever. What is Thanksgiving without thanking our loved ones for their sacrifice? I am thankful to your father and this expletive for sacrificing their life to reunite a mother to her daughter." I couldn't keep my sanity anymore. I picked up the night lamp and hit my psycho mom hard on the head. She wasn't expecting this and fell on the floor screaming in pain. I went on hitting her until her brain matter came out. She took away everything from me, and now the one person whom I loved the most, my poor innocent dad. When I was done with my anger, I called 911 myself, smeared in my mother's blood. I waited for the cops to arrive. I am the youngest woman prisoner in this high-security facility with a supposed chance of parole, maybe. But I am not going to ask for it. I am going to spend my entire life in this dark cell because I have no one to call family now. The outside world is way scarier than the world inside this prison, and I have had enough. No more family, no more Thanksgiving for me, that goes without saying. Me and the girlfriend were on our way to her parents' house. I was invited to Thanksgiving dinner with them, which was a huge honor for me since I'd only met her parents 3 times. I was also nervous since her grandparents and aunts and uncles would also be there, who I had never met. We had a long trek from my house to her parents' house. It would be a good hour-long drive. About 45 minutes into the drive, we had to stop for gas. We pulled up into a literally dead Gulf station right off the highway, and I decided to fill up with premium for once to do my car a favor. Of course, it was cheaper to pay with cash, so I went inside with my head down as I dug my hand inside my wallet searching for a 10 and a 20. When I pulled the bills out, I instinctively looked up and said, 30 on 2, but I stopped mid-sentence. There was no one there. I looked for a bell on the counter, none. I simply called out, "Anyone there?" There wasn't even a back door behind the counter that you would assume would lead to some kind of employees-only room. No, it was just completely empty. The only other door in this little gas station besides the entrance was the single bathroom, and that door was open, exposing the blackness from within the bathroom. I figured maybe whoever was manning the cash register may have just gone outside for something. I walked back outside and shrugged my shoulders at my girlfriend out of confusion. I looked around for maybe a porta-potty or an ice machine or something that could be distracting a potential cashier, but there was nothing. It was a relatively small little station with foliage surrounding it in almost all directions. I figured maybe somebody could be behind the building smoking a bogey or a doobie, so I went back there as a final attempt. Nope, just a dumpster sitting under a dimly lit roof light. I figured I'd just pay credit at this point and turn back. But as I did, somebody from out in the woods called over to me in a kind of whispery yell. My heart skipped a beat when I heard this. "Hey! Hey!" I kept hearing it from the woods. I took out my phone and flipped on the flashlight just to skim the outer tree line for anybody who could be hiding in there. As my now shaking hand rotated the phone slowly, the light momentarily revealed somebody from behind a tree. I took off back to the car and stepped on it out of there. My girlfriend was scared shitless just in reaction to my fear. I told her about the bizarre thing that just happened, and from that point on, she kept looking through the rearview mirrors just to make sure we weren't being followed. We pulled up to the next gas station we could find, this time one that actually had a cashier. I paid him $30 and began filling up. A van pulled up to the pump right behind mine, and a man wearing a cap stepped out, staring intently at me. I tried to act as if I didn't notice him, but when it got to the point where he was staring at me for at least 20 seconds straight, I had to look at him and ask him if there was a problem. He finally turned away. The second I was done, I hopped back in the car and took off once more. We made it to her parents' house safely, and I don't believe we were followed. Now, I wouldn't have shared this story if it weren't for the fact that a few weeks later, I did some research and found out that a 33-year-old Indian man who worked at the gas station we had stopped at had been murdered, and his body was stuffed in the woods behind the station. I immediately gave the police a tip about the guy who I saw at the station, who was surely caught on camera. The following year on Thanksgiving, a similar murder happened at another gas station. We have since nicknamed him the Thanksgiving Killer. I fear only the worst once more this year, as he has still not been caught. It was Valentine's Day, and my girlfriend and I were college students at a small school in Kentucky. Due to the way the college works, it's hard for a lot of students to afford to keep up with having their cars on campus. This means you typically have to walk everywhere unless you have a bike, and I was among the unlucky this semester. The evening had rolled around, and we were thinking of semi-romantic things that we could do together. We arrived upon ordering food off of Uber Eats, not the most glamorous, but I offered to pay. Most of the restaurants were closed, but Taco Bell was open, so naturally, we ordered from there. Unbeknownst to us, there were no active drivers at the time, probably due to the road conditions because it was freezing and snowy. So the app defaulted to the setting where you can just walk and pick it up. There wasn't an option to cancel, so I decided I would walk 1.5 to 2 miles to pick up the food. I know most people at this point wouldn't be keen on walking in the snowy, freezing conditions at that time of night, but I'm a broke college student who had just spent his last few spare dollars on food. With a hug and a kiss from my girlfriend, I started off on my journey to get the food. Walking through campus at night isn't a problem for me since I'm a 5 feet 9 inches male, but once you make it through campus and into the residential areas of the town, that's when things tend to get sketchier. I had made it through campus and was about a quarter of the way to my destination when, in the distance, I saw another man walking down the street. Initially, two things put me at unease, the first being that he was wearing one of those long trench coats typically associated with sketchy men, and the second being the conditions outside. I mean, logically, no one should be walking around in these conditions, as they were literally cold enough to freeze the sweat in your hair. I pushed these thoughts back, assuming he was either in a similar situation as me or just really enjoyed the cold weather. I did switch sides of the street, though, as I'm a tad socially awkward and hate talking to random people I don't really know. We both continued our walks and passed one another, and it seemingly went off without a hitch. Neither of us acknowledged the other, and we just kept walking. Being the wary person I was, I looked over my shoulder often in these kinds of situations. He was walking the same direction he had been, which was good. I kept walking and still threw the occasional glance over my shoulder for safety. About 2 minutes after the mystery man and I had passed, I glanced over my shoulder and noticed the man was now walking in my direction and a bit faster than I was. This creeped me out, and I started to walk even faster. I couldn't outrun him because it was too icy. At this moment, I noticed the man picked up speed too, until we were side by side on opposite sides of the street. When he called up to me, he started yelling, and I saw something fall from the sleeve of his jacket, almost like he was concealing it. It fell to the ground with a loud clatter, like a piece of metal bar or a large metal knife. At this moment, I grasped the danger of the situation, and my fight or flight instincts kicked in. Ready to defend myself, I pulled out my pocket knife as I noticed him starting to make his way across the street. It was at this moment that I said something to the effect of, "Hey man, I don't want any trouble. I've got a knife on me." The man stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, I thought you were someone else who just attacked me." I played it off cool with a small gesture and thought I was safe. I continued on my track to Taco Bell, and after this experience, I was all the more wary. As I was looking over my shoulder, I noticed the man from before on the same path that I was on. I just walked as fast as I could to Taco Bell while throwing glances over my shoulder. At some point, the man just mysteriously vanished. I made it back to campus without any more events, but I had my hand on my pocket knife at all times. To this day, I have no clue what this man's intentions were, but they didn't seem good. Foreign off this chick that was a little unstable to say the least. She'd probably kill me if she heard what I was about to say using her real name, so for my own sake, I'm going to refer to her as Jane. To make a long backstory short, she came from a messed up family, and her dad was sort of at the center of a lot of her problems. When he finally died, she told me she went to the funeral just so she could find out where he was buried. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Jane called to ask me to take her to the cemetery to smash his gravestone. Although that was something I would never do to anyone, no matter how much I hated them, I could understand why Jane would want to do something like that against her father's memory. She didn't have a license, so I picked her up and we drove to the cemetery. When I parked the car in the visitor lot outside, she pulled a hammer and a handful of grocery bags out of her purse. She said she just wanted to go in, smash it up into a bunch of small pieces, bag it up, and leave. Obviously, I knew that we were breaking at least one law by trespassing into the cemetery after dark, but this was all right with me. I just told her I would keep an eye out for anyone in the area while she did what she needed to do. On that note, we got out and hurried over to the grave. Jane knew exactly where it was, so it took us no time at all, but I was still extremely nervous about the whole thing. It wasn't just the threat of being arrested, but the vibe of the cemetery itself. I really felt like I wasn't supposed to be there, like we were disturbing all those dead people by marching through in the middle of the night. I kept my hat on straight and tried to give Jane space. At first, she spent a minute kneeling on top of the relatively fresh grave, whispering a bunch of curses and crying just from the sheer intensity of whatever emotion she was feeling. But then, without warning, she started screaming and striking the headstone. The first time caught me so off guard that it sent chills through my whole body. I spun around and was about to tell her to quiet down, but at first glance, I knew she wasn't going to hear me. She was going absolutely berserk on this stone, screaming and wailing at the top of her lungs. Each time she hit it with the hammer, only a small piece would break off. I realized we were going to be there for a while if it went on at this pace, and she was making so much god-awful noise I was terrified that somebody in the nearby neighborhood would hear us. I also thought about how blood-curdling it would feel to be walking by the graveyard and hear Jane's banshee-like shrieking in the distance, and to be unsure if she was like a ghost or a serial killer or something. My instincts set in and I became more concerned about my own safety than anything else. Here was this completely unhinged, crazy person violently thrashing her way through a mixture of grief and unhealed trauma, seeing red with total tunnel vision, and I was alone with her, surrounded by darkness and dead people. I was worried that if I got near her, she would forget it was me and think I was the ghost of her father and start trying to kill me or something, so I backed away. However, it wasn't long before the deep-seated rage within Jane started to wear off a bit and she became tired. She then stopped and looked at the progress she had made. 2/3 of the headstone was still intact, but she was already exhausted. That's when she looked back at me, and for the first time, I saw the look of unveiled insanity in Jane's eyes. I'd always known Jane had a few screws loose, but this was next-level crazy. All her movements were sudden and jarring. She stood and shoved the hammer into my chest, telling me to take it and finish the job. I protested at first, not wanting to get roped further into what I thought was Jane's thing she needed to do, but as soon as I did, she grabbed me by the ears and yanked my head down so that my face was less than an inch away from hers. She then screamed so loud that it practically ruptured my eardrums. She demanded that I break the gravestone for her, or she'd use the hammer on me and bury my body next to her father's. Seeing that I was in too deep to back out, I reluctantly accepted the task and committed myself to making short work of it. Of course, I was stronger than Jane, but I wasn't nearly as uninhibited. What happened next, though, made me all the more sure that I shouldn't have tried to fight her or anything. As I was hacking away at the stone, managing to break off bigger pieces, she was standing behind me laughing like an absolute maniac. She was cheering me on the way I imagine a witch would encourage another witch to their first human sacrifice. I tried my best to ignore her, but it was impossible. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that she had pulled out a knife, which sent another chill down my spine. Before I knew it, she knelt behind me and straddled my back, throwing her arms over my shoulders, whispering little pure evil into my ears. I froze up and stopped swinging the hammer because I didn't want to hit her. She told me I was almost done. Then she did something I'll never forget. Both of her hands were out in front of me, one of which held the knife right before my eyes. She put the blade to her palm and sliced it open, creating a fountain of blood which quickly spilled down her wrist. Then she whispered some kind of satanic blessing in tongues and smeared her bloody hand over my face, from my forehead down to my chin, then across my throat until she finally rested her hand with a vice grip at the base of my neck. She asked me if I could taste the blood, and I said I could. She took pleasure in this, and then she finally let go of me to stand on the grave again. Then she screamed out at the top of her lungs that these would be the final tears she would ever cry over her father. As she looked up into the night sky with her eyes open, she put her hand up to the moon and clenched her fist, squeezing the wound to form drops of blood which fell down upon her eyes and face. I watched this whole thing, stunned out of my mind, until she looked back at me with her face full of bloody tears and growled at me to finish the job. Of course, I was thoroughly terrified of Jane by this point and I was ready to leave. I just did as she said. At last, when the whole thing was smashed to bits, I convinced Jane that we needed to go. Thankfully, she seemed ready, but the entire time we were picking up the pieces and bagging them, she was giggling. When it was all cleaned up, we ran back to my car, somehow going through this whole entire ordeal without anyone seeing us or calling the cops on us. I drove Jane back home and I dropped her off. As she got out of my car, she tried to drag me out to spend the night with her. I'd been waiting for that night for months, but by then I knew where that would go. I knew it would be no good for me, so I made up some excuse about having to work the next day in the morning. I cut off all contact and I've been avoiding her out of fear ever since. In my late teens, I began a serious relationship with my first ever boyfriend. When I was young, I had zero confidence and no self-esteem, along with a warped idea of what a relationship should be. This distorted view was influenced by witnessing the relationships of the adults around me, which were often shy and innocent, that I fell madly in love. But from the beginning, the relationship was controlling and abusive on his part. That it still makes me angry now, even more so that I put up with it for 5 years. That he hated my friends and family for no apparent reason, and I had to really fight to keep those relationships alive. As I got older, I became sick of his behavior. One weekend, when my family was away, I found the perfect opportunity to invite all my friends over for the evening. He tried to put a stop to it with threats and abuse, but I didn't let up. My friends arrived around 7 p.m., and we were sitting in the living room, drinking and chatting with snacks and music playing in the background all night. My boyfriend was calling my phone, demanding that I make my friends leave and walk to his house to bring him alcohol. My friends soon caught wind of his antics and were already unhappy about my relationship with him. After a few drinks, I began to ignore his calls. The conversation turned to my boyfriend, and my friends expressed their anger and dislike for him, saying things like, "You can do better," and "You need to get rid of him. He doesn't deserve you." Generally, we enjoyed the evening, but as my friends began to leave around 1 a.m., I wasn't afraid to be alone in the house. That I had a Rottweiler. She was friendly as hell, but I was sure she'd protect me if needed. Just as one of my male friends was about to leave, he stayed behind and gave me a serious talk about how he felt about my boyfriend. That I agreed with him and said goodbye, watching from the front door as my friends hurried into the dark, pouring rain to their cars. Afterward, I went to the kitchen where I had left my phone to charge a little while earlier. As I picked it up, something in the kitchen window caught my eye. Standing directly outside in the dark and pouring rain, hooded and angry, was my boyfriend. He was scowling at me from the darkness, looking ready to kill. That I screamed, and we stared at each other for a while. That I could see he was mortally drunk, as the whites of his eyes had gone pink, which made him look incredibly freaky with his blue eyes. That he turned away and disappeared. That I knew I had to face him. That I went out the back door onto the patio into the rain, where he was standing just a few feet away, breathing heavily and crying out of anger. That he bent down and picked up a broken wooden broom handle. That I asked him, "Are you gonna use that on me?" He replied, "I'm gonna hurt you so badly." My heart was racing, and I felt frozen in place, as I was quite drunk. That he growled and swung the handle into a flower basket above my head, spilling soil and flowers down my right shoulder. Then he slammed it on the ground and ran at me, grabbing me around the throat. My dog must have heard him throw the handle, because she came bounding out the back door, making an angry snorting sound. That she's always friendly and was familiar with him, so I didn't think she'd do anything. But as he started to strangle me, she leapt up and grabbed his arm by the sleeve, shaking him. Seeing the fear in his face was priceless. He backed off, and she calmed down. My boyfriend started to cry, telling me that he had walked to my house a few hours earlier, sneaking in through the back door and hiding in the cupboard under the stairs to listen to every word my friends and I had said about him. That I took my dog back inside and locked the door. When I looked out the window, he was lying on the sun lounger in the rain, crying. When he realized I wasn't coming back out, he left. The thought of him still makes my stomach turn. At the end of last summer, I was just about sick to my back teeth of dating apps, but somehow I just couldn't quite bring myself to delete them. Maybe it was an inspired determination to never give up, or maybe it was just the fear of spending my 30s alone. But either way, I ended up just moving them to the second page of my iPhone menu. That I could still get notifications and whatnot, but they'd be out of sight, out of mind. Then exactly 10 days after I'd almost sworn them off, I met Howla. She was a good 6 years older than me, and she lived in the next city over, but that didn't bother me, not in the least bit. You see, she was beautiful, a small Arab woman with bouncy natural curls and rich amber eyes that were framed with the most adorable little freckles. Although she didn't make a big deal about it, you could tell she worked out, and to top it off, she was a hematology consultant, the top blood doctor for miles around. A literal boss lady. Needless to say, I was smitten. Our first date was at a Middle Eastern restaurant called Bab, and it went very well indeed. We clicked as well as we had in texts, and we ended up falling into bed together that very same night. She cried when it was over, telling me she'd never done that on a first date before. That I just held her, told her I've got you, and promised that she wouldn't live to regret it. That we had breakfast the next morning, and it was just as magical as the previous evening. A second date a little over 12 hours after the first, which was pretty unprecedented for me. That evening, we had dinner again, with her introducing me to traditional Libyan food, something that was very dear to her as her country of origin's cuisine. That I think I might be a little biased in saying it was incredible, but trust me, it was good. That night, neither of us wanted me to catch the train back to my home city, so I stayed another night, and so began an intense but brief relationship. We talked every single day for months, swapping photos we'd taken of sunsets and parkland vistas, captioning them with, "You should be here, I miss you," and the like. Being a top-tier doctor, she was far too busy saving lives to ever see me during the week, but we spent almost every weekend together, visiting fancy restaurants in between watching French movies. She was fluent in the language and gave little tours of the grand city that she called home. Everything was going incredibly, at least until one weekend when we couldn't see each other because she was going back to Yorkshire to see her parents. She seemed a wee bit quiet during her visit, but I took that on the chin. Even though she was 38, I knew her parents were very strict, and her mom adhered to a particular kind of Islam known as Salafi or Wahhabi. Those are the kind that don't believe in things like singing or dancing and even take issue with stringed instruments for some reason. Naturally, the idea of her unmarried daughter having a boyfriend was out of the question, let alone a non-Muslim one. So, like I said, I understood why she didn't want to get caught. That I understood why she had set her WhatsApp setting to not display messages on the lock screen, and I understood why she never saved me as a contact. God knows what they would do if they found out about me, and it really didn't bear thinking about it. But even when she got back to the flat she lived in, even when she was rid of her parents for another few weeks, she seemed a little cold. However, a week or so went by, and she seemed to return to being her normally warm and affectionate self. So for the next few months, I didn't think anything of it. All the strange negativity she'd brought back from her parents' place was forgotten, right up until the time around her birthday when she'd once again promised them that she'd make the trip home to see them. Needless to say, I was prepared for some turbulence, but I had absolutely no idea how bad things were about to get. It ended on the Monday after she got home. We had a massive fight about the future, how we were basically doomed, and how her parents would never accept a non-Muslim or anyone who earned under 6 figures a year. I talked about the prospect of me converting religiously, or maybe writing her father a formal letter in Arabic asking for his permission to marry her. I knew he'd respect that, but the idea just terrified her. "You're too optimistic," she'd say. "Too young, too naive." We continued to argue, but she just settled into the excuse of, "I just don't have time for a relationship right now. I'm sorry, what we had was nice, yes, but that's all in the past. Hate me, just hate me. It'll be easier to let me go that way." I knew something had happened back at her parents' place, something that tipped her over the edge of pessimism and into full-on doomsaying. That I begged her to tell me what it was, but she wouldn't. She denied anything bad even happened at all. But I could always tell when she was lying, and she was never any good at it. After that, after I failed to convince her to stay, it was all just tears and apologies until I finally got the balls to just say, "Masalama ya habibi, Allah fiz. Goodbye, my darling, God protect you." I tried to keep in touch after the breakup. She was someone who had achieved so much in her life but was, by her own admission, a little messed up. I didn't want to just abandon her because she'd broken my heart. She said it herself that she'd like to keep in touch, but was worried it would blur the lines. How it was better if we didn't have any emotional attachments, since it was so heartbreaking that two people who got on so well just didn't have any kind of future together. I assured her as best as I could that it wouldn't be that way. I just kept trying to weasel back into her life. I genuinely just wanted to stay in touch. In her own words, she would always reply to messages, but she didn't. The very next day, her replies dropped off and eventually petered out altogether. It was crushing. Something must have happened to her, I thought, but I tried to push the idea out of my head. It was a pathetic attempt to reassure myself that she still wanted to talk. She just couldn't. There had been a car accident. She lost her phone. She was sick. Maybe all these worried thoughts came flooding into my head, all an attempt to replace the devastating reality that she just didn't give a monkey's toss about me anymore, that she was cold-hearted enough to just cut me out of her life. As I said, I tried my best to force such ideas out of my head, but the more I tried, the more they got a grip on me. One day, I just decided to call her, just to see how she was doing. My heart pounded in my chest as the phone rang, mainly from anticipating the pain that would hit me when I heard her say something along the lines of, "Oh God, leave me alone, that I'm blocking this number." But her mobile just went to voicemail over and over again, and I tried calling a lot that day at different times just to make sure. She wasn't responding on any of her social media accounts either, not a single one. None of the messages were even being read, and she always read her WhatsApp messages. Always, even if she wasn't going to reply, she'd read them the next day. I tried her at work, the same adrenaline pumping through me as I expected to hear the worst, but when the call was picked up and I heard a voice on the other end, I immediately recognized that it wasn't her. "You through the Dr. Peterson," they said. That IT was a male voice. I asked the guy if I could speak to Dr. Howlett. That I used her second name, but I'm not prepared to give that one out here. To my shock, he told me that she hadn't been into work for the past 2 weeks and that as far as he knew, she didn't work in that hospital anymore. I asked if she was okay, and he had no idea. He'd been transferred there a few weeks prior to fill a temporary consultancy position. She loved that job. She said it was her future. She once told me that getting that consultant's position was the greatest achievement of her life. Something was wrong, and I could feel it in my bones. As crazy as it sounds, I decided to try and visit her at her apartment in the next city over, even if she was home, had moved jobs and just told me to get lost. At least it would ease my mind. At least I'd know she was okay. I rang her apartment intermittently for hours, hoping she'd either answer or that I could catch her returning home. Eventually, I saw one of her neighbors walking into the apartment building, and I mustered the courage to ask him about Howla. He didn't know her by name, but he did have some information, telling me he'd seen some people moving some furniture out of the apartment about a week prior. I asked him if it was a moving company or something, and he said no, just 3 Arab-looking people, 2 older, 1 younger. I pestered him for a description of them, and from what I could tell, it sounded like her mom, dad, and brother. I pressed someone on whether or not they'd actually seen Howla, and he told me no one fitting her description was there that day, and he'd been in and out of that flat an awful lot. My last move was to track down a phone number for her dad. Getting hold of the family landline would at least give me an idea if she was okay or not. The best case scenario was that she just moved back in with her parents for whatever reason, be it a breakdown or maybe to look after one of them if they were sick or something. The whole situation just seemed really unusual, and I had a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that something was very, very wrong. Since he was a retired doctor, it was relatively easy to find his number. I just lied to an old colleague of his, telling them I was an old patient who wanted to say thank you. But when I called, what I was told had me absolutely terrified. I know it was the right person. I know from the cute little impressions Howla used to do of him. I know I was talking to her dad. But the man I spoke to said he had no daughter named Howla, but not in the confused, bewildered manner you'd expect from a genuine case of mistaken identity. He got angry, really angry, and before he hung up the phone, never to answer me again, he told me he knew who I was, that I had made a serious mistake, and that if I ever called again, he'd be contacting the police. But it's me that's going to be contacting the police because I think something terrible has happened to her, and I think her parents are responsible, with some help from her brother. She'd only mentioned once or twice how controlling they were, how they'd kill her if they ever found out that we were together. I always thought she meant metaphorically, never literally, but for the past few months, I'm starting to think otherwise. I think my ex's parents found out about us, and I think they may have murdered her. I have no way to prove it, and the police won't listen to me. I tried to report her missing, but the policewoman I spoke to said they got a call from a woman in Switzerland who assured them that she was Howla and that she wasn't missing at all. Only I know for a fact that she has a sister in Geneva who works for the WHO, one who might well be easily convinced to lie to protect her parents. It's way beyond her just ignoring me at this point. Surely she'd have contacted me and told me to stop looking for her, to just give up, but she hasn't. and she was always such a lioness, never afraid to tell me what she was thinking. That I just hope I can get to the bottom of this one day. But it terrifies me to think that a girl could just be disappeared by her own parents, and if that really is the case, then I won't rest until they face justice. I won't stop until I find Howla. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit r/letsreadofficial and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured in the next video. Join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. Check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, isn't that what it means to be a scientist? To push the boundaries of the unknown, to bravely, actively explore the enormity of our thoughts. This is something that happened back when I was a 10-year-old kid. During this time, I lived with my parents and sister in a very populated neighborhood. It was a residential area with countless streets, houses, and parks. Every year on the 4th of July, there would be a huge parade. The parade route would go down our street every time, so we would go outside, sit on the edge of the yard, and watch it. Our house was somewhat uphill from the road, so the yard slanted down a little, giving a good view of the parade. The parade would be sometime in the late morning, and I remember on the year of this story, we went outside a while before it started. Some people had already started to gather around and sit on the curbs of the street and such. We went to our usual spot, and I remember that my sister and I would always go really close to the street. Soon, the parade started. I enjoyed it because a lot of the people in the parade would toss candy at the kids, and I would get a bunch every year. The parade was ongoing, and there were tons of people involved. There were a lot of floats as well as people walking. The first strange thing I noticed was a guy dressed in a red, white, and blue jacket with a long beard. He was walking and waving to people, but then, when he went past us, he appeared to walk into our yard. There were these two huge trees at the end of our yard. Well, one of the trees was in our yard, and the other was on our next-door neighbor's property technically. He sort of went between the two trees, and I didn't really know what he was doing there. That area is sort of out of the way because there was also a really big bush nearby. Yet, with all of these people around, I couldn't be the only one who noticed him, but it kind of seemed like I was. He went out of my sight, though, appearing to go into our next-door neighbor's property. I went right back to watching the parade and forgot all about it. As a kid, I didn't really think too much of it. The parade went on for probably another 20 or 30 minutes. And I had forgotten all about the man. When the parade ended, people slowly started to clear out. My family was going to my grandparents' house, who lived only a couple of miles away. We went back inside for maybe an hour and then left. So, we were at my grandparents' until probably around sunset. At that time, I remember we left and headed back home. After the probably 5-minute drive back to our house, we got out of the car and headed inside, but when we got to the front door, we noticed a couple of things that were strange. One was that the screen to our house was open a little. We had a screen door and then an actual door, and the screen door would never shut all the way unless you forced it shut, which we always did. So, it seemed as though somebody had been to our door. Also, there were some flowers planted below a window out front, and some of them appeared to have been trampled. We realized somebody had been in our yard while we were away, and this person had either tried entering our front door or had knocked on it. We figured that with it being the 4th of July, there were probably a lot of people out in the neighborhood. Many people on the street were having barbecues and that sort of stuff. It's possible some people were just messing around and cut through our yard or something. Perhaps some teenagers or drunk young adults did it. Either way, we went inside the house, but were a little bit nervous. However, after turning on all the lights, everything seemed to be just fine. I quickly felt much better and was no longer worried. We were going to go out into the backyard and play with some sparklers. We were also going to have a fire in the small fire pit that we had in the yard and make s'mores. I can't remember what my parents and sister were busy doing inside, but they said that they would be out in a minute. I decided to go out into the backyard first. I went into the dark backyard, which was only lit by a light in the back of the house. When I got back there, almost instantly after closing the back door, I heard a noise. I really wasn't sure what it was, but I knew that a bush had moved. In our neighborhood, with how populated it was, we really didn't get many animals, maybe an occasional rabbit and lots of squirrels, but whatever made this noise was definitely much larger. I looked over in the direction but did not see anything. There were several trees and bushes in the yard all around, and it wasn't well lit. I stayed out there, and after a few moments of nothing, I convinced myself that it was just some sort of an animal. I started to walk around the yard just waiting for my parents and sister. During this time, I was walking near the back of the house when I saw something. There was something blue on the ground underneath a bush. I honestly don't know how I spotted it, but I walked over and looked closer. There was a big blue jacket like the one the man in the parade had been wearing. It was all crumpled up and really small. I noticed that it was also red, white, and blue, and I looked inside the jacket. And there was the fake long white beard that the guy was wearing, too. This probably belonged to the same guy who was walking into our yard at the parade. I then remembered that I was creeped out and wanted to go back inside. Now, when I moved away from the bush, that's when I saw the guy. There was a man standing at the far back of our yard near the fence, and he was walking slowly along the edge of it. I quickly ran to the back door and went in. I locked the door behind me and found my parents. When I told them about the guy, they called the police. Then, we waited inside without hearing or seeing anything from the man. When the police got there, they searched the backyard, but the man was gone. His things that he had hidden in the bushes were also gone. After the police left, I was pretty nervous the guy would return, but he didn't. I think that when he noticed I saw him, he must have decided to leave. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed him. My first day as a plumber started like any other. A call came in from an older woman in a creaky old house on the edge of town, reporting severe leaks in her kitchen. I was eager to make a good impression and maybe score a repeat customer. I had no idea what I was in for. When I arrived, the house was shrouded in an unsettling stillness. The lady, Mrs. Beatrix, was a frail, wary woman with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. She led me back in 2004. I was a broke teenager, so my mom made me get a job at our local McDonald's. It was nothing special. It was my very first day working at McDonald's. I was so nervous but excited to start my new job. I got the breakfast shift and had to be there to start prepping at 5 a.m. I hardly slept the night before, anxious about making a good impression. I arrived early, introduced myself to the manager, Callista, and she got me set up. I spent the first hour or so watching training videos and filling out paperwork. Callista said I was picking things up quickly and could start helping out up front. Around 7:30 a.m., things started to pick up as we got into the core breakfast rush. I was working the register, taking orders and collecting payments. We had a full restaurant, people eating, people waiting in line. I recognized a few regulars Callista pointed out. About a half hour into my register duty, the front door chimed as a customer walked in. He was a white man, probably early 40s, average height and build, wearing jeans, boots, and a plain black windbreaker. He quietly got into line, keeping his head down. When he got to me, he ordered a sausage McMuffin meal to go and handed me a $10 bill. As I opened the cash drawer to make change, he suddenly pulled out a gun from his coat pocket. I froze in terror and shock. This couldn't be happening, I thought. The man shouted violently for everyone to get down and shut up or he would start shooting. A woman nearby let out a scream, which agitated the man. In a flash, he rapidly fired the gun at her, and the bullet hit her directly in the chest. She collapsed to the floor, the whole scene unfolding in mere seconds. The robber grabbed me by the shirt over the counter and put the hot barrel firmly into my cheek. His eyes were bulging and frenetic, like he was on heavy drugs. He told me to empty the cash register drawer immediately into a bag he threw at me. My hands were quivering so badly I could hardly grasp the money. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby had erupted into pandemonium, with some people running for the door and others ducking behind tables. Just then, the manager, Callista, came rushing out from the back area. She saw the woman bleeding out on the tiled floor, then the robber pressing the gun to my face. I could see Callista assessing the situation, hesitating for a moment on what to do next. In that pause, the crazed robber suddenly withdrew from me and fired 2 consecutive shots directly at Callista. A piercing temporary deafness filled my ears. Callista's body hit the floor with a sick thud. I looked at the gory wound in her chest in utter disbelief, expecting she might gasp for air or show any splinter of life, but she was already gone. An eerie silence fell over the restaurant. The reality and trauma finally set in for me. I became lightheaded and could feel myself nearly passing out. Through the fog, I could hear police sirens approaching outside. The robber grabbed the bag of cash from the counter where I had dropped it. On his way out, he fired the gun erratically behind him towards anyone standing nearby. I later learned one of those final bullets killed a man who had been waiting quietly for his breakfast order when the madness broke out. The survivor guilt crushed me for weeks, thinking if I had gotten the robber what he wanted faster, that man might be alive. But the trauma counselors told me that was misplaced blame. In the end, 3 people were dead, and I was left emotionally scarred from the events of my first day. The robber was caught the next day trying to skip town. Every time I pass a McDonald's now, everything comes flooding back as if it just happened yesterday. Into the kitchen where water was steadily pooling under the sink, spreading out across the faded linoleum. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said in a voice that quivered like dry leaves. "It's been like this for days. I've had trouble getting someone out here." I nodded and got to work, sliding under the sink with my flashlight in hand. The smell hit me first, something foul and putrid, far worse than just mold or mildew. The pipes were ancient, corroded, and clearly the source of the leak. As I began to dismantle them, a thick, dark sludge oozed out, filling the air with a nauseating stench. "Looks like you've got some serious blockage here, Mrs. Beatrix," I called out, trying to keep the disgust out of my voice. She didn't respond. When I glanced over my shoulder, she was standing in the doorway, watching me with those unnervingly sharp eyes. I turned back to the pipes, focusing on clearing the obstruction. As I pulled out handfuls of the thick muck, I noticed something odd. Among the sludge were small bones, animal bones, I thought at first, but then I saw what looked like tiny, human-like fingers, complete with nails. A chill ran down my spine, but I kept working, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe a rat had gotten stuck in the pipes and decomposed, but the fingers, they were too perfect, too intact. As I probed deeper, my flashlight flickered and then went out, plunging me into darkness. The silence was oppressive, and the smell seemed to grow stronger, almost as if it were pressing down on me. "Mrs. Beatrix," I said, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the confined space. Do you have another flashlight? No response. I scrambled out from under the sink, my hands covered in the vile sludge, and found the kitchen empty. Mrs. Beatrix was gone. I fumbled for my phone, using its weak light to navigate the dim room. That's when I saw it, a small wooden door in the corner of the kitchen, slightly ajar, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into the basement. Curiosity and dread battled within me, but the plumber in me needed to know where the pipes led. I pushed open the door and descended the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing ominously. The basement was cold, damp, and filled with the same overpowering stench. My phone's light swept across the room, revealing a scene that made my blood run cold. There were jars, dozens of them, lined up on shelves, filled with murky liquid and what looked like more of those tiny bones. In the center of the room was an old, rusted tub connected to the pipes that ran up into the kitchen. Inside the tub was the source of the blockage, a grotesque, half-decomposed figure, its limbs twisted unnaturally and its face frozen in a grimace of pain. The fingers, they matched the ones I'd found in the pipes. Panic gripped me, and I stumbled back, knocking over one of the jars. It shattered, spilling its foul contents across the floor. I turned to flee, but there, at the top of the stairs, stood Mrs. Beatrix. Her eyes glinted in the dim light, and a twisted smile played on her lips. "You weren't supposed to see this," she said softly, almost kindly. "But now that you have." I didn't wait to hear the rest. I bolted past her, adrenaline fueling my sprint through the house and out the door. I didn't stop until I was safely back in my van, my heart pounding and my mind racing. I reported what I'd seen to the authorities, but when they arrived, the house was empty. The jar, the body in the tub, everything was gone. Mrs. Beatrix had vanished without a trace. That was my first and last day as a plumber. The memory of those tiny fingers in the pipe still haunts me, and I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Beatrix is still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble into her web. My husband Jack is in the military. We have generally lived on base at every station we have been to because the surrounding towns can be very crime-ridden and sketchy, and with my husband gone most of the time, the extra security is appreciated. I work from home due to us moving so often. One afternoon, I was taking a break, had made a bite to eat, and was snuggling up on the couch with my dog. That's when I heard the sliding glass door open. It was so nonchalant I thought it was Jack. I saw the cat run from the kitchen and a shadow standing near the door entering it. I thought maybe he had come back for something, so I called out for him and was like, "What are you doing home? Did you forget something?" No answer. This is where I just got an eerie feeling. After I asked what he was doing here, I saw the shadow move and heard the click of the sliding door lock. From there, he walked to the laundry room and shut the door. I still had received no response, so I'm sitting on the couch, scared out of my mind, and I call my husband, hoping to hear his phone in the laundry room. I don't hear a ring, but he does answer. I asked him why he came home, and he didn't answer me. All he says is, "That wasn't me. Grab the dog and get in your car." I freak out. After getting off the phone with Jack, I grab the dog and run to my car. From there, I called the military police. Waiting for them was probably the longest 20 minutes of my life. When they got there, they cleared the house and found no one. They asked me to make a statement, and even they were baffled that someone would try this on a base. We still live here. I'm just so scared that he'll come back. This happened back when I was a kid. I was 12, and my best friend Rex came over one Friday to sleep over. We would both hang out all the time. On this day in particular, he came over after school. That night, my parents and sister were gone at her soccer game until later, so it was just Rex and I at the house. We were playing video games in the living room for most of the time. At probably like 8 p.m., there was a knock on the front door. It was really strange because we hardly ever had people knocking on our door. I paused the game and looked to the window. I couldn't see who was at the door from there, so I got up and walked over. Then I checked out of the living room window. There was some random guy there, and I had no idea as to who he was. I didn't get a very good look at him, but enough to tell that I didn't know him. He seemed a little bit sketchy too, so I chose not to answer it. I went back over to the TV, and Rex and I continued gaming. The guy knocked at the door once more, but we still didn't bother to answer it. We hoped that he would go away and not stay there. Several minutes later, we hadn't heard anything, so I went over to the window to check. When I did, the man was gone. So after that, we figured that that was the end of it. Soon enough, Rex's parents and sister got home. Rex and I just kept playing video games, and we ended up staying up later than everybody else. I remember that the later it got, the quieter things became other than the TV. I don't know exactly what time it was, but we heard this noise coming from outside by the window. We both turned around at the same time to look. When we did, we saw this man at the window. It appeared to be the guy who had been at the door earlier. When we saw this, Rex and I both sprinted out of the living room to my bedroom. When we went inside, literally right after that, we heard the sound of glass breaking coming from the living room. It sounded like the man had broken into the house. We locked the bedroom door, and luckily I did have a phone in there. We called the police, and I could hear the man just for a moment inside of the house, but things got really quiet after that. He didn't seem to go anywhere near the hallway where the bedrooms were. The police were fast to arrive and got there only about 5 minutes later. The next thing that I knew, they were inside of the house. My parents and sister got up from the commotion. When Rex and I came out of my room, there were multiple cops in the house speaking with my parents. I found out that the man had been inside and was arrested. He was located hiding behind the living room couch. It was a crazy night, but after that, things were fine. Of course, we had to get the living room window replaced. I'm not really sure what the man was after or why he chose to break into our house. I really can't believe that he broke in. I'm glad that Rex and I were able to get to my room and then call the police when we did. I should start off by saying my brother is not only a military man, but he's your basic hetero, never let them see you cry cliché of a military man. He's not afraid of anything, well, except for the entire country of Japan. This is his story. My brother joined the Marines when he was 18 and was stationed in Japan. He really enjoyed his time there for a while, the girls specifically. He made friends with some of the Japanese guys his age who worked around the base. On nights where he and his soldier friends had the night off, the local Japanese guys would show them around, bring them to bars, introduce them to girls, etc. One night, after a little drinking and no luck with girls, a guy invited my brother home to play video games. My brother accepted the invite, and they played video games for a few hours. During this time, the guy tells my brother the main reason he wanted to get home early was because his little sister had been suffering from night terrors, causing her to wake up screaming, crying, and sometimes vomiting. He was worried about her and wanted to be home in case she had an episode. At this point, the story should explain how this guy's house was shaped. The house was built in the shape of a horseshoe with the garden in the middle. His bedroom was at the very edge of one side of the U-shape, and his sister's was all the way on the other end. So they are essentially across the garden from each other. If he looks out of his window, he can see into hers and vice versa. So anyways, They decide to call it a night, and the Japanese guy walks over to the window to look across the garden into his sister's window to check on her. He lifts a blind and peers out for a fraction of a second before jumping back, screaming, and looking at my brother like he just saw something horrible. My brother then goes to look, and he stops him. He tells him that he saw a dark cloud with red eyes hovering over his sister's sleeping body. My brother naturally doesn't believe him and decides to look for himself. He creeps quietly over to the window and lifts the blind, but this time he finds himself eye to eye with what he describes as a dark black puff of smoke with a face. My brother and this other guy admit that they got under the covers and stayed there until it was light outside, too afraid to lift the blankets and see that the smoky figure had come a little closer and was in the room with them, just on the other side of the thin sheets. I don't know what to believe, or maybe they drank more than what they said they did that night and imagined it all, but I know my brother believes what he saw. He sticks to his story, and when he tells it, he looks like someone who saw something truly sinister. My best friend and I decided to get jobs at the same place. It was this diner that had to look like it was from the 50s, even though it had only been open for a few years. We were excited to work together, but it ended up being the worst decision I ever made. The problems really stemmed from the fact that we were both incredibly competitive people. Both of us wanted to be the best employee, and it turned into a competition that actually made us hate each other. We were constantly trying to outdo one another, and I got tired of it quickly. I started dating one of our coworkers. His name was Johnson, and he was super sweet to me. I had a crush on him for quite a while. The problem was that I had no idea my ex-best friend, Jessica, also had a crush on him. We hadn't spoken on a personal level for months, so there was no way that I would have known about it. But to be honest, in reality, even if I did know, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. We hadn't been friends for a while. Johnson and I were respectful when it came to showing our affection at work. We knew a lot of people didn't like PDAs, so most of our affection on the job consisted of smiling, maybe winking at each other, that kind of thing. Anytime Jessica saw this, she just kind of scoffed and acted like she was going to throw up. I thought she was just being childish and tried not to think anything of it, but it stopped being childish and turned into her doing everything she could to sabotage me every day at work. I knew she wanted to get me fired, but her obsession with it got way too excessive. Scheduling was handled by our district manager, and I had a very specific schedule set up because I was taking some college courses a few days a week. I had shown up for my Monday shift at 4:30 p.m., and the second I walked in, my manager started yelling at me for being late. I was confused because I always came in at 4:30 on Mondays, but he pointed to the schedule, and according to that, I was over 6 hours late. I was given a formal warning, and Jessica was standing right there smirking at me. It was obvious she had something to do with it, but I didn't want any more issues that day, so I just left it be. It got worse the next week when I had cleaned the bathroom at the end of the day. I hated cleaning the bathroom, but it had to be done. Our manager went around the restaurant after we had closed to make sure everything was looking good so we could all leave. But when he came out of the bathroom, his face was pale, and he was gagging. He could barely stand upright, and when the door opened, the smell was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. He screamed and asked why the bathroom hadn't been cleaned. I was adamant that I had cleaned it only 30 minutes before then, so he told me to go look at the clean bathroom and let him know if I still thought it was clean. I walked in and was met with the horrible stench of, well, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, and it was everywhere. Someone had relieved themselves in that bathroom and hadn't even attempted to make it to the toilet. It was on the walls, the floors, the sinks everywhere, and I ran out of the bathroom with tears coming down my face. I was trying hard not to, but I threw up right there on the floor. I was confused and disgusted, but also knew for a fact that it was Jessica. She was the only one who had gone in there after we had closed, and no matter how much I wanted to believe that she wasn't capable of doing something like that, it was clearly her. She started laughing as she watched me get sick over the mess she had made. I accused her in front of everyone, but she denied it. She even started crying and said I was awful for saying that she would do something like that, and obviously, I had noticed it before and just didn't want to clean it up. Of course, everyone believed her. Her plan didn't go as well as she had hoped, though, because our manager absolutely was not going to allow any of us to clean it up. We had to hire an actual hazmat team to come in and clean the crap up because it was considered too toxic for someone not trained to clean up human waste like that. I'm not even kidding, and I got a text later that night from Jessica that was just a bunch of poop emojis followed by laughing emojis. I couldn't believe I was actually friends with her before. The week after that happened, I showed up for work, and Johnson was furious with me. I asked him why over and over again, but he wouldn't talk to me at all. I opened my locker in the back, and inside was a printed up picture of a screenshot, apparently of me texting Jessica and telling her I had cheated on Johnson. I told him it was photoshopped and even let him look through my phone, but it didn't matter. He broke up with me right then and there. Jessica decided to rub salt in the wound, so to speak, and that same week she told our manager that I was interested in him and that I was too scared to tell him. This, of course, wasn't true, and all it did was make for the most uncomfortable day of my life. Anytime I walked over to him, he made sure to stand almost 5 feet away from me at all times. I didn't know why and finally asked him and was shocked to hear that he thought I wanted to start a relationship with him. I told him it wasn't true, but clearly, he didn't believe me. Jessica also started rumors with our other coworkers, saying I was talking behind their backs and saying awful stuff about them. She made everyone at the restaurant despise me. No matter how much I wished I could tell you that this was a happy ending, it just wasn't. I was fired only 2 months after putting up with Jessica's antics. I told our manager that it was her who was behind everything and that I was a good employee, but he just told me that I should get help for my obvious mental issues. I turned in all of my work clothes and didn't even bother saying bye to everyone since they all hated me anyway. I ended up getting super depressed after that. No other place in town wanted to hire me because Jessica had sent a mass email to most local restaurants telling them about what had happened at the diner. I guess a bad reputation, false or not, really does follow you. I ended up moving back in with my parents in my hometown a few states away and was able to find a job doing something I actually liked. Last I heard, Jessica still worked at the diner, which does make me feel a little bit better knowing she's probably not happy. As for me, I'm relatively happy but still getting very paranoid when making friends at work. I just really don't want to meet another person like Jessica and have to go through that all over again. I bought my first house that I currently still live in 2 years ago. I was in the unpacking and settling in phase at the time. I was single and living alone, but I just figured it was time for a house. I had a couple of friends over to help me unload the truck full of boxes, and I paid them with food since they wouldn't accept money. They hung around for a few hours after just to hang out. When my friend Lorne went to the bathroom, he came back and said he heard some noises from inside the walls and that it sounded like there were some pipe issues. I took note of it, and the two of them left a little later. Since it was a Saturday, I stayed up pretty late on my laptop watching Netflix. However, I was hearing some light thumping sounds from above me, which was odd because my bedroom is upstairs. The only thing that could be above me would be the attic. Then I remembered Lorne's comments about the noises from inside the walls. I went to the attic door and pulled it down. I actually had to take a deep breath because I was a bit nervous. I climbed the stairs into the attic and pulled the light switch down. One very dim yellow light buzzed on, just barely lighting up the attic. The noises in the walls stopped, though, either that or the noises just weren't coming from the attic. I imagined with no boxes up there yet, it was just basically a big empty space, and I could clearly see no one was up there. The only things in the entire attic were a couple of giant framed paintings leaning on one of the walls. I went back down to my room and tried to get some sleep, but I heard the noises again. Now I started to fear there was a small animal in the walls, like a raccoon. The sound still seemed to be coming from directly above my room. It had to be in the attic, so once more I went up into the attic and looked to where I thought would be directly above my bedroom. The thing is, the attic didn't seem to extend the entire length of the house, so there's a wall covering where the section above my room should be. I walked over to the wall just to listen for potential noises. And I did hear noises from the other side of this wall. Then I looked at the two paintings leaning on the wall and how they were slightly angled. My heart started to race. I walked to the paintings and slightly angled one upwards off the wall, revealing a big hole in the wall. It took a few seconds for the reality to sink in as I held the painting at an upright position. The painting was suddenly pushed out of my grip to fall flat on the floor. I nearly had a heart attack. Out from the hole came the sickly-looking girl. She seemed to be high on something. She was shaking, making weird noises, and she would start this creepy laughing. She grabbed onto me and dug her nails into my shoulders so hard I screamed, and I pushed her as hard as I could off of me. She fell backwards into the secret room, and I ran to the exit and shut the attic door behind me. I locked myself in my room as I called the police and reported that a crazy, dangerous person was in my attic. Cops arrived within 5 minutes. 3 cop cars ended up pulling up, and there were a total of 5 police officers in my house. 4 of them went into the attic, and I heard the struggle. The girl screamed like a creature, and it sounded like she was trying to attack the officers, which led to her getting tossed. They finally managed to get her in cuffs and carry her out of the attic and outside to one of the cars. The girl had to be like anywhere from 25 to 30 years old, but like I said, she looked sickly. While the officers were still in the house, I went into the attic to examine the secret room. Inside was a pile of blankets, a dirty pillow, a lot of food wrappers, and human waste in one corner. It seemed as though this girl had been up there for a long time. It was truly a nightmare to discover this on my first night in my new house. The girl was taken to a nearby psychiatric center to get her the help she needed. I had a vague idea of what this country was: meatball heads in the northeast, Dixieland to my south, and way out across the country was the hippie whole West Coast. Now, that's obviously a grossly oversimplified version of American culture, and those of you that took offense might be glad to know that I paid for my ignorance, because this is a big, wide country we live in, and there are places and people so radically different than ourselves, and the generic big city lifestyles we're all so used to that meeting them can be downright freaky. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Little Havana down in Miami is one of the most baller places on earth, but sometimes, different can be dangerous. So, in early 2018, I saw a post from a girl on Reddit's r4 sub saying she was stuck in her dorm board and wanted someone to talk to. She seemed pretty chill, but after creeping on her profile and finding out she was hot, I was psyched when she messaged me back and we got to talking. We got along even better than I thought we would. And it turned out we had a little chemistry too. So after flirting back and forth for a couple of weeks, we started to talk about hooking up. The only trouble was she was more than 500 miles away in Knoxville, Tennessee, which is like an 8-hour drive from Baltimore. She couldn't visit me because of school commitments, and the car I had at the time would have fallen apart as soon as it hit the interstate. It took me like 4 months to switch up my ride and stack some spending money, but once I had, I was itching to hit the road and hook up with my Reddit boo. Driving down the I-81 was simple enough, but since it was my first ever long-distance drive, it wasn't long before I messed up and took a wrong turn. It was right after I hit Roanoke, Virginia. I pulled into this little town called Blacksburg to get something to eat. Then a little after driving out of town, I started seeing signs saying, "Welcome to West Virginia," and stuff, which was most definitely not on my planned route. It was no big deal. Just a minor hiccup, and I figured I could just swing back southwest to get back on the interstate. But navigating those country roads proved to be easier said than done, and it wasn't long before casually lost became hopelessly lost, and by the time I rolled into this little one-stop light town, I wasn't even sure what state I was in. To give you an idea of what this little town was like, I saw 1 post office and 3 churches in the space of a couple hundred meters. I assume that isn't all that unusual for a small Bible Belt town, but the weird thing was that there wasn't a soul out in the streets. It reminded me of Sunday mornings in Greek town when almost everyone would pack into the Orthodox churches, but this was a Friday afternoon. That being said, the fact that there were like 50 cars and trucks parked outside this one church told me everything I needed to know, and if I wanted directions, it was looking like I was going to have to interrupt the little afternoon worship session. It's not like I hadn't seen anything weird in a church before. Like I've mentioned, I grew up in Greek Orthodox, and some of those priests looked like they moonlight as wizards. That's not to mention all the carpet kissing, holy haircuts, and crawling marathons that go on. But I've never seen anything like what was going on in this country church, and unlike the love thy neighbor Christianity that I feel like most of us are familiar with, these people were anything but welcoming. Walking into that church caused this record scratch moment where the guy at the pulpit just stops talking and looks up at me. This causes everyone, and I mean everyone, to spin around in their pew to look at me. I tried to speak up, but with all those eyes on me, I just sort of seized up. By the time I got it together to say anything, the guy at the pulpit cuts me off like, "You from the government?" Now bear in mind, I'm wearing Hawaiian shorts and a George Carlin shirt. I'm about 240 at the time, completely bald. And I have a front tooth missing. I look as far from a Fed as you can possibly imagine, but still, this guy is looking at me like I'm some kind of narc. I started explaining that I'm just looking for directions, but the guy cuts me off yet again and tells me, "Patience is a virtue, son. Take a seat, we're almost done here." Now, I know I should have just left and bought a map from a truck stop like a grown-up, but I was young, dumb, and full of, so my logic was just, get directions, get to girl, instead of stopping to consider that I might be way out of my depth. For a while, the atmosphere among the congregation was tense but still subdued. Their eyes were glued to the pulpit and their mouths were glued shut, but as the preacher's tone and intensity built, so did the energy and their responses and reactions. The first thing that really keyed me into the fact that these people weren't all there was the whole speaking in tongues thing. I heard it was still a thing that happened. But you don't see anything like that in Baltimore unless some dope fiend smokes too much spice, which is certainly no cause for celebration. But when this regular-looking guy jumps up out of his seat and starts jabbering this complete nonsense, the congregation was hooting and hollering like it was the greatest thing they'd ever seen. And while not necessarily the scariest thing I'd ever seen, it was incredibly jarring to actually see it with my own eyes. I'm already incredibly nervous, but I figured if I just keep my mouth shut and let them do their thing, I'll be out of there with a solid route back to I-81. Only the next thing I know, I hear the preacher calling out for their guest to join them at the head of the congregation. I just remember thinking, he can't be talking about me. There's no way he's talking about me, but that was pure wishful thinking on my part, because once again, the whole congregation turns around to look at me. "Come on up, son," the preacher's words were like daggers in my gut. I get pretty bad stage fright and anxiety as it is, but the idea of exposing myself to those people was almost too much to bear. I start making a show of saying, "No, thank you," trying to politely decline the guy's offer, standing briefly to address the guy before I sit back down. Only right when I do, I hear this voice in my ear like, "You'll get up there if you know what's good for you, city boy." I turn around, and standing behind me is this freaking werewolf of a man, incredibly hairy and wide as he was tall. Dude could have crushed my skull with one hand if he wanted, and he was blocking my route to exit. Suddenly, it didn't look like I had much of a choice anymore. So in spite of my legs feeling like warm jello, I made my way to the head of the congregation and awaited my fate. The first minutes or so were like appearing on a game show that I really didn't want to be on. The preacher asked me what my name was and where I was from in a weird way, too, asking me, "Were you given a Christian name, son?" I tell him my name is Nick, and I'm from Baltimore, that I'm just passing through town on my way to Knoxville. He asked me why I'm going to Knoxville, if I had family there, and I just nod instead of telling him the adulterous truth. Then he starts saying how outsiders have always plagued their community, how they try to protect their prim and proper ways onto good country folks, stuff like that. Then he starts talking about how who they were, I have no idea, tried to string up his grandpa in the 40s for handling, so now I'm really confused. What had he been handling, and why had they tried to kill him for it? Not knowing made the whole thing even worse for me, and I could actually feel the sweat dripping down my back as I got more and more nervous. I've told this story a bunch of times before, and one or two people knew exactly what handling meant in the context of some country preacher, but I didn't. If I had known, I'd have just rolled through that entire town content to be lost and ladyless. Because the one thing I'm more scared of than anything else on the face of the earth is snakes. But what was the one thing that crazy preacher pulled out of these wicker baskets he had up there with him? A freaking snake, and not just any old snake, a legit rattlesnake. At first, I just froze. I didn't know fear like that even existed, the kind where you can literally not move for a few seconds as you're confronted with your literal worst fear, that deer in the headlights effect. Jesus Christ, I can still hear the sound of its rattle like it was yesterday, like, you just don't get how loud those things can be until you actually hear it for yourself. It's a sound that says, "Get away from me, dude." I'm not to be messed with, and it doesn't need translating for you to know what it means. But here's this preacher guy just straight up holding it in his hands and smiling like it's the most normal thing in the world. Not just that, but you'd think he'd be super careful handling a freaking rattlesnake. But this guy is like bouncing it up and down in time with some old church music that starts playing out of an old stereo, all the while the congregation is hooting and hollering like it's the greatest thing they'd ever seen. You'd think you'd want to keep that thing nice and chill, but nope. If I was nervous, you can only imagine how that snake must have been feeling. So, like I said, I'm just frozen for a few moments until the preacher makes a move toward me with the snake in his arms. I wasn't frozen after that, let me tell you, and I just about bolted off the stage and toward the main entrance to the chapel. I channeled all the touch football agility from my middle school years to feint and dodge the 300-pound werewolf dude on the way out, sprinted to my car, and then just took off out of town at what felt like a buck and change. I've done some stupid things in the pursuit of females in my time, but walking into that little chapel tops the list by far. I had no idea snake handling was even a thing until then. And after I Googled it, I saw that dozens of snake handlers have died in the past. But that's not the stat that matters, it's how often they get bit. It messes up the muscles in people's arms and hands because they get bit so much, like it happens a lot. And after seeing how that preacher was handling his rattlesnake, I'm not the least bit surprised. Anyway, I made it to Knoxville a couple of hours later extremely shaken but in one piece. I hooked up with the Reddit girl, and after telling the story of accidentally walking into a snake handler chapel, I got all kinds of sympathy nookie. So I suppose all's well that ends well. Just know that as much as we're all Americans and all that patriotic stuff, there are places out there where outsiders are anything but welcome. Getting run out of somewhere probably sucks, but not nearly as much as losing your life because of some mentally deficient guy throwing a friggin' rattlesnake right at you. Way back when, I used to hang around with this crew that sold Class A's in the city center on the weekends. We were making big cash between us, flogging bindles to stag does and students and all that. We went all night too, from about 9 at night until 4 or 5 in the morning, just hanging around the clubs until we sold out or business slowed. Once we were finished, me and my boy would walk up to the streets of this old ruined church left over from years ago. The council keeps it around for the history or whatever, and there's this little building around the back with some of those big wheelie bins. There's a security light and a CCTV camera, but if you just move the camera with a stick or something, it's safe, so that's where we do our count at the end of the night before we went our separate ways. I won't lie, it could get a bit spooky if it was quiet around there, but that worked to our advantage. It just meant we wouldn't get interrupted with what we were doing. So this one night, we finished up quite early because it was a busy Saturday. Like, we walk up towards the old church, round the back to the bins and the little porta-cabin thing, and start counting up. Like I was saying, you can make a lot of money from selling on the street like that, which is hard enough to count up on its own. But then you get given all 5ers and 10ers, and it takes even longer to count up. That means when we're counting, no one's saying a thing. It's so quiet back there that you can hear a mouse fart, you know what I'm saying. So when something makes a noise behind my boy, he just about messed himself, he's so scared. I start laughing because we get rats around the bins near a block of flats all the time. It's no big deal at all, but he's all tense because he's got stacks on him. Absolute sassy baka behavior. However, we carry on counting, and there's like another noise coming from the bins. I already told you I know what rats sound like in bins. I used to take them out for my mom when she was still with us, God rest her soul, and I'm telling you, when I heard that shuffling or whatever, I knew it wasn't no rats, you get me? I turn around, knowing something is wrong, and there's my boy like, now who's scared, big man? Right when he says that, the bin lid opens both of them and these 3 smackheads come jumping out on us out of absolute nowhere. Oh my days, turns out that they were waiting there the whole time for us. They must have spied on us like the night before, maybe the week before, because they had us ambushed like smackhead commandos, man. It was bad, but the thing that was actually proper scary, right, is what they was going to use to stick us with. I've been stabbed before, only on my body, so it was nothing. I know people who died because the blade hit an artery or whatever, but it's just if you're unlucky, innit? But these disgusting people had needles on us, man. They were saying, give us your money, or you're getting stabbed, and some of them go big in that. Imagine, man, getting stuck with some needle and finding out you've got something. And that's exactly what was going through my mind that night. Thinking they might prick me by accident or something, not even really mean to, but then I'm left with some death sentence disease that's gonna just eat me up from the inside out. Those smackheads took about 2 G's off of us that night. Everything we made that Saturday snatched up in about 30 seconds before they legged it. It stung for a bit, I won't lie, but if you're smart and keep something stashed, you can make your money back in no time. That, and the smackheads got caught up with fast. They were throwing that money around like it was nobody's business and mouthing off about how they ate us up. Bad things happen to those fellas, let me tell you. The thing that sticks with me is the needle, though. Like, I could see it all shiny in the security light, just glinting. It gave me a serious problem with needles too. Like, for the longest time, I'd actually sweat if I had to get one at the doctor's or whatever. I mean, this all happened years ago. But even when I got my vaccine recently, I got way nervous like back in the old days. I know no one likes needles, but honestly, I was so anxious that the nurse was asking if I was going to pass out and all this. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now. It was 2017, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, John, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, John trained me. Our job was the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, nothing exciting, just checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss, or the owner, went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which contributed to the swift training I had to endure. So it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was no night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night, at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walked in and asked if we had any rooms available. Usually, if someone sketchy came in, my boss had me lie and say no. But he seemed normal at the moment, so without hesitation, I said yes. I began creating the reservation on the computer when I noticed he started swatting the air and making spitting noises as if he was being surrounded by flies. I tried to ignore it. As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business, so I tried to check him into the room as quickly as possible. I gave him his key, and he was on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man came back from his room and slammed his hand on the glass door, causing me to jump, absolutely frightened. I looked up to see him just staring at me. He cracked the door and put his head through and said, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful, so I replied, "Maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key, and he went back to his room. I tried texting John because he's the one who trained me, though it was the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from John, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I went into absolute panic mode. I ran into the back office, locked the door, and pulled out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I heard the man in the office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Do you not like me?" Being an absolute idiot and not standing my ground or just calling the police when I was feeling scared, I decided to take the situation on alone. I replied, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then started calling John over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I started hearing him talking to himself angrily, saying, "Kill her, kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police, he came out, and I said, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." He agreed. Thankfully, I was wearing a long-sleeved sweater, so with my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside, and he seemed insistent on walking behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure he wasn't going to make a move. He stopped at a room, and I stopped at his room a few doors down. I smiled and said, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it was clearly said on the door. This whole time, he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. After letting him into his room, I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. I found out there was a lone woman staying in the other room he was trying to get into. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns over. I felt bad for confiding in him about the guy, but he seemed willing to keep an eye and ear out. The next night, the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take it very seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened, but this was one of the worst. When I was 16, my mom had a job that required her to be out of town a lot. Because of this, my dad would often take me out to eat for a good part of my teen years. I remember one night we both decided to go to KFC for dinner. It was around 6 p.m., and my dad had just finished up his shift at work. Back then, my dad worked as a police officer and, at least at the time, would work pretty normal hours. Anyways, we went to KFC and got our usual. On our way back home, I remember we were pretty deep into a conversation, though I don't remember what it was about. After a while, I noticed my dad wasn't really responding anymore. We were fairly close to our house, but still on main roads before we needed to turn into our neighborhood. At first, I thought he just lost interest, but I glanced across and noticed he was permanently looking in the rearview mirror. I asked him what was up, and he mentioned how the car behind us had been following us ever since we left the KFC parking lot. I remember glancing behind us, and sure enough, some blacked-out SUV was tailgating us. My dad mentioned how we needed to verify if this car was actually following us. He proceeded to pull into the next street and do a few turns just to get back onto the main road. I will never forget that feeling, that sinking feeling, as I watched the car sharply turn back behind ours. Now, it was around 9 p.m. on a weekday, so there weren't that many cars on the road. The car behind us then put its high beams on, and at that point, my dad was completely focused. He had fully shut me out, putting all his attention into losing whoever was following us. A few minutes of this went by when he told me to grab his phone from his pocket, call someone in his contacts, and put it on speaker. My hands were shaking at this point. I could barely press the buttons. I remember a cheerful voice answered, but before the guy could say anything else, my dad quickly summarized the situation. There was a pause, and I could hear voices speaking in the background along with radio beeping sounds. My dad was yelling at me to keep naming the streets we were on to the guy on the phone, as at that point my dad was still randomly turning down different streets trying to lose the car behind us. "Okay, turn into the Tesco car park. It's coming up on your left. We've got 3 response vehicles coming in from the other direction," the guy on the phone said. My dad responded, and, as we swung into the near-empty car park with the car behind us still in close pursuit, blue and red lights quickly surrounded us in what felt like all directions. The sound of sirens was deafening. My dad bolted out of the car and ran in some direction. After a few minutes of shouting, the driver's side door swung open. My dad got in and calmly started driving away. As we turned around in the car park back towards the entrance, I could see the police surrounding the vehicle that had been following us, and 3 men in what looked like their late 20s were handcuffed, leaning over the car. On our way home, my dad told me everything. He explained that he was on a drugs team that dealt with the interception of large shipments of drugs that were being transferred across the country, something I hadn't known until that point. He continued by saying people would lose a lot of money when they were caught, and some didn't like that, which sometimes resulted in specific officers being targeted. My dad would quit his job as a police officer a few years later, though he admits this was by far his most disturbing experience, especially considering I was along to witness it. A little bit of background: I, 23 female, was 20 at the time. I moved in with my uncle in San Antonio, Texas, with the agreement that I didn't have to pay rent as long as I helped him out with chores and my cousins. I got a job at a super coffee chain downtown, close to the touristy part of the area. We had a lot of regulars and a lot of homeless people coming in and out. I felt relatively safe, though, because I got to know the people there and it was almost always a lot of foot traffic. I used to even take walks after work in the area, especially since I was super close to the Riverwalk. Skip to a couple of months into the job, and I was friends with everyone I worked with. We were all super close. On this particular day, it was one of my coworkers' last days. There were about 3 guys who had been there almost all morning. They hadn't bought anything and were just hanging out, which was not unusual for my location. On my break, I decided to walk down to a nearby drugstore so I could get a farewell card, maybe a small gift for said coworker. I walked down and put my earphones in, and before I could press play, I heard the door open behind me and footsteps following. Whoever it was caught up to me and started walking beside me, matching my pace exactly. I turned to look, and it was one of the guys that had been there all morning. He was a bit taller than me. He tried to ask for my number, and I kindly told him no. He persisted, and I, with a short temper, told him to screw off. He stopped and stared at me in surprise, as I don't really look like someone who would speak up. He stood there as I walked away, and by the time I went back, they were gone. I proceeded to tell my coworkers about the encounter, and we laughed it off. I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. Every time after that, he would already be there, just hanging out or walking in mid-shift, sometimes with somebody else and sometimes by himself. I assumed he was just another homeless person because how else was he always able to be around? My shifts were pretty sporadic. Some days I opened, some days I closed, and some days I worked mid, but it didn't matter. He was always there. At that point, I started to feel paranoid. I would always catch him staring in my direction. He never ordered anything, never talked to me, and luckily wouldn't follow me. He would just sit there watching me. I started mentioning it to my coworkers, and they started noticing it too. One of my team leaders would help me out by sending me to wash dishes in the back or organize the cooler. My coworkers would also try to place themselves to block me from his view. I started feeling uncomfortable at work. Sometimes when I closed, a coworker would walk me to my car before heading home themselves. Then one day, when he was just staring, I was working the register. He walked up and ordered a water. I asked for his name for the order. I now had his first name. He took his water and sat down. I had mentioned him before to my manager, but because he hadn't really done anything, we couldn't do much besides noting it to the manager. The next day I worked with my manager. It was him, 2 other coworkers, and me. I told him I had to go to the bathroom real quick. There were 2 bathrooms right next to each other, but sort of hidden from the coffee bar and register, and they weren't gender specific. I walked around the bar to the lobby area, I had to pass his table and walk down the lobby to get to the bathrooms. I noticed him get up before going inside. I sat down to do my business when someone rattled the knob. I shouted out that it was occupied, but whoever it was kept rattling the door until I finished. When I opened the door, no one was there, and walking back, I noticed him adjusting back to his chair. I was super freaked out and told my boss. He couldn't go and tell him off, though, because we had no proof that it was him. Later that shift, he got up and picked up a coffee from the pickup area. My boss assumed he had ordered it and let him take it, but I told him it wasn't for him and that wasn't even his name. My boss used this as an opportunity to tell him if he ever does something like that again, he won't be able to come back. The man apologized and actually stuck to the rules every day after that, but he went back to just watching me. Cut to Valentine's Day. One of my team leaders and I would be scheduled to work certain Thursdays after close to deep clean the store. We would stay until 2 a.m. This was one of those Thursdays. We were almost done, and I had to clean the bathrooms as one of the last chores. I finished, and as I walked out of the bathroom, I saw him peeking in with both of his hands pressed to the window, eyes wide, just staring at me with this super intense look. I froze for a second, just staring back. I noticed on one of his palms that was pressed to the window, a purple foam heart. He didn't move at all. I shouted, "Lily, Lily. He's here, he's back." She barely hears me through the music that we were blasting. Lily was the team leader who would help me hide from him, so she knew the huge fear I had towards him. She walked towards the bathroom, shouting back, "What are you saying? What's going on?" I told her again, "He's here, he's watching me." She started shouting through the window, "You need to leave. If you don't leave, we're calling the police." I stepped out a little to see if he'd leave, and he's ignoring her, his eyes fixated in my direction. I stepped back into the bathroom, and my leader continued to shout at him to leave and threatened him with the police. About 5 minutes passed by, and he realized that I wasn't stepping out until he left, so he did. The next day, my lead and I told my manager I wanted to file a police report. He told me no, to wait until he talked to his boss. He showed up again that day, but I was only there to talk to my manager and left right after. When I got home, a friend convinced me to call the police anyway, so I texted my boss that I didn't care what he said and that I was scared and going to file the report. I dialed 911 and told them a summarized version. They told me they were going to send someone to where I live to take the official report. 2 officers were so nice and supportive. I told them my whole story and how my boss didn't feel the need to get the cops involved since I wasn't harmed. The officers told me that I should have called right away and defended me, saying they could get him for harassment. I thanked them, and they told me that if he showed up, I should dial 911 immediately so they could take him in for trespassing and harassing. I think that day my manager banned him and warned him because he never showed up to the coffee shop again. A few months later, when I was comfortable again, I went out with some friends to walk around. We were close to where I worked, and as we rounded the corner, I saw him. So I ducked into a little corner store and my friends followed. I told them I saw him, and they kept an eye out. Once he was out of view, we left the store, and that was the very last time I saw him. This particular story took place when I was in the Air Force and stationed in Louisiana. This story took place a few years after I had been stationed there. I first arrived at this base in 2005, and upon my arrival, I, along with many other new troops, were greeted with many different stories of horror. There were stories about a man in a top hat who walked a dark, long, and narrow dirt road on the outskirts of a storage facility area. There was another story about a crazy man who was hit by a patrol car and ran off into the woods next to the same place. But my story relates to a separate story that was told to me. It was my second night on shift, as I recall. I was posted with an airman who had been there for several years. He gave a rundown about some little girl who had been visiting her father when the storage area we were working in was being constructed, which was well before any of our time. The story went that the little girl was playing on some of the structures while her father was working but had fallen to her death by slipping off the edge at the top of the structure itself. Most of the story didn't make sense to me at the time, but regardless of the facts, it still scared the out of me. To make matters worse, the airman had taken me to the exact place where the supposed story took place. He would shut off the engine and turn off the music as we just sat there in silence. He startled me a few times, but nothing ever happened. Now skip forward about 3 years. I was scheduled to work that particular spot of the base this night. Keep in mind that I'd been visiting this spot for years now, but at this point, the storage area had been completely closed down except for a few minor areas, which required us to do physical drive-throughs and checks of this area. The shift itself started out rather shitty. Me and my Steven partner had been given a cattle truck to do this patrol, as our normal vehicle was in the shop for maintenance. Yeah, I'm not kidding, a cattle truck. I know this part doesn't seem very important to the story at the moment, but it will tie into the story eventually. So to save on time, let's skip forward a few hours. We were scheduled to do 3 random checks of the storage facility that night, and we had already completed 2 of the 3 prior without any issues. So, come about 4 o'clock in the morning, we decided to do our last check. Seeing as all the main maintenance guys had gone home for the night in this area, the only way to access the area was with 2 very large separate gates, which took forever to open. We piled in, locked the gates behind us, and continued on our way. Steven was driving during this check, and I was the spotter who used the flashlight to check the lock on each structure. An important detail that I left out, which may be necessary here, is that the story of the little girl had taken place on a road within the storage area, which we called Echo Street. By this point, everything was fine, and we had finished our rounds. Steven made the final turn down Echo Street. We had both been pretty talkative during most of the night, and we were just shooting when I got an uneasy feeling. Something felt different, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were about halfway down the road when things became almost completely and frighteningly silent. Even the rumble of our cattle truck and the faint noise of the radio playing seemed to become less audible as we approached the structure from my previous story. And I must stress at this point that even telling or typing this part still brings a chill down my spine and makes my eyes tear up in fear. But as we approached the structure itself, I turned my head to the outside of the window opposite the structure, and out of my left ear, I heard a sound that nearly caused me to piss myself. It was the sound of a person groaning or moaning in distress, sort of like the moan of the girl from The Grudge. Yes, I'm very serious. The faint, creepy moan began to ring inside the cab of the truck between the 2 of us, in between the dark emptiness of the middle seat. I felt my blood turn cold, and I quickly turned to Steven and yelled, "Dude, cut that out." Steven turned to me with a confused look on his face. At this point, he began to take his foot off the accelerator and asked, "Am I going too fast?" I remained silent for a moment, with my hand in a pausing gesture, and I listened. I heard the noise again. My partner interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" I quickly turned the music off without saying anything at first, and then I whispered to him, "Do you hear that?" He stopped the truck in confusion and listened closely. It was almost dead silent for a second or 2 when we both heard at this time that long, chilling groan of a woman. It echoed in my ears. It sounded like someone was struggling to breathe and taking in a giant breath of air while someone was trying to strangle them. The sound was beyond terrifying, and the fact that I wasn't the only one hearing it only made it more of a horrifying experience. I found myself beginning to ask him my original question again, but he quickly interrupted and said with a strong sound of fear in his voice, "What the is that?" We stupidly waited to see if we could hear it again. The rumble of the gates on the back of the truck was easily heard and recognized as they made a sort of metal-on-metal clatter, and the diesel engine had that typical rumble as well. But in between both the noises, we heard it again for the final time, that groan. It sounded even louder, but this time it sounded like it was coming from both inside and outside of the truck, like we were being surrounded by whatever was making that noise of distress. Without even making a peep, Stephen put the truck in drive, and he hauled our asses off that street quicker than I have ever gone on any other street, and that entire base veered us off the road to speed back. He nearly flipped the truck going around a curve, but it didn't bother us one bit. We were both in an unspoken agreement that we wanted to get out of there quickly. We got to the 2 gates again, and I hopped out of the truck as fast as I could. Stephen watched my back as I quickly opened both gates. He jumped back into the driver's seat, sped out, and waited for me to close both gates as well. Once we completed that task, we quickly returned to the main part of the base, and we requested to meet with our flight chief to tell him what had happened. When we finally met up with him, we expected him to think that we were both full of it or that we had just imagined the entire thing, being as it was so late into our 12-hour shift and we were both tired. But I clearly remember him saying to both of us, "I completely believe you." As a matter of fact, I had something like that happen to me twice, once in that same place and the other in that building behind you, as he pointed at our jailhouse. Again, I know that sounds completely cliché with that grudge-like moan we had heard, but it honestly happened, and it still brings those tears of fright into my eyes every time I tell it. I went back to that storage area only once after that, but I never went down that road again, and I never went after dark. It was the fall of 1986. I was 23 years old. I'd never really been scared in the woods before. Honestly, I always felt like the wilderness was my safe place, somewhere I could go and relax and get away from the stresses of life. I've never seen a Bigfoot, skinwalker, or any kind of boogeyman in the woods. As a lineman for a small town in West Kentucky, I have seen crazy things. Being a small muni, we all had to wear a lot of hats, including utility disconnects. It wasn't fun, but it was part of the job, and there was a lot of crazy, but never in the woods. My only real hobbies were hunting and fishing. Back then, it was easy to find a really good place to hunt just by stopping and asking the landowner for permission. Most were eager to have the deer population thinned out as they were really destructive, eating young soybean crops. This was coal country, and back in the 50s, there was a lot of strip mining that left a lot of land unusable for building and farming, so much of it was open for hunting. It was October 1986. Daylight savings time hadn't happened yet, and it was still daylight till just after 7 p.m. I left work at 4 and ran home to change into my camo. It was bow season in Kentucky, my favorite season. I was going to hunt in an area that was special to me. It was in an area we'll call Ridge. This was a very remote area with broken farmland and wooded areas. After parking, I decided not to unload my 3-wheeler and just walked the 3/4 of a mile to where I was going to hunt. I was using a summit climbing stand, so I had to carry my stand and my bow, as well as my fanny pack with my knife and flashlight. I had to walk halfway around the cornfield. The corn had not been cut yet, so I stayed in a lane left by the farmers so that they could get their equipment to the upper end of the field. The field was rectangular, and the upper end was a much higher elevation on the bottom, where it heads across a creek with shin-deep water to enter the field. At the top of the field, the right-hand corner was where I was going to enter the woods. It was the highest point of the field. I had to pick my way through a thick blackberry thicket, but managed to find a game trail that led me through, and it finally opens into a hillside with large trees. After finding a tree suitable for my climbing stand, getting set up, and a little climb, I was ready to hunt. I loved to watch nature. The deer hunting was just an excuse to be in the woods. As a lineman, I had no fear of climbing high, so I would get as high as I could. This time I was up around 20 feet before the canopy started blocking my view. It was around 5:30 when I was settled in my stand and had an arrow knocked. I regularly stated my permanent stands late as not to spook deer close by. I had added reflective tape along the trail to mark the way out. This made it easier to find my permanent stands at night, but this day I was in my climbing stand in an area I hadn't been in. That night I was about to start down when I heard something walking. So I waited. It sounded like a deer in the thicket, but I never really could get a look at it. It was 8 o'clock and close to a full moon that night, so from my high vantage point, I could see pretty well in the woods, and I felt like I could still shoot up to 15 yards. But it was after shooting hours, so I started down. As I did, I heard the loud crashing of a deer that must have spotted me moving like a sloth down the tree. On the ground, I quickly secured my stand and bow and looked in the direction of the way I came in. I turned on my flashlight. Now, the woods look different at night in the dark and downright foreign when you turn on your flashlight. It's not bad in mature woods with no undergrowth, but I was walking into a thicket. I walked along the edge of the thicket for a while, trying to find the trail I came in on, but no luck. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and I was ready to get out, so I just started picking my way through the thicket, keeping the moon on my right shoulder. And finally, I came out into the field about 25 yards from where I went in. As I stood there picking the thorns out of my hands and legs, thinking this adventure was over, I surveyed the lane around the field. In the light of the pale moon, I saw it. Now, when I walked in, I came up the left side of the field around 200 yards to the end, turned right, and walked another 100 yards. Where I was, it was higher on the ground, and I could see around the field where I came in. When I walked in, there was nothing in the trail. I hadn't heard any equipment or ATVs, so I was shocked to see something in the trail, and no small something either. It looked 6 feet wide and 6 feet tall, just standing there about halfway up the field trail. It was the only way out, so I never hesitated. I started walking back to the trail, turned toward whatever it was standing there, hoping it was just a strange shadow, but it wasn't. I grabbed an arrow from the quiver, remembering my knife was in my three-wheeler. I walked fast and never broke stride. 100 yards away, and it didn't move or make a sound. I walked loudly straight towards it for 200 yards, all the while thinking it's really there, in my trail, blocking my only way out. As I got closer, I could make out what it was. It was two people standing side by side, and this unnerved me even more. It was 9:15, 40 degrees out, and nobody should be here. I kept walking, now 20 yards away, and I see that it's a guy and girl, maybe 20 years old. 10 yards away, I'm walking towards them, but no sounds from them, they just stood there. When I got to them, I half expected them to jump me, but they never moved. I said, "Kind of cold out here, ain't it?" No sound. They still never moved. I kept walking. I turned to keep an eye on them. I was thinking, okay, this is it. They never turned around, never even moved their heads. Across the creek and within another 100 yards, I made it back to my truck. I was even more uneasy approaching my truck. It was just so quiet. All I could think of was someone waiting to ambush me. So I kind of eased up on it very quietly and watched it for maybe 3 minutes before approaching it. It seemed fine, so I headed to my truck. As I left, I tried to figure out how they got there because I never saw another vehicle. I tried to just put it behind me, but the next day at work during lunch, I was gonna run and get some food, and I noticed all 4 of my tires on my truck were low. After inspecting them, they all had around 10 to 15 roofing nails in them. I had to put tubes in them to get home. Something odd was going on in those woods. Somebody most certainly did this to my tires while it was parked in them. After this, it always felt like someone was watching me when I was hunting in that area. That's why I stopped going alone, and I never parked off the main gravel road again. I never found out who those two young people were or who punctured my tires. My wife and I backpack and hike a lot. The more remote the place, the better. In 2015, my wife and I were in the Bitterroot Wilderness in Montana. We had been out there for 2 weeks on a 100-mile route trail and had only seen one other person, Tom. We met him on our second day, which was his last day out. He told us he hadn't seen or run into anyone out there, so as far as we all knew, we were going to be alone. He told us that hunting season was weeks away, but there might be scouts out. He even said to be very careful with our food, where we eat, and our scent because it's bear country, and he had seen a few, even ones with cubs. He also mentioned that he had heard cougars in the distance, but that we should be okay as long as we stick together. We camped together that night, and the next morning we thanked him for his company and all the info and parted ways. For 2 weeks, we hiked, saw some cool vistas, swam, and saw and heard wildlife, all the stuff you'd expect to see in the backcountry. We didn't really think about Tom again after a few days out and hadn't seen anyone. We took the thought of being alone for granted and let our guard down as far as other people were concerned. We were all alone out there. We were in our last few days now, winding the trip down, sauntering back to the trailhead, just taking it all in. We found a nice flat tent site, made a fire and some dinner, hung our food bag, and walked back to our tent for the night, passing a good night's sleep. The next morning, as backpackers do, we left camp as early as possible to get some breakfast and coffee into us. But before we left, I needed to use the bathroom, so I ventured away from the tent site to find a suitable spot. As I was walking around to find a place to dig my cat hole, I came upon a lumped-up looking thing like a bush. I was not expecting to run into anyone out there, as we had only seen one other person early on and no one else since, but I wasn't paying any attention as I was looking for somewhere to go and not looking out for people. These two were in a camel blind type of wrap. They didn't realize that they were there, and they didn't hear or realize that I walked up on them until the last damn minute when I was right on top of them, tripping over one of their legs. They scared the living daylights out of me, and I scared the daylights out of them. When I hit the guy's leg, I startled him, and he kind of jumped up, knocking their blind off for the big reveal. The guy that was on his knees had a dick in his hand, apparently blowing the other guy that was up against the tree. Now the guy on his knees is looking at me dead in the eyes with a look of, "What the hell, who are you?" The guy standing yells at me, "WTF are you doing, man?" They scrambled, one trying to stand up, the other pulling his pants up, all while both were fighting the blind that was wrapped between them. With me in disbelief at what I just came up on, I just stood there for what felt like forever. I stumbled over my words to find an apology and blurted out, No, nothing, guys. Sorry, man, have fun," and I turned back to camp in almost a run. They started to yell at me to stop, but I didn't. It was definitely the longest 200-yard sprint ever. I got back to camp, and my wife looked at me and instantly knew something had happened and asked, "What's up?" I told her to grab her stuff, and we hurried out of there without a word. Somewhere around an hour later of sprint hiking, we had to stop. I still hadn't taken a dump, and I had to go, so we took a spur trail to break, snack, and I told her what happened. She told me that she was worried and that I scared her. She was scared the whole time, thinking I had been chased by a bear or a cougar or something and that it was after us. I told her there was nothing like that and that it was just two hunters hiding out, blowing each other. We talked a bit about it, and she asked if I thought they'd look for us. I told her I didn't really think so and that they probably left after being caught. She asked if they were upset. Yeah, I said, they yelled at me wanting to know what the heck I was doing. Should we just go back to the car and leave? She asked. No, let's just wait the mountain, just in case they're at the trailhead waiting. Like I said, we've been out for about 2 weeks now, and we have been making our way back and are less than a day's hike from the trailhead at this point. After a while of talking it over, we kind of just chuckled it off, and we hiked on to the creek where we were going to camp for the night. We made it to camp off trail with no incident. The next morning, we woke up, broke camp, did our morning routine, and hiked to the trailhead. With all of that, we're not really thinking of the two hunters anymore. Well, as we got to the trailhead, we met two ladies that had been prepping breakfast. As we were walking to the parking lot, they started to chat with us with the usual backcountry questions of how long we had been out, how many miles did we do, did we see any bears, what did we eat. Then, almost at the same time, one lady offered us some of their leftover food as the other girls started yelling, "Hey hubby, these two have been hiking up on the same trail as you and so were just out on yesterday, but they were out for 2 weeks. Bring them some of that real food and juice." Hubby pokes his head out of their camper to say hi, and lo and behold, it's the hunter that was against the tree. His smile faded as quickly as his face turned white, then to an angry look as he realized who he was looking at. Then his buddy turned the damn corner from their trailer to see me standing there. I started to feel the blood just drain from my body, and this guy's face turned from happy-go-lucky to disbelief and fear at the sight of me. The wife then asked if we happened upon their husband out there, as they were out scouting for some game yesterday. As I'm stumbling over my words, they are darting their looks from me to themselves. Before I can say anything, my wife is answering. Yes, we love some real food, and no, we hadn't seen anyone. You guys are the first in 2 weeks. The wife turns to the hunters and says, "You guys must have had a real good hiding spot." I think both the hunters and I had a mini heart attack. My wife and I graciously took their pancakes and sausage, of all damn things. I could see both hunters quietly talking to each other, staring over at me every once in a while. I'm doing my best to avoid this situation by packing up the car while my wife is thanking the hunters' wives for the food. Both hunters, with sidearms on their hips, came up to me with a beer. The one that was on the tree kind of pushed the beer into my chest and asked if I'd seen anything out there. My heart freaking stopped. I again stumbled over my words. No, other than, some wild animals. Nothing worth writing home about. Yeah, we didn't see much either, but we are really surprised you didn't hear us last night walk through your camp. Be careful. You never know what can happen out in the middle of the woods. After a few seconds, the other one just smirked, and they turned to leave with a "have a safe trip home." I wasn't sure what was going to happen in that moment, so I was psyching myself for a fight. I was kind of shaken up as we were leaving the trailhead. My wife asked if I was okay and if those were the guys I had seen. My reply was, "Yeah, what do you think?" Then she asked what they said to me. I told her I thought I was going to have to fight them, but they just gave me a beer to buy my silence. I didn't mention the passive-aggressive threat they made about walking through our camp. Back in late August of 1989, my friend and I set out on a 3-week sailing trip. Our job was to sail a 40-ton yacht named Tamaro from French Polynesia to San Francisco, and we were being paid handsomely to do so. We had years of sailing experience between us, but the 5,000-mile journey was the furthest either of us had ever been on. We were confident that we could do it, but early on, there was a worrying change in the weather's forecast. Statistically, hurricanes happened really late in the South Pacific and tend to arrive in mid to late October, so by setting sail in late August, we figured that we'd avoid the worst of the bad weather. But as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. 3 weeks into our voyage, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane, which whipped up waves as high as 20-story buildings. We'd sailed through gales and storms before, but never a hurricane. We tried to escape it for 3 days, but the boat could only go 15 miles per hour, and so eventually, it caught up with us. It was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head-on. We put on our raincoats and boarded up the yacht, all while 140 miles per hour winds and 40-foot waves battered against the boat. The wind and rain felt like BB pellets on our skin, and it was like nothing we'd ever felt before. But we were still confident of being able to handle the situation. We just had to wait for the worst to be over. At one point, I remember heading below deck to get something, and then I suddenly heard my fiancé yell out, "Oh my God." We got caught in a massive wave. I was thrown off my feet, and the last thing I remember is my head smashing into something before everything just went fuzzy. I think I must have been out for a minute or two, because when I woke up, there was blood all over my face and raincoat, and I was lying on the floor. I couldn't hear my fiancé, so I went topside to check on him. The last I'd seen of him, he was strapping himself into the safety harness, but when I went to check on him, the harness was empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. I remember screaming, but I knew I had to pull myself together. There'd be time to grieve later, and if I didn't focus on the task ahead of me, people would end up grieving me too. I knew the yacht had suffered irreparable damage that would make it impossible to sail. The navigation system, engine, and even the sails were all waterlogged or shredded beyond repair. But even worse, the yacht itself was taking on water at crazy speeds. My instincts kicked in, and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised sail. The only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use them to navigate to land. After 41 days of drifting in the Pacific, rationing my canned food and water, I finally spotted land. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo, and as I slowly drifted towards the harbor, I was spotted by a Japanese ship and rescued. For weeks afterward, I kept one of my fiancé's old shirts wrapped around my pillow. His scent was the only thing that got me through. I put all the pain and grief to the back of my mind, and once I was safe, it all came gushing out of me like water through a broken dam. It took me many years to get back to sailing, and these days I'm much more cautious about the jobs I accept. I thought about retiring from it altogether, but after a while, I realized that it's where I belong. If there's one silver lining to the dark cloud of my fiancé's tragic death, it's that he went out doing what he loved most. Halloween was always like a second Christmas for me. Not only did I get to express my inner fantasies through costume, it just so happens to be my birthday. This would all change on October 29th of 2016. This year was a big one. I was turning 21. That meant that I could celebrate on 6th Street. If you don't know, 6th Street in Austin is the heart of the city's nightlife. Music venues and bars, 6th Street has it all. Halloween on 6th is an experience everyone should have at least once in their lives. I'd always heard the crazy stories, and finally, I got to tell some of my own, and I couldn't wait. Since the holiday fell on a Monday, the festivities would be taking place the Saturday before. It was usually the night with the most people. All the amazing costumes may be the best part of Halloween, and the costumes on 6th are some of the most inventive and interesting I'd ever seen. All 5 of us girls packed into a cab and took the 3-mile ride downtown. It was almost 11 p.m. People were just beginning to arrive. And I was eager to have my first legal drink. I don't want to name any businesses for legal reasons, and suffice to say, we spent the next 4 hours hopping from club to club and bar to bar until last call at 2. Much of it was a blur. I woke up on my bathroom floor with a toilet full of barf. It was an amazing night, and I'll never forget it, but not for the reasons I'd like. That next afternoon, I was nursing a major hangover when I got a call from one of my friend's mothers. Thomas, I changed her name for privacy, had not made it home. Her mother hadn't received any calls or texts from her in over 24 hours. This was very strange. Thomas and her mom were very close, and there was no way she wouldn't let her know if she was staying elsewhere. The 2 of us spent the rest of the day and late into the night trying to locate Thomas, but no one knew anything. The next day, we contacted the police, and they took over from there. Surveillance videos were screened over and over. A bunch of men, her boyfriend among them, were questioned, but nothing ever came of it, and the case soon hit a dead end. Thomas's disappearance would completely change how myself and my friends lived our lives. To this day, I will not go anywhere alone, and I refuse to get drunk in public. I've carried a firearm since 2017. I know I'm not strong enough to fight off multiple men. In the years since, a lot of things have changed, but when it comes to my safety, I remain just as vigilant. Thomas's case had stalled by my next birthday, but I would receive a belated gift just a couple of months later. It was the middle of a normal workday when I got a phone call from another friend of mine. She said that she had gotten a phone call from Thomas's mom. My heart sank. I assumed Thomas's body had been discovered, but to my joy, it turned out that she had been found alive. Police in Kansas City had found a young woman hiding in an alley with a handcuff around her wrist. According to her, she had been kidnapped from Austin, Texas, and held in several places until reaching Kansas City. She'd been kept there since about late spring or early summer. Her captors had assaulted her countless times. She feared that she would be killed when they grew tired of her, so she did her best to gain their confidence until she could escape. The chance came, and she took it. The cops raided the house she'd been kept in and arrested 3 men. I was over the moon. In my mind, Thomas's nightmare was over. She could come back home and pick up where she'd left off. I'll admit how naive that actually sounds, but I was a young and sheltered girl. How could I have known? When I did see Thomas again, everything had changed. Talking about day-to-day things seemed so childish in light of what she'd gone through. Her beautiful smile was gone. Any happiness had been beaten out of her, and we all felt helpless, but not as helpless as her. She did make an effort to make a new life. She returned to school and began dating again, and none of these efforts came to much. Once the trial of the 3 men began, she was forced to relive the nightmare. They were convicted, and she tried again, only to have the men win a new trial on appeal. It looked as if she'd be forced to relive her captivity repeatedly until she died. To her credit, she didn't let her misfortune break her. The 3 men were convicted again and put away once and for all. After all the hurdles she was forced to jump, she would finally win out. Just as the lockdowns were set to start, she and her boyfriend of 2 years were married. They recently had twins, and the birth was the first time I'd seen Thomas smile in a very long time. Hopefully, with a lot of support from her family and friends, she'll be able to build some semblance of a normal life.